This is a disclaimer, an invitation to listen beyond the words. Dear listeners, as you step into this tale, remember, words, like stars, shine in their own way. A name may sound different, a rhythm may shift, but these are not flaws, only the breath of a story made alive. Embrace the creases in the map, the quirks in the voice, the imperfect magic of storytelling. Listen with an open heart, and the journey will remain unchanged. Subscribe for future content updates and new stories. James Potter and the Morrigan Web by G. Norman Lippert. Chapter 14. Avier's Inner Sanctum. Scorpius' prediction proved to be correct, in that it was Titus Hardcastle who had been called in to investigate the murder of Warlick. James saw him the next day, along with Lucinda Lyon, the young Auror with whom he had scuffled over Christmas break. They stood in the courtyard with Headmaster Grudge and Professor McGonagall, talking seriously, their voices hushed, as James, Ralph and Scorpius made their way to advanced flight. McGonagall looks about fit to spit nails. Ralph muttered as they passed, their brooms slung over their shoulders. She hasn't forgotten what happened over Christmas holiday, if you ask me. James nodded. I still can't believe they're freezing my dad out of all of this. As they neared the courtyard gates, James noticed Tabitha Corsica lurking near Grudge and Hardcastle, listening in, her face taut. She saw James and narrowed her eyes dangerously. She's not just going to forget that you somehow got past her last night, Scorpius mused airily. If she can't punish you for that, she'll come up with something else. She's persistent, that one. James sighed as they passed through the gate. Scorpius was right, of course. Later that afternoon was physical education at York. In the wake of the previous night's revelations, James had nearly forgotten all about the dreaded Muggle class. Tabitha Corsica, in her older teacher's guise, however, was waiting for them outside the York gymnasium. A smarmy grin on her face, her eyes twinkling behind her oversized spectacles. It's such a beautiful spring day, she announced, tilting her chin toward the low, gray clouds and misting rain, that I've decided to hold today's class out of doors. A groan rippled over the Hogwarts students, while the York students merely nodded and stretched, flexing their beefy legs and necks. Even the girls, James noticed, seemed a head taller than him and ropey with muscle. He wondered for the first time if Tabitha Corsica had purposely teamed the Hogwarts students with older, stockier York students. Not rugby again, Ralph muttered next to James, crossing the fingers on both hands. Please not rugby again. Anything but that. Corsica tilted her head thoughtfully. Today, I think we shall play a spirited game, she exclaimed, as James hunched his shoulders, expecting the worst. Of football. Both Ralph and James glanced up in surprise. Now it was the York students' turn to moan. Football's for hooligans, a tall ginger girl complained. Do we have to? Now, Corsica chided sweetly. We must make an effort to accommodate our guests. They come from, less fortunate circumstances and have not had the blessing of more advanced team sport. Surely we can extend the hand of friendship and grant them this small favor. Joseph Torrance scoffed incredulously under his breath. She thinks rugby is an advanced team sport? Football. Ralph elbowed James in the ribs, nearly doubling him over. She's talking about Muggle studies during our first year, when Professor Curry had us playing Muggle sports all term. Remember? And if I recall correctly, Fiona Fourcompass admitted somewhat grudgingly, you were quite the star player, James. James glanced at her and felt his face heat with mingled embarrassment and anticipation. He had been quite good at the Muggle sport, had even scored the goal that won the final match for Gryffindor. In fact, Corsica went on, beginning to lead the class toward the sodden field, bouncing a shiny new football lightly on her palm. Let us make the game interesting and have a friendly competition. York versus our guests. The winners earn bragging rights while the losers must run laps for the entirety of next class. With a decisive nod, Corsica tossed the ball toward James. He caught it clumsily. Corsica glared at him over a tight smile. You have 2 minutes to determine player positions. Starting now. The class swiftly scrambled into separate groups and broke into harsh whisperings. I don't even remember how to play this ruddy game, Graham Wharton complained. Is this the one where we hit the ball with that odd little paddle? That's cricket, you get. Kevin Murdoch rolled his eyes. This is the one where you can't touch the ball with your hands. Fiona Fourcompass rolled her eyes. All these muggle games are completely daft. Ralph implored James. We can win this, right? I can't run all next class. I'll drop dead on the spot. I'm not even kidding. Calm down, all of you, James said. Football obviously isn't a big thing here at York, and that gives us a decent chance. We just have to stay organized and keep our wits. Here's what we'll do. As swiftly as he could, James assigned positions for his team, putting himself, Joseph Torrance and Graham Wharton on the front line, Ralph in the goal and the rest mounting defense. As they trotted into position on the squelching field, he bounced the ball off his knee and gave it a sharp kick as it dropped before him. It bounced into the center of the field, where Tabitha Corsica stood with a shiny whistle between her teeth. James joined her there, avoiding eye contact. Across the center line, an imposing brick wall of a boy named Lunt hunkered low, screwing his cleats into the mud with grim determination. With no preamble, Corsica gave a short, piercing tweet on her whistle. James was not prepared for it, allowing Lunt a free swipe at the ball. With a ringing thump, it rocketed away from the bigger boy's foot. Lunt leapt to follow it, elbowing James roughly out of the way. The rest of Team York followed. Defense! James called, spinning around and scrambling to catch up. Everyone fall back. Despite the inglorious start, James found that what Team Hogwarts lacked in brawn, they made up for in mingled nimbleness and raw desperation. Fiona Fourcompass, surprisingly, erected a nearly maniacal defense of the goal, rushing out to meet opposing players with her teeth bared and her eyes bulging. From his vantage point in front of the Hogwarts goal, Ralph watched the match with grim intensity, his stance wide and his arms spread, trying to distribute his already bulky frame over as much space as possible. Kevin Murdoch, being woefully clumsy with the ball, contented himself with simply kicking it as hard as he could whenever it rolled into his general vicinity, sending it far out of bounds as often as not, but managing to at least get it to the opposing end of the field. James found, despite everything, that not only was his team holding their own against York, he was actually enjoying himself. By the middle of the match, with neither team having scored a single goal, he found himself in a fortunate position as Murdoch gave the ball another of his mighty kicks. Being already at the center line, James dashed backwards, watching the ball hurtle toward him. The York defense was caught off guard, leaving James plenty of room. He steeled himself, getting beneath the dropping ball, and let it carom off his chest, deadening its momentum. It struck the ground and he immediately trapped it beneath his foot, pivoting on it to face the opposing goal. The York goalie, a tall, gangly ginger girl with a mass of freckles, glared at him and spread her arms. James dashed toward her, knocking the ball lightly ahead of him as he went. Footsteps pounded behind him, but they were too late. James reared back for the kick, aiming for the high, right corner of the York goal. Suddenly, and for no apparent reasons, his planted foot skated forward, drawing a muddy skid on the field. He flailed wildly, tried to salvage his kick, but succeeded only in tripping over the ball. He fell full length onto the wet grass with enough force to drive his teeth together with an audible clack. His right foot was still resting on the ball. Frantically, James clambered to get his feet beneath him again, scooping the ball forward, but Lunt had finally caught up to him. The bigger boy swept James' feet out from under him, stealing the ball and bowling James into the mud again, cursing vividly. Cleats pounded past him as the action moved back to the opposite end of the field. As James finally regained his feet and pelted to rejoin the match, he saw Tabitha Corsica standing on the sideline, watching him smugly, her eyes narrowed behind her ridiculous glasses. James knew immediately what had happened. While she had confiscated their wands, as usual, upon their arrival at York, she had of course kept her own. She was using magic to surreptitiously sabotage him from the sideline. The look on her face as he passed was a small, challenging smile. York scored their first goal quickly thereafter. "What happened up there?" Murdoch demanded, panting heavily as James headed back toward the center line. "You had a clean shot." "It's not my fault," James spat. "Corsica's cursing me." Fiona Fourcompass gave him a skeptical look, her face speckled with mud. James glared back at her defiantly. "It's true," he declared, pointing to the sideline. Fiona merely shook her head and rolled her eyes. "Hey, Potter," Lunt called, grinning. "Have a nice trip?" Behind him, the rest of Team York snickered. As the game resumed, James began to sense that Corsica was subtly cursing him at almost every turn, making the grass supernaturally slick beneath his feet, causing the ball to take unexpected and unnatural bounces, or giving it unusual momentum so that it bowled him over as he tried to trap it. As a result, he missed 2 more opportunities for goals, while York scored 3 goals under extremely suspicious circumstances. The last goal was a long kick from center field which seemed to hang in the air far longer than possible, arcing toward the goal and squirreling past Ralph as if it was alive. Team York erupted into ecstatic cheers as James skulked back toward his team. "What's happening out there?" Ralph muttered angrily, flinging his sweaty hair out of his face. "I've never seen you so clumsy, James. For the first time, I think I could do a better job out there than you. And believe me, that's not a happy thought." "It isn't me," James insisted furiously. "It's Corsica. It's got to be. She's cursing me from the sideline." "Have you seen her doing it?" Joseph asked. "Because I have to say, it looks like you've just sort of lost your touch." "James," Fiona seethed, grabbing him by the shoulder and turning him around. "I am not running all next class, and I am not going to listen to these muscle-headed morons gassing on and on about how they beat us into the ground. You've got to score. The match is nearly over." "I know," James exclaimed, throwing her hand off his shoulder. "It isn't my fault. It's Corsica. Stop blaming your clumsiness on others," Fiona hissed, shoving James in the chest. "I'm not getting mud in my hair for nothing out here. Win this match or I'll curse you myself." James opened his mouth to argue, but was interrupted by a sharp, long whistle from the sideline. "Score 3-0 in favor of York Academy," Corsica called, letting the whistle drop from her teeth and dangle around her neck. "With only 5 minutes left to play, perhaps our guests would like to forfeit the match." She eyed James across the field with one eyebrow arched, still smiling that smug, half-smile. James shook his head. "No chance," he called. "The match isn't over yet." "As you wish," Corsica shrugged lightly. "Proceed." She retrieved the whistle and gave it a sharp tweet, pointing toward the ball on the center line. James dashed forward to claim it as the match resumed. He had no hope of actually winning at this point, but there was no chance that he was going to let her see that she had defeated him. He chased Lunt as the big boy zigged down the side of the field. When Lunt attempted to pass the ball to a teammate nearer the goal, James lunged to intercept. He trapped it against his foot, pivoted and kicked it back toward his own goal. Joseph Torrance bolted to catch it, followed by Graham Wharton and, to James' surprise, Kevin Murdoch and Fiona Fourcompass. Almost all of Team Hogwarts collapsed toward the York goal, desperate to muscle the ball toward at least one score. James joined them. For a moment, it appeared that it was going to work. Surrounded by the herd of Hogwarts players, the ball zigged and bounced gradually forward. Lunt and his teammates muscled into the herd, but could not manage to turn the ball around. Finally, the entirety of both teams crowded in front of the York goal, rioting and shouting and kicking viciously. James saw his opening. Through a mist of rain and flying gobbets of mud, he sensed that the York goalie had inched too far forward, leaving a gap. The ball, now streaked with grime and pummeled by feet from every direction, suddenly squirted loose of the melee. James lunged for it, drew back his foot to kick, and missed. His foot swiped forward, skidded over the wet grass, and completely bypassed the ball, which continued to roll idly toward the corner of the field. At that moment, the scrum recaptured James, knocking him down and brawling over him. A cleat landed on his chest, mashing the air from his lungs. Another kicked him in the ear. Still another landed on his wrist with an audible crunch. Someone was screaming in pain. After a second, James realized it was himself. He rolled over and cradled his wounded wrist. It felt horribly loose, and a soft, grinding sensation accompanied its movements. The fingers on that hand tingled numbly. Tabitha Corsica's whistle sounded in 3 short bursts. "Everyone back away now," she called as she approached. "Give the young man some air." "Thank you. Lunt, if you would be so kind as to line everyone up, we shall return to the locker rooms now." James felt Corsica hunkering over him. Her shadow blocked the dull gray sky. He resisted as she reached for his broken wrist, but she was persistent. "Nasty break, that," she said, gripping and turning his forearm like a dead fish. "Unfortunately, medical methods here at York are not quite what you may be accustomed to. Here, there is no magic remedy for a broken bone." "Of course," she mused, cocking her head and lowering her voice. "I do have my wand with me, as you know. I could help you, but that would rather defeat the purpose of this program, don't you think? I fear you will simply have to bear the pain until your return through the cabinet." "You can bear the pain, can't you?" James didn't reply, but simply attempted to wrench his wrist from her grasp. It hurt immensely as the broken bones ground together. She saw this on his face, and her eyebrows rose slightly, along with the corners of her mouth. "I didn't curse you that last time," she whispered conspiratorially. "That was good old-fashioned Potter clumsiness. Perhaps that adds a bit of insult to your injury, but I thought you should know it nonetheless." James pushed her away and struggled to sit up. His ribs felt bruised where they had been stepped on, but he pushed through the red mist of pain, using his good hand to leverage himself to his feet. Next to him, Tabitha Corsica sighed as she also stood. "I hope you'll take note of what happened here today, James," she said, glancing aside to where the rest of the class was lining up along the edge of the field. "You can't get away with your little shenanigans any longer. You can't beat me. You never really could. Your luck's run out. And I'm not done with you. I'll be watching every little thing you do. If you so much as stick one toe out of line," she smiled, as if this was her greatest wish, "believe me, I'll be there to chop it off." She met his eyes, still smiling wistfully, assuring he saw that she meant it. Then, with a brisk sigh, she turned away, addressing the rest of the class. "He's all right, everyone. Just a little sprain. Nothing to be concerned about. Much ado about nothing, quite frankly. Back to the locker rooms now. And in honor of how our guests will be spending their next class period." She glanced back at James again with a vicious smile. "Why don't we run? She's gone completely mental. Ralph seethed as he stood next to James in the hospital wing half an hour later. Sorry, I didn't believe you straight away, mate. I should have known there was nothing she wouldn't stoop to. But cursing you to the point of injury, Rose said wonderingly, settling into a seat opposite the little medical table upon which James sat, his arm outstretched in a bath of sparkling magical light. He winced with each enchanted flash as the bones in his wrist slowly realigned. Not that anyone would know that she was responsible, he sighed. She's sneaky. No one saw a thing. And technically, Rose admitted dourly, she didn't actually cause your injury. She just created the conditions that allowed it to happen. And refused to help when it did. Ralph's face was stony. There was a time when I actually thought of her as almost a friend, or at least someone to look up to, he admitted. And later, after the whole mess with the gatekeeper and her thinking she was the bloodline of Voldemort, I sort of thought she might have learned her lesson. I wanted to think she wasn't all bad after all, just a little twisted and misguided. That's because she's pretty? Rose rolled her eyes. Boys always think the best of pretty girls. It's like a mental illness. Nobody asked you, Weasley, Ralph muttered with surprising venom. The swift clacking of boots announced Madame Curio's return. Along the ward floor, she threw a disapproving glance at Rose and Ralph, who retreated away from the examination table. Unsheathing her wand from an apron pocket, she teased the glowing, sparkling field over James' wrist, intensifying it. This will sting a bit, she said unapologetically. James nodded but didn't reply. He well knew of Madame Curio's disdain for sport-related injuries and didn't want to provide her any more opportunities to lecture him about it. She pressed her lips into a thin line and sighed briskly, finally dispersing the magical field with a sweep of her wand. It will ache throughout the night as the bones knit, no doubt, but the brakes are sufficiently set. Lift anything heavier than a fork for the next 24 hours, however, and I'll need to re-break the bones and begin all over again. Do I make myself clear? Yes, ma'am, James nodded, seeing in the head nurse's eyes that she believed re-breaking his wrist would be a valuable lesson indeed. I won't touch so much as a quill. Promise. She shook her head irritably. Give a student medical advice, she muttered. And he takes it as excuse to skive off his homework. She waved a hand at him. Be off, the three of you. And Mr. Potter, sincerely, if you appear in my ward one more time, I promise I will start charging you. Later that night, James slumped in a patched armchair before the Gryffindor common room hearth, his legs akimbo and his arm throbbing monstrously. Curio could have given me something for the pain, he complained bitterly. I mean, that's what she's there for, isn't she? She wants you to learn your lesson. Rose shrugged from the hearth rug, her nose buried in a gigantic book propped open against a table leg. After all, stupid injuries and maladies seem to be a specialty of yours. James was too tired to argue. What are you reading now, anyway? I thought you were done with your homework. I'm researching, she sighed irritably, glancing back at him over her shoulder. She tapped the book with a forefinger. The Art and History of Magical Warfare. There's a whole chapter on dark superweapons and doomsday hexes. Anything on the Morrigan Web? Rose shook her head and slumped. Who can tell? Every magical war machine had its own code name and secrecy charms and even its own special language. There's no way to figure out what's legend and what's true. For instance, here, she turned back a few enormous pages. This is a whole section on something called the Wrath of Caerenver. According to the legend, a centuries-long wizarding war had so poisoned an entire region with dark magic, buried curses, and demon armies that it became a complete wasteland. The Tempest Barons, they called it. Merlin himself ended the war by harnessing the power of a volcano, making it erupt with so much force She leaned over the book and read that the earth broke like a plate, creating a rift 100 leagues wide and 1,000 feet tall. The Cragrack cliffs ever since form an impenetrable barrier and a permanent stalemate between the two warring nations. She heaved the heavy book shut, sending a whump of dust into the air. See what I mean? Legends and myths. Even if I found a section on the Morrigan Web, how could we know it wasn't just some story for scaring little kids? James frowned. Like, maybe the earth is going to erupt in a volcano when all those government people show up for the Quidditch tournament? Rose glared back at him with one eyebrow raised. Are you even listening? Look! James suddenly sat up and pointed toward the hearth. Is that Dad? The dying coals in the hearth shuffled and sparked as a head reared out of them, revealing Harry Potter's glasses, perpetually unruly hair, and distinctive, famous scar. He glanced swiftly around the room, spotted James, and smiled. "Hi, James," he said in a hushed voice. "Hi, Rose. I don't have much time. I've been watching the Marauders map ever since I received your note, James. I thought Devendar Das was never going to go up to bed." "Oh, he's been up late every night brushing up on classic Quidditch strategy," Rose nodded. "Thinks he can still squeak Gryffindor into a victory with proper play formations, despite Lance Vassar dragging the whole team down. For once, James' dad didn't rise to the topic of Quidditch. Considering what's happening," he said quietly, "staying out of the tournament might not be a bad thing." James slid off his armchair onto the hearth rug, wincing as he accidentally bumped his wrist. "So you know about the big Quidditch summit with all the magical and muggle government people?" Harry's face tensed, and James could see that it was a sensitive topic. "I only know because it was in the Prophet. Titus is in charge of security for the whole event, while I'm being sent to Pakistan to audit a flying carpet warehouse." "But," James spluttered, "but that's not even our work. Dad, what's going on?" "That's what I asked Loquacious Nap," Harry nodded darkly. "I went straight to his office. Didn't even say hi to Percy when he tried to stop me. The Minister of Magic says that I'm too valuable to risk on such tetchy missions. He also says that since Revalvier's books were famous even in the Muggle world, my presence would be a distraction." Rose frowned. "But that's ridiculous. The whole point of showing the Muggle leaders a Quidditch match is to show them we're friendly. If you're already known to them, at least as a fictional character, you'd form the perfect bridge into the magical world." "You're thinking about it too logically, Rose," Harry shook his head. "Or not with the right kind of logic. None of what the minister said makes any sense unless there's something else going on, some other, more secret plan." "They want you gone," James said slowly, his eyes widening. "Because you might not go along with this secret plan of theirs. You might stop them." Harry seemed to shrug wearily. "It may not be that obvious. I honestly don't think Loquacious Nap himself knows what he's doing or why he's doing it. He's a politician, not a strategist. Talking's what he's best at. Managing the crisis of the crumbling vow of secrecy is completely out of his depth. He's relying more and more on his team of advisors. He goes along with pretty much everything they say." Rose narrowed her eyes suspiciously, making her look to James very much like her mother. "Who are these advisors? Do you know them?" "There are several of them," Harry said. "People from the Office of Ambassadorial Relations, mostly. But there's one that Nap seems to rely on more than anyone. An unspeakable." James cocked his head quizzically. "An unspeakable?" Rose grunted with impatience. "Someone who works for the Department of Mysteries. They're called unspeakables because no one really knows what they do, and they never, ever talk about it." James glanced from Rose's annoyed expression to the face of his father, gazing up at him from the glowing coals. "Who is it, Dad? You know? But you're not telling us." I'm not telling you for good reason, Harry admitted. I don't want you to worry about it. And I know you well enough to know that you will. He shifted his gaze to Rose. Both of you. Headmaster Grudge. Rose exclaimed suddenly, her eyes brightening. That's it, isn't it? He was in the photo with the Minister of Magic when the summit was announced, along with the Muggle Prime Minister. That's why no one had ever heard of him before he was named headmaster. He's an unspeakable from the Department of Mysteries. Next time, Harry said, trying to conceal a disgruntled smile. I'm waiting until you go to bed too, Rose. Oh, Tosh, Rose objected. None of you would get anywhere without my mum and me. So if Grudge is the minister's main advisor, James thought aloud, then he's the one keeping you away from the big Quidditch summit. For some reason, he doesn't want you to be there. Rose looked uncomfortable. But Grudge is the headmaster. He can't be the one planning to set off some magical doomsday weapon. It would kill him as well, along with any number of students. She shivered, apparently reluctant to believe anyone would be capable of such things. James, however, saw the truth on his father's face. Some people would indeed be willing to murder hundreds of students, and even to die themselves, if they were crazy enough, or committed enough to their cause, or both. For what it's worth, Rose, he said carefully, I think you're half right. If there is indeed a plot to attack the Quidditch summit, and if Warlick was murdered to cover it up, then I don't believe that Grudge is behind it. He may be like the minister himself, a willing dupe, influenced by someone deeper in the shadows. Dad, James said, lowering his voice and leaning close to the fire. We may know who that person is. From the hearth, Harry studied his son's face. I have a pretty good idea myself, James. I've been calling in some favors with a few low-level contacts at the American Muggle Integration Bureau. This new vice president of theirs, the wizard who you say calls himself the Collector, virtually no one has ever heard of him. Apparently he was the protege of the senator that was killed last year, Charles Fillmore. At least that's the story the Muggle news people are reporting. But there's no evidence that it's actually true. As far as I can tell, he simply appeared out of nowhere. If he is indeed a wizard taking advantage of the broken vow of secrecy, then his plan may be to murder the American president and assume his position. Rose nodded. Sorry, Uncle Harry. We already figured that bit out. But that's not who I'm talking about, James said, exasperated. When we discovered Warlick's body, we saw someone else. Well, at least Lucia and I did. Harry tilted his head. Who's Lucia? That's not important, James insisted. The point is. He paused, suddenly unsure how, precisely, he should proceed. How should he tell his dad that one of the most important people in his life, the long-dead Albus Dumbledore, seemed to have a sort of evil twin, a mysterious dark mirror in the form of Avier Dorcascathan? Suddenly, James heard Avier's own words echoing in his head, accompanied by the deep chill of the Durmstrang classroom. It would be best, Mr. Potter, the hauntingly familiar wizard had said calmly, almost kindly, if you did not tell your father about this. Harry might be a bit conflicted. James felt stymied before the patient gaze of his father. The words dried up, and he found he simply could not speak. Finally, Harry himself broke the silence. I know this is all very worrisome and confusing, he said, addressing both James and Rose, and I am sorry that you lot have gotten involved in this at all. I wish I could tell you what I've told you in the past, that this isn't your problem, that we adults will handle it. But the fact is, you are no longer exactly children yourselves. You've seen too much. Here, Harry looked directly at his son, and James knew what he was thinking of. Poor, lost cousin Lucy, held in Ralph's arms, carried through nightmare after nightmare. No matter how much I might wish otherwise, Harry went on, This isn't only my battle. I told you at the beginning of this year, James, that I might need to rely on you, that you might be in a position to do what I cannot. It seems that that time has come. A sudden chill of fear descended upon James at these words. He hadn't realized how comforting his father's old reassurances had been. Assurances that the world was an essentially safe place and didn't need to be saved by him and Ralph, Zane and Rose. That the adults were in charge and were fully equipped to handle anything that came their way. That his only duties were to his schoolwork and his friends and to enjoy being young and free of weighty responsibilities. He had always rejected those assurances, always chosen to involve himself anyway, and to bring along those of his friends who were willing to help. Now, he realized that there was a secret luxury in assuming responsibilities that weren't his, the luxury of knowing that no one expected him to succeed, the luxury, at the heart of it all, to fail. James met his father's eyes and nodded slowly. He swallowed and heard an audible click in his throat. "Whatever you need, Dad." Harry closed his eyes, seeming to war within himself. He drew a deep breath. "Your mother would kill me if she knew I was asking this," he admitted seriously. "But here it is. What I need from both of you is to be my ears. Loquacious Knapp may not know what is really happening, but Rector Grudge just might. Surely he knows more than the minister at any rate. But," he added quickly, his expression turning stern, "I'm not telling you to go spying on him. I'm not giving you permission to do anything daft that might get you caught. Filch would love nothing more than to pour his torture out on you lot. Corsica, too," James added fervently. "I'm only telling you," Harry went on, ignoring this, "to keep your ears open. If there are more attempts to stifle the flow of information in and out of the school, if there are any new decrees or rules about what teachers are allowed to teach, or what clubs are permitted to meet, or if there are any other changes to the way things are done, I need you to let me know. Grudge won't come out and say what's coming, but we might learn something just by the preparations he makes." James ran a hand through his hair in frustration. "But how can we tell you anything even if we want to? All our post is searched, remember?" "I've already thought about that," Harry said, firming his voice. "Just send a note to your mum saying you miss her cooking. She'll be happy to hear from you, and I'll know that you need me to contact you. Be here in the common room when everyone else goes to bed, and I'll find you." James nodded his understanding. "But what should we be watching for most of all? What are we most hoping to figure out?" Harry shook his head slowly. "Anything at all. I'm totally in the dark here. You have no idea how frustrating that is. If I get caught so much as asking the wrong questions, I suspect I'll be shut down completely, possibly put on extended leave. But what we really need to know more than anything," he admitted with a sigh, "is if the Morrigan Web is a real thing. And if so, what does it do? We can't hope to stop it if we can't answer those questions first." Rose glanced at James, her face tense and her eyes bright. James resisted the urge to look back at her. "Got it," he said soberly. "We'll keep our ears open, Dad, and let you know if anything changes around here." Harry seemed to accept this. "I need to go. Your mother says hello and that she loves you. She also says to be sure to keep up with all your studies and to eat a vegetable every now and then. And pass the same on to Albus and Lil." "I will, Dad," James replied, hardly listening. "And Rose," Harry added, turning to her. "Much love from your mum and Dad as well. Keep your eye on James, Albus and Lil, won't you?" Rose brightened and sat up straight. "I will, Uncle Harry. You can trust me." Harry gave her a bemused half-smile. "Good night, you two. I'll expect you both to be in bed in 5 minutes. The map will tell me if you aren't." James and Rose offered mumbled assurances and bid Harry good night. A moment later, his head vanished from the coals. "You know what we have to do," Rose prodded James the moment they were alone. "We have to go with Zane into the cellars at Alma Alaron and find that old witch Crone Lausa. She's the only person who might know what the Morrigan Web really is. You're right, James nodded thoughtfully. I guess. But there's something else I need to do first. What? Rose demanded. You heard your dad. The Morrigan Web is our biggest concern. Until we figure that out, it's all hopeless. James stared into the fire, frowning deeply. I saw Petra the other night, he admitted quietly. The night we found Warlick dead in the woods. I talked to her. Rose was silent as she stared at him, her mouth pressed into a worried line. She seemed to consider several questions but finally settled on, what did she say? She said that we were getting too close, he said, finally raising his eyes to hers. She warned me to let it go, to not try to stop her. Rose's face paled and her eyes widened. When she spoke, her voice was a harsh whisper. So, she really is involved in all of this, then? But why? Why would she do anything so awful? I don't know, James said emphatically. But I've been thinking about it ever since. It's almost like she doesn't think there's any other way. Like, as terrible as it is going to be, it's better than the alternative. Rose narrowed her eyes at him seriously. James, she said, I know you've always had sort of a thing for her. James blinked at his cousin in surprise and annoyance. Rose, don't be. Petra is pretty, she interrupted. But that doesn't mean she's good or right. We've discussed this. I know, Rose. James rolled his eyes and slumped back against the armchair. Don't you think I know that by now? So what are you going to do? That's what I was about to tell you. He sighed deeply. She thinks we are getting too close. She said it after we found Warlick's body, but I don't think that's what made her appear to me, to warn us away. Rose shook her head impatiently. Well, what was it, then? James turned his head to look at her. I think it's Avier, he said firmly. Petra knew that we saw him, maybe even that he wanted us to see him. Somehow, she knows that Avier is the key to the whole thing. Rose considered this. So what do we do? That's the easy part, I guess, James replied reluctantly. I take him up on his offer of a visit in his office. He won't just tell you all of his deepest, darkest secrets. Rose frowned. You know, James said, raising his eyebrows consideringly. I think he just might. The plan, as it turned out, was deceptive in its simplicity, but fraught with hazards. I feel like I'm going to vomit, James mumbled through a fake smile, weaving his way through intimidatingly unfamiliar Durmstrang corridors lined with imposing statues, pillars and frowning gray-clad young men. Next to him, smiling much more eagerly and comfortably, Nastasia shrugged. Maybe you should just puke and get it over with, you know? It sure couldn't make us any more totally conspicuous than we already are. As she spoke, James sidled past a knot of Durmstrang boys in the crowded hall. One of the boys scowled at him suspiciously while the others muttered. Their eyes narrowed at the scurrying interlopers. We don't have anything to worry about, Nastasia proclaimed, pushing out her chin as they turned a corner. We've been invited to Professor Avier's office. Or at least you have, but I'm totally his favorite student. What's your problem, Jughead? This last was to a very stocky boy with a brick-red face and a flat crew cut who bumped her shoulder as she passed. She glared back at him challengingly. You want to tango with me? I'm walking here. Nastasia. Shut up, James hissed, grabbing the sleeve of her Alma Oleron blazer and yanking her onward. Are you trying to start a row? Not afraid of one, if that's what you mean, she answered loudly, still glowering back over her shoulder. These stuffed robes are all bark and no bite. Am I right? James shook his head nervously, resisting the urge to run the rest of the way to Avier's office. Are you sure this is the right way? How should I know? Nastasia shrugged. You're the one with the written invitation. You were there when we planned this. Didn't you pay any attention? Oh, for hexing hinky-punks, a voice rasped behind James. It's right there at the end of the hall. Signs on the door. Can't either of you read? James wheeled on the spot, but there was no one behind him. Who said that? He demanded. You're already nervous. A second voice whispered out of nowhere. You probably don't want to know. Oh, give it up, Nastasia sighed, glancing around the suddenly empty corridor. Classes have started. The coast is clear. She reached out, groped in thin air for a moment, and then closed her fist and yanked. A pair of heads appeared from beneath a flutter of invisible cloth. Hi, big brother. Albus grinned, his hair matted to his forehead. Rose and I thought it would be best to tag along all invisible like. Hope you don't mind. James spluttered. But the invisibility cloak. He gestured wildly toward their still unseen bodies. It was just in Filch's office, Rose said. He may have Grudge's magical cane, but that doesn't make him any good at locking spells. We just popped in this morning and nicked it from his drawer of contraband. If we're careful, we'll get it back tonight before he even knows it's gone. And we'd bloody well succeed, Albus nodded. Because if Filch catches on that it's gone, there's only one person he'll blame. Yeah, James exclaimed desperately, tapping his own chest. That'd be me, you great git. Are you trying to get me murdered by that sadistic squib? Nastasia tilted her head and said in a sing-song voice, I told you not to tell him. I didn't say anything. Rose frowned. It was Loudmouth here that couldn't keep quiet. Albus elbowed Rose under the cloak. You know, if I hadn't spoken up, we'd be stuck wandering these halls all day. James couldn't find his own bum with a beacon charm. Look, James interrupted. This is completely bloody mental. Why are you two even here? Rose firmed her jaw defensively. I'm here to snoop around Avier's quarters while you and Nastasia distract him. And I'm here because I helped Rose nick the cloak. Albus nodded. James pulled his own hair in exasperation. We don't need your help. If you get caught here, we're all totally doomed. We can't know that Avier will tell us anything meaningful. Nastasia sighed. And besides, they won't get caught. Will you? Not if Loudmouth here can keep his lips sealed for more than 30 seconds, Rose said, tilting her head at Albus, who shrugged and rolled his eyes. All right, James declared helplessly. Just get back under the cloak and don't bump anything. Even if Avier can't see you, he's no idiot. If you so much as breathe wrong, he'll know you're there. Not to mention that he might have a sneakoscope or faux glass, Rose added, her voice muffled as Albus yanked the cloak over them again. Good to know you've at least thought of all the ways this can go totally pear-shaped, James muttered, turning back toward Avier's closed door. Nastasia was already approaching it. She glanced back, assuring that Albus and Rose were sufficiently hidden, and then raised her hand and gave the brass door knocker a sharp rap. Several seconds ticked by with no response. Experimentally, Nastasia tried the door latch. It was locked firm. Maybe he's not here, Albus said from beneath the cloak. Is he teaching, maybe? It's his scheduled office hours, James replied. At least it will be in a few minutes. We got here a little early. Still, he should be here. He reached up and rapped the door knocker himself. Harder this time. The door knocker was fashioned in the shape of a brass tentacle attached to a squid-headed figure with a man's body. It was exceptionally ugly, but thankfully, unlike many such ornaments, didn't seem to be enchanted with magical personality. Nobody here but us chickens, Nastasia sighed. Give it a go with an unlocking charm, James? Rose muffled, unseen behind his left shoulder. Those never work. James rolled his eyes. Every time I try one, it triggers some sort of counter-jinx. I tried it on the newsstand in Hogsmeade and nearly got myself caught for it. Rose huffed impatiently. A moment later, her fist appeared from beneath the cloak, her wand outstretched. She tapped the latch of Avier's door with it. Alohomora! The latch flashed bright yellow and produced an audible click. The door creaked open slightly on its hinges. Honestly, James, Rose said as her wand hand vanished again, you're as bad with unlocking doors as Filch is with locking them. Nastasia giggled. Too nervous to be embarrassed, James leaned forward and gave the door a tentative push. It creaked ominously open, revealing a dim, circular room, lined with high, straight-backed chairs, stocked bookshelves, and an assortment of freestanding, evil-looking divining instruments. There were no Yuxa Baslatma plants here, James saw as he inched into the shadowy room, but there was a complicated telescope-like device, its lenses pointed strangely at the floor, a dark crystal ball like a gigantic black pearl on an ancient stone pedestal, and, strangest of all, a sort of ornately polished wooden box, as tall as a man, with a window set into its front. Behind the glass, encased in the box like a corpse in a coffin, was a thin man-shape wearing a turban and a pointed black beard. Arcing above the figure's window were the words, Tal Atyomar, knows all, tells all. I've seen one of these before, Nastasia commented, approaching the boxed figure. At a Muggle carnival in New Jersey. It's a clockwork wizard. Put a coin in the slot and he's supposed to tell your future. Daft, if you ask me, Albus muttered unseen. No fireplace, Rose whispered with a shiver in her voice. The room was, James noticed, wintry cold. This is just the waiting area, he commented, looking around. There's got to be a way further in. I bet this guy knows it, Nastasia said, cocking her head up at the clockwork wizard in the wooden box. Old Tall at you, mister. Any of you have any money? She tapped the coin slot with her wand. At the touch of her wand, lights glared to life inside the box, illuminating the bearded figure. With a series of ratchets and clanks, it jerked to life, leaning back and tilting its head toward the ceiling. Its sculpted hands raised and made a clumsy, ratcheting dance before its pointed beard. James jumped backwards, bumping into the hidden shapes of Albus and Rose. No coin is required for such as thee. A deep, recorded voice crackled loudly, emanating from a brass speaker on the front of the crate. Only the unwashed need pay for their glimpse of the beyond. Ask what ye will, my masters, while the curse of life lies upon me. The light of the clockwork wizard illuminated Nastasia's face as she stared up at it, beaming. She glanced back at James and rolled her eyes. Oh, you big baby. It's just a talking machine. What are you afraid of? James shook his head. Are you sure it's just a machine? It's a bunch of gears and flywheels in a turbine, you dolt, Nastasia said, looking back up at the bearded figure. But boy, is it good. Professor Cloverhoof would flip his horns if he could see it. Behind James' shoulder, Rose's voice was slightly higher than usual. So ask it how to get into Avier's main quarters already. Alas, the recorded voice blared, accompanied by the halting movements of the clockwork wizard. None but the great master himself may proceed thence. Seat thyselves and await his return. There's got to be another way in, Albus complained. This is getting us nowhere. Look around for a door or something. James shook his head, glancing around the dark, cold room. Maybe this isn't Avier's quarters at all. Maybe it's just where he meets students and stuff. You mean we tagged along with you under this smelly old cloak for nothing? Rose groused. Nobody asked you to come along. James countered. I still say you're both completely mad. Nastasia was studying the clockwork figure in its box, a thoughtful look on her face. Hey, Tall, she said. You know where Professor Avier's rooms are, don't you? The figure's painted eyes didn't move. After a moment, the head cocked back and forth jerkily and the hands made their complicated dance again. Alas, none but the great master himself may proceed thence. The recorded voice repeated. Seat thyselves and await his return. To shut off with an audible click and the lights fell dead. The mechanical figure slumped forward. Nastasia narrowed her eyes. What? Albus said from the center of the round room. With a shuffle, he tossed off the invisibility cloak and ran a hand through his matted hair. Am I missing something here? Nastasia didn't take her eyes from the dormant figure in its darkened box. Acid pops, she said. James blinked. Excuse me? What's she talking about? Rose said in a brittle voice. Shouldn't we just be heading back? Albus turned to glance at his cousin. What's the matter with you all of a sudden? This was your idea. I've just got a bad feeling about this thing, she declared defensively. And, well, cockroach cluster, Nastasia said, taking a step closer to the wooden box. Inside, the dormant figure hunched motionless. What's she on about? Albus muttered out of the corner of his mouth, nodding toward Nastasia. Is she, quite all right? Nastasia, James said worriedly, moving to join her next to the dark box. Maybe we should just... Fizzing whiz-bee, Nastasia interrupted, raising her voice. Inside the box, the dark figure remained motionless, silhouetted behind the dusty glass. Why's she doing that? Rose demanded. Make her stop. Wait just a moment here, Albus said slowly, realization dawning on him. Rose is afraid of clockworks. That's it, isn't it? I'm not afraid of them, she hissed shrilly. I just don't trust them. They're really, really dodgy. Everyone knows that. Always turning evil at the drop of a hat. Getting cursed and coming to life and developing a taste for human blood. Rose is afraid of clockworks, Albus sang gleefully. I can't believe it. Brave cousin Rose. What time is it, Rose? Oh, you wouldn't know. Because you'd have to consult a clock. Shut up, Al, James demanded. Nastasia, seriously, let's just get out of here. There's no point. Sherbet lemon, Nastasia announced, nodding to herself with satisfaction. The lights popped back on inside the Clockwork Wizard's box. Rose clutched James' shoulders in alarm as the mechanical wizard jerked back to life, ratcheting and squeaking noisily. Password accepted. The recorded voice squawked from its speaker. Enter if you dare, and let the consequences be upon thine own head. With a complicated clank, the front of the box pivoted aside, forming a door. Behind it, the clockwork figure of tall Ateumister stood full length, its robe hanging limp around hinged, mechanical legs. Its wooden feet were carved with sandals and covered in flaking flesh-colored paint. It stepped haltingly out of the cabinet, its joints squeaking and its head bowing obediently. Lights flickered to life deep inside the wooden box, and James saw that it was actually a doorway into a much larger room. He glanced from the suddenly revealed doorway to Nastasia. How'd you know? She shrugged evasively. Lucky guess. Well, Albus spoke up. We going in or what? James glanced back. Rose's face was as pale as a tombstone. She tore her gaze away from the clockwork man and met his eyes. Jerkily, she nodded. Let's be quick about it, he said. If Avier isn't here, he's bound to be back at any moment. He turned back to the doorway formed by the wooden box. Beyond it, a large, dark room flickered with blue light. Complicated shadows leapt on the high walls and ceilings. He braced himself, felt Rose clutch his shoulders again from behind, and stepped forward. Chapter 15. Origins Unveiled. The inner chamber of Professor Avier's office was circular, and much warmer than the waiting area had been. Flames roared in the maw of a monstrous fireplace. Pillars lined the room, stretching up into shadowy vaults. "Looks a lot like the headmaster's office back at Hogwarts," Albus commented. "And what is that in the cage? That's not an actual phoenix, is it?" James and Rose followed Albus to a very large cage standing on an ornate brass stand. The creature inside seemed to take up nearly every inch of space where it hunched on a low perch. The cage floor was littered with what appeared to be rodent bones, all charred black. "That's no regular phoenix," Rose said, curling her lip. "It's a jiskra, sometimes called a black phoenix. See the two heads." "Cool." Albus leaned close, peering through the bars. "It looks more like a feathered lizard than a bird." The head nearest him reared back between its furled wings. The beak split open, revealing rows of tiny pointed teeth, and the creature hissed, exhaling a foul-smelling mist. "Holy!" Albus spat, leaping back and waving his hands to disperse the jiskra's wet, acrid breath. "What the bloody hell was that?" "Defense mechanism," Nastasia giggled. "Another name they go by is death breath. It's a good thing the other head's asleep." James kept a safe distance from the monstrous bird thing. "Dumbledore had his phoenix," he mused darkly. "Avier has this thing." Near the enormous cage on its stand, a large wooden desk was covered to overflowing with parchments, inks, books, instruments, and strangely, an oversized wizard chess set. James approached this, examining the pieces where they stood in mid-play on the board. The black figures seemed to be made of ebony, while the white figures sparkled in the firelight like diamond. "Someone really likes their board games," Albus said as he joined James near the desk. "Who's winning, do you think?" James shook his head. "Ralph would know. He's the chess player, not me." "Too bad Ralph wasn't invited to this little party," Albus shrugged, turning away. "Neither were you," James mumbled grumpily. In truth, he would have preferred Ralph under the cloak than Albus. He leaned closer to the chess set, intrigued. The figures seemed strangely familiar. He studied the ebony king where it stood on its square. It was tall, robed, with a hood covering most of its face and thin, knuckly hands protruding from its sleeves. He gasped with recognition. "What?" Rose whispered immediately. "What did you find?" "Come here." James gestured, not tearing his eyes from the board. "Look." Rose joined him, huddling shoulder to shoulder. She leaned over the board with a puzzled expression. James glanced at her. "Do you see it? The ebony king." Rose studied the figure for a moment, and then clapped her hands over her mouth. "It's that horrible wizard we ran into in New Amsterdam," she said through her fingers. "The collector. The new American vice president." James nodded. "But look next to him. Look at the queen." Rose leaned closer, her eyes bright, worried. "Is that?" She frowned, confused. "Who is it?" James looked down at the tall feminine figurine, resplendent in long robes, her carved hair falling down her back in waves and her proud chin raised. The eyes were tiny green emeralds. "It's the Lady of the Lake," he said firmly. "I'd recognize her anywhere." Rose's frown deepened as she studied the figure. Are you sure?" "Of course I'm sure," James answered. He glanced aside at his cousin. "Why?" Rose seemed reluctant to answer. "Because, well, to me, she sort of seems like—" She looked aside at him, her eyes bright in the darkness. "Like Petra." James opened his mouth to protest, but as he did so he dropped his eyes to the chessboard again. Carved in black ebony, the figure's cascading hair did suddenly look like Petra's dark locks. The raised chin could be seen as determined rather than proud. The eyes now seemed to be pale blue amethysts. "Who are the figures on the other side?" Rose asked, changing the subject. "It's hard to tell. What are they made of? Crystal? Diamond?" James leaned closer. Firelight played on the facets of the opposing figures, obscuring their details. The king was tall, with unruly hair and a pair of tiny, unmistakable spectacles. As if there was any doubt about the identity of this figure, a tiny lightning bolt glowed faintly, etched onto its forehead. Rose saw this at the same time as he. She grabbed his elbow. "It's your dad," she whispered. "And the queen. Is that my mum?" But James shook his head slowly, tensely. "No, Rose. That's not your mum. That's jackpot." Nastasia's voice suddenly sang out. "I think you're all going to want to see this." James looked up, following the sound of Nastasia's voice. He was about to tell her that what she'd found certainly couldn't compare to the eerily familiar chess pieces, but closed his mouth as the pink-haired girl parted a heavy, intricately embroidered curtain. Beyond it, a blue torch flickered to life, illuminating a tiny, circular alcove. The space was entirely empty but for a high wooden table and, upon it, a small book. Nastasia glanced back at them with a crooked smile. "I may be mistaken," she said, "but I think that is a diary." James glanced at Rose, whose face was still unusually pale. Together, they rounded the desk and approached the curtained alcove. Albus joined them there. As one, the four students crept inside, surrounding the tiny table. The book was surprisingly small, its page edges rough and thick, its cover made of deeply tanned leather. To James' eye, it did indeed look like a sort of personal journal or notebook. "You found it, Nasty," Albus said, nudging Nastasia. "You do the honors and open it up." "Not me," she replied, taking a step backward. "I'm all for snooping around and all, but I smell curse on that thing." She glanced at James, and for the first time there was something like fear in her expression. He shuddered and turned back to the book. "Well," he gulped, "what else did we come here for?" Quickly, before he could reconsider, he reached forward and touched the leather cover, bracing himself. Nothing happened. He glanced back at the others. "Make with the reading already," Albus declared. "What? Are you hoping it'll suck you into its pages or something?" The moment broke. James rolled his eyes and turned his attention back to the book. He flipped back the cover carefully, revealing a creamy blank page. Was the writing invisible, perhaps? He stared at it, waiting for something to happen. When it didn't, he turned the first page, then the next. There, on the third page, was a neat column of handwriting. He leaned over it. In a low, tense voice, he began to read. "This is an account of the unspoken and hidden life and times of—" He paused as a wave of coldness fell over him, chilling him to his heels. "Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore." Behind him, Rose gasped. "Holy hinky-punks," Albus said in an awestruck voice. "My namesake, the Big Al himself." "Hush," Nastasia said quietly. "Go on, James." James nodded. Taking a deep breath, he continued. "I fear that this shall not be a happy account, and it is quite possibly as private a record as has ever existed, chronicled by my own hand for whatever peace of mind it may offer. The memories caged in these written words would much more cheerfully be relegated to the comfort of the pensive, hidden away and forgotten. But alas, as will soon be revealed, that is an impossible luxury forbidden to this woeful tale. But first, a forewarning for anyone who, either by mistake or subterfuge, finds themselves viewing these words. As you peer into the void, be assured that the void peers into you. Let it be known that by reading this account, I shall be reading your thoughts and marking you. The curse that will result shall not be on my head. Indeed, I may not even wish you harm. but it will befall you nonetheless. Some costs cannot be paid with other than blood. For your sake, and my peace of mind, turn back now." James took an involuntary step back from the table and the leather diary. "Called it?" Nastasia said faintly. "Should we go on?" Rose asked, her voice nearly a whisper. "Oh, good grief!" Albus rolled his eyes. "It's just a standard warning curse. We Slytherins put them on everything, up to and including our to-do lists. Only first years are afraid of them." "But this is the diary of Albus Dumbledore," Rose countered. "He wasn't just some Slytherin with a power complex. He was one of the most powerful wizards ever." "Fine, whatever," Albus shrugged tersely. "Back out now. Let's head back home and do our arithmancy homework. What do you say?" Nastasia giggled again, and then nudged James gently forward. "Dumbledore's dead and buried," she said. "He can't curse anyone anymore. Go on, James. Keep reading." "Easy for you to say," he mumbled. And yet, he knew that Nastasia and Albus were right. This is what they had come for, after all. He used his finger to find his place on the page again and resumed reading. "I suppose one could say that I grew up in a happy home, in that there were times of simple, uncomplicated joy. I abided with my mother, Kendra, after the imprisonment of my father, Percival, a man I only dimly remember but have always known by the rather confused legacy he left behind. He was sentenced to Azkaban after attacking a cabal of Muggle boys, an act of fatherly vengeance. The boys had traumatized my young sister, Ariana, over a display of simple, childlike magic. This is what is known. What is not known is that I blamed my father for his absence in the years to follow. His act of revenge on those who had devastated his only daughter was understandable, but thoughtless. Took him from us, and I cannot but think that, if he had remained, if his blind rage had not overwhelmed his prudence and sent him to prison, this unfortunate tale would have ended much differently. For instance, my father would not have liked Gellert Grindelwald. Had he been there, he'd have said Gellert was a boy with airs, a pompous, talented, young aristocrat who enjoyed, more than anything, hearing himself speak. I know this because my mother told me so on many occasions, and I remembered my father well enough to know that she was quite correct. It was this very thing, most likely, that drove me to befriend young Gellert Grindelwald, despite his careless arrogance and heady delusions of grandeur. He was living with his aunt for the summer, having been expelled from Durmstrang Academy for recklessness and rabble-rousing. That fact alone would have prompted my father to forbid any fraternization with Gellert. But my father, quite simply, was not there. He had betrayed all of us by being sent to Azkaban. Indeed, mine was a small boy's hurt buried under a young man's rebellion, and this had but one inevitable result. Since my father would not have approved of Gellert Grindelwald, I intended to wholeheartedly embrace him. And it was not difficult. Gellert and I were very much of one mind. Idealistic, ambitious, ready to change the world, and damn the age-old institutions that held us back. Of course, many of our ideas were foolhardy. Some of them were, in point of fact, dangerously naive, even fascistic. But we were young and essentially powerless. Rhetoric was free, without consequence, and we reveled in it. I spent more and more of my time with Gellert as I finished my own schooling and embarked on careless adventures. We pursued the vaunted Deathly Hallows. We campaigned for change in the laws of secrecy, extolling the mutual benefits of full disclosure to the Muggle world. Besides being a formidable wizard, Gellert was a gifted speaker, using his natural charm and magnetism to gather a following everywhere we went. Within 2 years, we had earned enough of an audience to no longer be merely young men toying with revolution. When I looked around us, I saw that the revolution was no longer hypothetical. It was swiftly becoming a reality. and I began to doubt. It was an exquisitely uncomfortable time for me. Gellert did not understand my reservations, of course. I tried to persuade him, discovering perhaps a step too late that I was, despite my best efforts, my father's son after all. On the most instinctive level, I sensed the flaws and dangers in our plan. I realized Gellert's idealism was driven less by altruism and more by ego. He did not merely wish to benefit the Muggle world, but to oversee them. To him, they were rather like a race of talking pets, friendly animals for which one feels some affection and concern, but which one must eventually rule for the greater good of all. I could not debate Gellert in public, for I had no wish to undermine him. I hoped to persuade him in private, to subtly alter the direction of the revolution that was bubbling around us. But he was immune to doubt. His unshakable conviction, bolstered by both his natural confidence and his singular magical prowess, was beyond the reach of my persuasion. Eventually, regrettably, we parted ways. Disillusioned and defeated, I returned to Godric's Hollow only to find that my absence, like that of my father, had taken a marked toll on my family. My mother appeared to have aged a decade. Aberforth had become sullen and angry. Ariana was, if anything, even more withdrawn, buried so deep in the web of her own haunted memories that even I could not always coax her to speak. In the years after being attacked by the boys in our old neighborhood, Ariana continued to stifle her magic, to compress it deep inside her so that it occasionally burst forth involuntarily. This was sometimes harmless, mere flashes of light or freakish rains of frogs outside the cottage windows, and sometimes dangerous, with crockery hurtling suddenly against walls, fire erupting from the hearth, or the entire cottage shaking on its foundation as if in the teeth of an earthquake. It had always been bad, but it was getting far worse. I understood this more than anyone in my family. Magical power is like any other energy, essentially indestructible. If it is not spent, it does not go away, but builds, creating pressures that, in even the most benign cases, inevitably burst forth. The most disturbing detail of my return home, however, was in learning that my father had died in Azkaban. This simultaneously seemed the least obvious but most pervasive influence over our household. Aberforth stubbornly refused my help in caring for the cottage and our meager land. In my heart, I did not blame him, although my youth would not allow me to admit it. I had been gone for nearly 3 years, after all, leaving my brother to manage everything on his own. Nonetheless, I did what I could, attempting to relegate myself to a life of simple hard work, at least for a time. And yet, as the days passed, I sensed an abiding secret in our home. My return to Godric's Hollow had complicated the lives of my family in some deep, unspoken way. It needled at me with a sense of something under the surface, driving Aberforth's rage, deepening the lines on my mother's face, pushing Ariana further into the fugue of her thoughts and the increasing pressure of her stifled powers. 3 weeks after my return, as night settled beyond the windows of the cottage and the fire crackled in the hearth, I confronted them all, asking to know what they were keeping from me. Even now, quite honestly and sincerely, I wish I had not. I have devoted my life to the accumulation of knowledge, and yet if there is one thing I have learned that I wish I had known on that night, it is this. Some things are best left unknown. Sometimes curiosity is a poison, not only for he who drinks it, but for everyone around him. I had not yet learned this. Thus, I demanded that my family tell me their poison truth. They did not wish to. They resisted me passionately, but I would not be denied. My frustration at not being able to change Gellert Grindelwald's mind made me stubbornly insistent to have my way with my much more pliable family. And in the end, after much shouting, after Aberforth had stormed out into the night, not even closing the door behind him, with my mother sobbing by the fire and Ariana kneeling before her, silhouetted so that I could not even see her face as she spoke, It was she herself that told the tale. Ariana, my young sister, was with child. With that knowledge, I understood everything. Aberforth's worried rage, my mother's mounting fear, and Ariana's increasing instability. After all, what could cause more raw havoc in a woman's mind and body than the fundamentally visceral process of pregnancy? The father was a muggle, a young man in the village. Ariana insisted that she loved him, that he understood her, and that she ardently desired to marry him. Aberforth patently refused this, of course, going so far as to threaten the young man if he so much as showed his face at the cottage door. My mother, for her part, was torn between desiring her daughter's happiness and the abject terror that, without the constant supervision of her family, Ariana would lose control of her stifled powers, with catastrophic results. In this, of course, she was quite unfortunately prophetic. On that night, the powder keg that was my family became fully known to me. Ariana was entering her 3rd month with child, only just beginning to show the bulge of her belly. And as the baby grew, so did the tension in the cottage. Ariana's uncontrollable fits became more pronounced. One morning, as the common sickness of pregnancy took her, she split the kitchen butcher block with a mere look. A week later, as she took to the weeds behind the cottage to retch, a quantity of black ooze vomited from the chimney like a volcano of tar. It became more and more difficult to predict what might spawn one of Ariana's events, which subsequently made them much more difficult to manage. Aberforth spent his time out of the house, working the land, which left me and my mother to tend to Ariana. These were some of the most interminable and difficult months of my life. My only distraction, unpleasant as it was the news of my old friend Grindelwald. On his own, he had become a political power so pervasive that he threatened the Ministry of Magic itself. Those who followed him did so with a nearly fanatical devotion. Those who opposed him portrayed him as a totalitarian powermonger threatening not only the stability of society, but the very foundation of Muggle and magical coexistence. And in my heart, I knew that those fears were not unreasonable. Grindelwald would not deviate from his plan to eventually subjugate the Muggle world beneath his purportedly benevolent boot heel. He would not doubt himself because he was utterly convinced that his goals were right and good. His mantra, our mantra, if I am to be completely honest, was the prevailing doctrine that anything was acceptable for the greater good. Of course, I now knew that the vilest evils in the world could be justified by that cause. I gradually came to accept the fact that, somehow, someway, my longtime friend and compatriot had to be stopped. And yet, this problem would have to wait. I had learned my lesson. The duty to my family was my first priority. And amazingly, in the midst of it all, there were still moments of beauty. The time I spent with my sister necessarily drew me closer to her than I had ever been. I began to understand her unconscious impetus to deny her powers. What had begun as a defense mechanism had become a habit so ingrained that it was insurmountable. She had erected a barricade in herself so strong that she herself could no longer breach it. But the young witch inside that barricade was still there, beautiful and charming and eerily intelligent. Whenever I could coax her to show herself, we talked for hours at a stretch, and I began to realize something amazing. She truly did love the father of her child. She had met him on one of the frequent trips into the village, accompanied, as always, by the watchful eye of our mother. In a way, it was my mother's vigilance that facilitated their meeting. Ariana was always left outside the shop, waiting patiently on a bench, for fear of having an incident inside. There, waiting primly and obediently, she had caught the eye of the son of the shop owner, himself just back from university and preparing to begin a new life. He wanted nothing more than to make Ariana a part of that life. He had no knowledge of her heritage. To him, she was just a girl in the village with a rather overbearing mother. He began to watch for her appearances on the bench outside his father's shop, and to meet her there. Their courtship, short but bright, took root during those brief meetings. Soon enough, Ariana began to meet him in secret, arranging rendezvous in the wood between our cottage and the village. Now, of course, those meetings were prohibited. Aberforth watched over Ariana fiercely, never allowing her to leave the cottage on her own. I could not argue with my brother. Like my father, Aberforth's passions ran deep and implacable. But I could not allow Ariana's heart to be so broken. I took her with me just once into the village to see her man. As I bided my time in the shop, using Muggle money to purchase a deliberately time-consuming list of sundry goods, Ariana met the young man once again on the bench outside. I observed this through the window, and it was, to be sure, a wistfully sweet sight. The young man, Timothy was his name, was obviously quite smitten by Ariana. They barely touched as they spoke, forming the very picture of demure propriety. But he did once place a hand upon her protruding belly, carefully concealed beneath an oversized frock and apron. It was rather heartbreaking, and I wondered, fleetingly, if I was perhaps doing more harm than good by allowing it. And yet I did not regret it, neither then nor now. 1 month later, the first defining tragedy of our family occurred. There are those who know that my sister Ariana inadvertently killed our mother, Kendra Dumbledore. It happened when Ariana lost control of her powers catastrophically, causing a magical explosion that destroyed the rear bedroom of our cottage. No one knows the impetus of that explosion, other than that Ariana was disturbed, psychologically damaged, a danger to herself and everyone around her. I, of course, know the whole truth. Ariana did not lose control because she was mad, or angry, or mentally broken. She lost control because she was giving birth. The stress of bringing her baby into the world unleashed every shred of the magic that she had pent inside herself for the past decade. The birth of one life marked the ending of another. Some might call that rather poetic, I suppose. James paused his reading as the shock of these revelations took root in his mind. He had heard about Dumbledore's unfortunate past, of course. Thanks to Rita Skeeter's tell-all book, The Life and Lies of Albus Dumbledore, the whole of the magical world knew of Dumbledore's one-time friendship with the notorious Gellert Grindelwald, as well as his defining family tragedies. And yet, not even the salacious gossip of Skeeter's book had hinted at the darkest secret of all. Young Ariana's illegitimate child, born of a Muggle father, whose birth served as a harbinger of death. "I feel like we shouldn't be reading this," Rose said softly. James nodded. "It isn't the curse. It's just too private." "Bollocks to privacy," Albus countered. "All due respect and everything, but the bloke's dead. What I want to know is how in the world this diary got here. Why's some dodgy Durmstrang professor have it? How'd he get his hands on such a thing?" "Read some more, James." Nastasia nodded with uncharacteristic gravity. What happened next? James was reluctant to go on but knew it was the only thing to do. They'd come too far to turn back now. He leaned over the table once again and turned the page. "Aberforth and I buried our mother in the cemetery in Godric's Hollow. Few attended the funeral, which occurred on a dismayingly bright and cheerful day. Birds sang overhead and the infant boy, as yet unnamed, cooed and squealed along with them, comfortable in his mother's arms, ignorant of the gravity of the occasion. Ariana did not speak at the funeral. Indeed, she was nearly mute from that day onward. She felt responsible, of course. In her mind, she had killed our mother. I tried to console her, but my words were empty, even to my own ears. The death of one's last parent is a singularly unsettling experience under the best of circumstances. These were hardly the best of circumstances. Unfortunately, as anyone who has lived through a tragedy knows, life does, rather infuriatingly, go on. Aberforth returned to his care of the cottage and the fields. Ariana devoted herself exclusively to her infant son, and I reconciled myself to the task I had known would inevitably fall to me, to confront my old friend, Gellert Grindelwald. Thanks to him and his growing numbers of supporters, rumors of revolution were shaking the Ministry of Magic to its roots. Nothing was certain, and fear was everywhere. Lines were being drawn between friends, neighbors, even family members as both sides solidified, threatening an all-out fracture of the wizarding world. Thus, I wrote to Grindelwald, inviting a meeting. "Do not bring an entourage," I requested. "Come to where we first met," I suggested, to Godric's Hollow and our little cottage. There, I proposed we meet as we had in years past, as longtime comrades, brothers, friends. And he agreed. I see now that he thought I had changed my mind and repented of my disagreement with him. He came not as one prepared for confrontation, but rather as one embracing a contrite, wayward partner, a former dissenter who had seen the error of his ways. Perhaps that is why things went so poorly so very quickly. The warm embrace that marked our reunion swiftly turned to strained conversation as we sat in the cottage kitchen, a pair of teacups growing cold between us. Gellert was, if anything, even more stubborn than in the past. He overruled my objections without pause, turning the debate against me, insisting that I was siding with the very forces I had formerly railed against, the old institutions of ignorance and tradition. He was passionate and zealous, repeating our old mantras as if they were natural laws. Progress demands change. Restricting a wizard's full potential is slavery. The Muggle world needs magical rule for its own good. Dominion is the natural course of human development. I grew angry as he overruled me point by point, but I managed to keep my composure, to attempt to win him over with reason and friendship, despite the growing heat in our voices and the fists that pounded the table, rattling our teacups. Finally, however, he stood abruptly, knocking over his chair. He pointed toward the still damaged bedroom at the rear of the cottage. "Your own mother is dead because of the ignorance of the Muggles," he shouted. "They attacked your poor sister, broke her mind, sent her spiraling into years of denial of her very magical nature. Your father was the only one with sense enough to strike back. And did the Ministry of Magic reward his bravery? No, they punished him for it. As a result, he is dead. Your mother is dead. Your brother is a hopeless herder of goats. And your poor witch sister is deranged beyond words. You are the worst kind of fool, Albus. A fool whose folly is a weapon unto itself. The blood of your family is on your hands. And I, for one, despise you for it." With this, of course, my temper broke. It was inevitable. I leapt to my feet. Wands flashed. I attempted a mere disarming spell, meaning only to subdue and shame him. He was too fast, however, countering instantly. And with that, the duel was engaged. Technically, we were quite evenly matched. Gellert, however, had expanded his grasp of dark magic since I had last seen him, and this threw me off balance, forced me to retreat, to defend rather than to attack. And yet, as the duel progressed, this was not my greatest weakness. The simple fact was that I did not truly wish to defeat my old friend. I had summoned him to reason with him, to convince him of the error of his plans. I had no desire to destroy him. I was partly responsible for him, after all. I had helped define his revolutionary ideologies, and even in that moment, some small part of me still clung to them. My divided mind hobbled me. Grindelwald, however, had the zeal of absolute conviction on his side. He was an unstoppable force, firmly in the teeth of his perceived destiny. He would kill me, I realized, and feel quite justified in doing so. It would be regrettable but necessary, for the greater good. Spells flashed and exploded all around, illuminating and damaging the cottage as we fought. Fortunately, we were alone in our duel, both Ariana and Aberforth being out in the fields. The noise was indescribable, and I wondered that the cottage should be able to withstand such a magical onslaught. This was a distant concern, however, as my lack of conviction foretold my own impending loss. Gellert would defeat me, and all because I could not separate myself from the memory of our years together. I simply could not think of him as a true enemy, worthy of my fiercest attacks. Desperately, I broke away from the duel, turning my wand toward the hearth, destroying it and summoning an avalanche of broken stone. In the chaos, I escaped into the hall and ducked into a bedroom, sealing the door with an immobility charm. And only then did I learn that Gellert and I were not, in fact, alone in the cottage. Ariana's baby lay in the crib at the foot of the bed, his eyes wide, his tiny fists curled against his chest. He blinked at me silently, still wrapped in bedclothes. Coldness enveloped me. I could not allow harm to come to the child, especially not after what Gellert had said to me, because deep down I feared he was correct. Perhaps I was partly responsible for everything that had happened so far. Perhaps I should have joined my father in attacking those who had harmed Ariana. Perhaps my mother's blood was indeed on my hands. I shook these thoughts from my head and clamped my eyes shut. It was this very duplicity that weakened me. At the moment, I had no luxury for self-doubt. If I was to save myself and my infant nephew, if I was to defeat my former friend and newfound nemesis, I needed something more than magical prowess. I needed conviction. I needed to rid myself of the memories that hobbled me. I had no pensieve in those days, but I knew of their existence, and had experimented with them. I knew that they allowed a wizard to extract and view his own memories. What I needed in that moment, however, was a method of completely removing memories from my own mind, if only temporarily, if only for the time it would take to defeat Grindelwald. I knew such magic was possible, albeit fraught with dangers. But with no pensieve at my disposal, how could I accomplish such a thing? Where could I store the memories of my old friend? Where could I temporarily hide the clouding influence of our long history and shared ideas? Gellert pounded upon the door, not with his fists, but with a convulsive spell. I recognized the strength of it. He called to me, demanding that I open the door, that I face him and finish what was begun. I knew that he would not relent, and that the sealed door would not keep him long at bay. The walls shuddered and cracked as he renewed his attacks. And it is at this point in the tale that I hope the reader, not that there shall ever be one, will extend to me some small grace. I was young and desperate and afraid. I had, perhaps, a bit more intelligence than wisdom, for when I turned back to the darkness of the bedroom, I saw the very thing I most needed. I saw a pensieve. It awaited me patiently, silently, sucking its tiny fist as it regarded me with solemn, wide eyes. The infant could hold my conflicting thoughts for me. There was no harm in it. The child's tiny brain would no sooner comprehend them than it could comprehend the words in my spellbooks. My own thoughts and memories could lie undiluted in that tiny brain for the time it would take to defeat Grindelwald, leaving me unconflicted and steady of conviction. And that, I fear, is exactly what I did. I approached my infant nephew's crib even as the floor shook and the door pounded, even as magical light exploded through widening cracks in the ceiling and walls. I touched my wand to my head, and amidst the increasing chaos, I concentrated, calling on every shred of my creative magical energies. I siphoned off all memory of my friendship with Gellert Grindelwald, leaving no echo of it in my own mind. For good measure, I included all of our shared ideas, the inherent weakness of the Muggle world, the justification of all in the name of the greater good, the memories of my mother's death, and before that, Ariana's demented fugues, and even before that, the attack of those who did not understand her and her powers. I poured it all into a long, silvery thread, pulled it carefully from my own temple, and felt it emptying blissfully from my mind. The thread pulsed on the end of my wand, long and thick, loaded with my own haunting past. Even in the midst of the ensuing chaos, I felt some small thrill of gratification. The experiment had worked. Echoless memory extraction was indeed possible. With no compunction, carefully, gently, I placed the memory against the temple of my infant nephew. He absorbed it without blinking. I saw it vanish into his head, slowly but surely. When I took my wand from him, it was dark, empty, and cold. It was ready for battle, as was I. And here, dear impossible reader, is where my direct memory of these events falters. The rest I only know by the retelling of others, by guesswork, and by my own considerable skill at divination. The duel recommenced, but there was no clear winner. Ariana and Aberforth returned to the cottage in a panic at the very height of the battle, finding two figures locked in warfare so bright, so intense, so devastating that it destroyed what remained of the cottage. Ariana, unfortunately, was killed, crushed in the wreckage. Aberforth was thrown some distance away, unconscious as the cottage burned merrily, sparking with magical aftermath. Gellert Grindelwald barely escaped with his life, chased by his nemesis, a man whose conviction had returned in force, shocking in its severity and grim in its determination. And forgotten amidst it all, if only for a moment, was a young baby boy, crying amidst the flames as the cottage crashed all around him. His cries floated into the night air, reaching the ears of a man who had run to the cottage in alarm, summoned by the noise of the duel. Finding the cottage collapsing in flames, the man, a poor itinerant muggle of nearly 50, braved the inferno, burning his hands quite severely as he sought out the tiny wailing cries. He took the baby home to his wife. He assumed that the baby's family had died in the fire. He and his wife raised the baby as their own, taking him with them on their interminable travels, naturally untraceable, even when, some years later, they finally settled on the coast of Norway's Svalbard region. And as the baby grew, as his tiny brain expanded and took on language and began to form its own memories, the thoughts that had been planted inside him began to blossom. Like an invasive vine consuming an entire garden, the power of those memories took control of the boy. He somehow knew they were not his, but he absorbed them helplessly. They defined him. His innate personality bent before the personality injected into him, even influencing his appearance. He became the person from whom those memories originated. He resented this, and simultaneously embraced it. He hated the person that had invaded him, made him his dark mirror. But there was a good side, because that person had been powerful. And even at a young age, even in the midst of a perfectly prosaic Muggle upbringing, the boy knew that power was good. Someday it would allow him to become everything that his benign double had been afraid to be. I, of course, was that boy. I have adopted the name given to me by my Muggle family, Avier Dorcaskathan, but I am now, and will forever be, Albus Dumbledore's unwitting doppelganger. He abandoned me to my fate. Admittedly, he searched for me. I know this now. I have made quite a study of my now-dead benefactor. But he failed to find me. He failed because I did not wish to be found. I used his own prodigious magic to construct a shield, to hide myself from him and others like him. He made me. He gave me both his convictions and his powers. The guilt of this consumed him, but I would not allow him relief. I was a mere ghost to him, untraceable, haunting his past. I desired nothing more than that he live with the torment of what he had done. Not to mention the fact that, had he found me, he could have undone his work. He could have removed the memories that define me, and with them the exceptional power that drives me. I refused to allow that to happen, despite the fact that his memories imprison me. I am their slave, and for me there is no respite, no bliss of a pensive. I am a pensive, you see. This is the burden that I have borne throughout my years. I lived in the terror that Albus Dumbledore would find me and take from me his dark gift. And yet, I lived in the hope that he would find me nonetheless and grant me release. The friction of those two desires was like a fault line in my soul, tearing me in two. But now, thankfully, blessedly, Albus Dumbledore is dead. His body lies buried in a white tomb. I go there to be sure of it sometimes, to assure myself that he is indeed gone, a mere husk of dead flesh and bone. His death has freed me. Now, finally, I will accomplish the destiny that he was too conflicted to fulfill. I will finish the work of the man he bested, for I have the best of both of them. I have Gellert Grindelwald's singular conviction and Albus Dumbledore's unmatched power. Let this record stand for the manifesto I could never write, but which will surely arise once my work is complete. My plan is set into motion. The pieces move according to my design. Allies have come to my side. Soon, the destiny of all magical kind will be fulfilled with finality. For wizard kind, for progress, for the natural order, for the greater good. James stared at the diary's last phrase, too stunned to move. Albus stirred next to him. Tentatively, he reached forward and turned the page. It was blank. You were right, James, Rose said, awed. Avier is Dumbledore's magical twin. James shook his head. He's not a twin at all, he said, stepping back from the diary. He's something else, something worse. He's a golem, Nastasia said soberly. Albus glanced at her. A what? A golem. We just learned about them in Professor Bunyan's History of Magic. It's a clay statue brought to life by a magical scroll in its head. The words on the scroll give it its personality and drive its every action. Except the words on Avier's scroll are all the worst things about Albus Dumbledore. Rose nodded, her eyes wide and grave. It's all of his faults, but without any of his virtues. He's evil Dumbledore. The words hung in the air, sounding simultaneously preposterous and chilling. And in the main chamber of Avier's office, the hearth flared bright green, illuminating the room and throwing shadows up onto the flimsy curtains of the diary alcove. He's coming, Albus declared, slamming the diary shut. Quick, hide. Instinctively, James jerked the alcove curtains shut and threw himself against the wall next to them, dragging Nastasia alongside. Albus and Rose disappeared in a flurry of vanishing fabric. At precisely the same moment, a pair of footsteps clunked onto the stone floor of the main chamber. A shadowy silhouette appeared against the alcove curtains as the green light died away, replaced with flickering yellow. For nearly a minute, the shadowy figure did not move. James struggled to hold his breath. He realized he was still clutching Nastasia to him. Silently, he let go of her and pushed her backwards into the alcove. She sidled up next to him. And then, startling James severely, the shadowy figure spoke his name. James Potter. I knew we would meet again. Do come out. There is no need to hide. James couldn't move. His eyes bulged in the darkness. It wasn't just that he was caught. It was that the voice was all wrong. He had expected Professor Avier. But this voice was different. It was deeper, more vicious, with a hint of a teasing growl in it. He recognized it. The last time he had heard it, he'd been in New Amsterdam. He turned to Nastasia, his eyes wide and shocked. The collector? He mouthed. She frowned at him in the darkness. Finally, the silhouette on the curtains moved. You've been reading my diary, Mr. Potter? The voice chided. You should not be surprised that I know this. The warnings at the beginning were quite clear. As you read my words, I read you. Be grateful that I waited for you to finish before interrupting you. Nastasia was still frowning at James in the dark. She shook her head. Avier, she mouthed. She was right. Despite how the voice had initially sounded, it was now unmistakably that of Avier Dorcaskathan. Behind James, the curtains jerked back, opening fully and admitting the yellow flicker of the hearth, as well as a long, tall shadow on the back wall. There is no need to fear, Mr. Potter, the shadow said. And good evening to you as well, Miss Hendricks. Nastasia smiled and shrugged. Why not? When in Rome. Lots of sugar, lots of cream if you don't mind. Of course, the figure sighed. James turned and looked up, studying the tall figure. It was Professor Avier, right down to the half-moon spectacles, crooked, blade-like nose, and rakish peaked hat. He smiled coolly at James, then, with a welcoming sweep of his arm, beckoned them into the office proper. You now know all of my secrets, Mr. Potter, he said, noticing James' hesitance. Please, let us not stand on formality. We are like the closest of friends and the deepest of confidants. You need not hesitate in my presence. Nastasia tugged at James' arm, drawing him out of the alcove. He followed her to a large, low sofa near the hearth. She plopped onto it easily, but James remained standing. Ask what you will, Mr. Potter, Avier called as he flicked his wand, summoning a silver tea set from across the room. It lofted effortlessly, glinting in the darkness, and followed him to the sofa. It does not take an expert at divination to know that you are simply bursting with questions. James' lips remained clamped shut. The truth was that he was so full of questions, and no small amount of fear, that he felt completely stymied. Finally, as Avier used his wand to levitate the teapot and fill a steaming cup, one question pushed to the forefront of his curiosity. Why did you let us read your diary? Avier smiled as he poured a second cup. Straight to the root of the matter, he nodded. Your forthrightness is one of your strongest traits, Mr. Potter. It's a gift, really. He finished pouring the tea, and then settled himself into a large armchair opposite the sofa. He stared at James over his raised teacup, smiling faintly. I allowed you to read my diary, Mr. Potter, he answered slowly. Because I wished you to. I knew you were curious about me. That is why I invited you to my quarters, if you'll recall. I knew that if we were to be friends, and perhaps even compatriots, then we needed to start with the foundation of trust and honesty. I already knew your story, James. I have been quite a student of your exploits, albeit secretly. It was only fair, then, that you should know mine. James shook his head, confused. But why? What's the point? I mean, I feel sort of bad for what happened to you and all. Tut, Avier said, closing his eyes and raising a thin hand. You misunderstand me, James. You really might try being a bit more like Miss Hendricks here. She understands these things very well, I suspect. Am I correct, young lady? Nastasia bobbed her head and swirled her tea. You wanted James to know your story because it makes you both even. It's fair that way. No secrets. Precisely, Avier nodded. I do not require your sympathy, James, nor anyone else's. I do not begrudge my fate any longer. No, in fact, I embrace it. The simple fact is that I do not suffer from my benefactor's greatest flaw. Albus Dumbledore, you see, was a legendary keeper of secrets. He hid them away from those who most deserved his trust. Your father, James, suffered for this. For months at a stretch, Albus Dumbledore kept him deliberately in the dark, starved of information and trust. Even today, this torments your father, although I doubt he is fully aware of it himself. Had Dumbledore been fully honest with Harry, things might have been different. Why, Dumbledore might even still be alive. Avier paused, his face clouding slightly at this idea. After a moment, he shook himself. My point is this. Albus Dumbledore spent a lifetime hiding much and revealing little. I do not suffer from that error. I have laid bare my complete past to you, James, as a sign of trust, of balance. James finally sank onto the couch next to Nastasia. But I still don't understand. Why? Avier turned from James to Nastasia, his eyebrows rising inquisitively. Have you read the books based on the famed Harry Potter, Miss Hendricks? The ones by the talented Ms. Revalvier. Nastasia nodded and grinned. Who didn't? When I was a kid, we devoured them like candy. Tell me, Avier went on, gazing thoughtfully into the darkness overhead. Why do you believe it is important to me that I undo the mistakes of my unwitting twin? Nastasia drew a deep breath and seemed to give the question a moment's thought. James watched her, both impressed and annoyed at her apparent ease. I suppose because just as old Dumbledore needed Harry, you need James, she finally suggested, shrugging. Wheels within wheels, history repeating itself and all that. Well, Avier hedged. Need is a rather strong word. But I do believe you have hit upon the crux of the matter nonetheless, Miss Hendricks, and I am not surprised. Time, James, is a circle. You are too young to know this, but the past does repeat itself all the time, endlessly. Even the Muggles understand this. They have a saying, those who do not study history are doomed to repeat it. But this is a flawed idea. The wisest of us do not shy away from repeating history. The wisest of us seek to recognize the patterns and not just repeat them, but improve upon them. Harry Potter and Albus Dumbledore were the first cycle. You and I, James, are the second. We must not make the mistakes they did. I have done my part by not withholding my past from you, as Dumbledore did with your father. Similarly, I have hopes that you will make an effort not to repeat your father's miscalculations. James' mind was reeling. The frown on his face felt permanently plastered there. He shook his head worriedly. I don't know what you mean. What am I supposed to do? It's simple, James, Avier answered easily. You have begun to oppose me. You do not know it, but it is true. You followed me in the Forbidden Forest, uncovered some small corner of my plan, and attempted to reveal it to the powers that be, for all the good that it will do. This is not the way it is supposed to happen, my young friend. Destiny has a different plan for you. He glanced toward his desk, toward the oversized chessboard with its arranged pieces. We all have our parts to play. We must improve upon history, not thwart it. We must not make the same errors as Dumbledore and your legendary father. James shook his head again, more firmly this time. But they didn't make any mistakes. They won, didn't they? I mean, sure, Dumbledore died. Maybe that could have been prevented somehow. But together with a load of friends and helpers they beat Voldemort. And under the circumstances, Avier nodded, setting his teacup aside on a small table. That was somewhat regrettably necessary. The Dark Lord suffered from delusions of crippling grandeur. He had become a caricature, a megalomaniac. He had forgotten his true purpose, and therefore become a liability. I watched all of this, knew how it must end, even without the aid of my divinations. The cycle was not ready to be complete. But now the cycle is begun anew. Now it will be accomplished as it should have been then. The strategy of visionary, if misunderstood, wizards since Salazar Slytherin himself will finally be brought to fruition. A cold chill ran down James' back, settling in his feet and turning them to blocks of ice. Not for the first time, he longed for the steadying counsel of Headmaster Merlin, whose worldview had always seemed so comfortingly simple, if frustratingly black and white. But, You're talking about destroying the vow of secrecy and taking over the Muggle world. Avier shook his head and chuckled. My dear James, the vow of secrecy is already destroyed. It was shattered by the hand of your own friend and soulmate, Petra Morganstern. Like it or not, you were instrumental in that act. You see, you have already begun to fulfill the role destiny has determined for you. Just as Harry Potter was instrumental to Albus Dumbledore, so are you destined to walk beside me, to help bring the wizarding world into its long-awaited golden age. James wanted to leave, to run, to find himself anywhere other than this room, surrounded by these mad, impossible words and that knowing, all too familiar face. Helplessly, he glanced aside at Nastasia. She sipped her tea and looked back at him mildly. Seeing no help there, James returned his attention to the professor. This isn't really you talking, he said, trying to make sense of what was happening. It's the bits of Dumbledore he put into your head when you were a baby. The parts he knew were bad. You're just a golem. Avier's face darkened as James spoke. I'll thank you not to use my generosity against me, Mr. Potter, he said coolly. I shared my history with you to prove my honesty, not to provide you the illusion of leverage. Has it ever occurred to you that Albus Dumbledore was, in fact, right? Not the old man that befriended and used your father, but the young man that was my uncle? The friend and co-revolutionary of Gellert Grindelwald? It was Albus Dumbledore himself who coined the phrase, for the greater good. The man you revere once knew that Wizardkin's true destiny was to rule, to rise to a rightful position of superiority over the Muggle world, not as a tyrant, such was Lord Voldemort's mistake, but as a shepherd, a guardian, and yes, a warden. This is both the burden and the glory of wizardkind, for the Muggles' benefit as well as ours. They need us, after all. We have thus far failed them. Young Dumbledore was right. Surely you must see this. James was shaking his head slowly as Avier spoke, his brow furrowing. Dumbledore changed his mind. He got older, wiser. He knew that if the wizarding world ever rose to power over Muggles, that power would become corrupted. Tyrants would take over. Nobody can handle that much control without abusing it. This is what you are taught. Avier nodded. And as a rule, it is true. But there are a select few of us for whom such axioms do not apply. For this unique handful, it is our duty to prove the rule, by being its exception. Nastasia nodded blithely. Makes sense to me. James turned toward her in disbelief, his eyes wide. She grinned at him and James saw the mean glint in her eye of her other. Nasty. She winked at him. So it really is you, then, James said, speaking to Avier and standing once again, shoving a hand into his pocket for his wand. You really are planning to set off some sort of magical superweapon at Hogwarts at the end of the year, attacking and killing a bunch of Muggle world leaders. Revolutions are simple math, Mr. Potter. Avier bowed his head sadly. The winner is always the one willing to provide the right number of casualties. The Morrigan Web is a mysterious, dastardly weapon. Of that there is no doubt. But its black grandiosity is what makes it so effective. Better a single strike, cutting down all opposition at once, than an interminable war, rife with unintended victims, innocent bystanders, and unfortunate human shields. This, after all, is how human leaders maintain the illusion of superiority. Not by being the most powerful, but by hiding behind the most soldiers. If you think about it, my plan, targeting the leaders themselves surgically like the cancers that they are, is more than humane. It is our moral responsibility. You're completely bloody mad. James shook his head slowly. You're not just planning to kill Muggle world leaders. You'll kill wizard leaders as well. The Minister of Magic himself will be there, as well as loads of other wizard presidents and kings and chancellors. Avier nodded, grimacing. Alas, the cancer has spread to the ranks of wizardkind as well, James. But even amongst wizards, government leaders are simply the tools in the hands of the populace. If a tool ceases performing its function, it must be destroyed and replaced. James backed away slightly, slowly, his right hand still buried in his robes, fisted on his wand. "The Morrigan Web," he said slowly. "Sure. All right then. So tell me, if I am going to join you, work with you, what does it do? How does it work?" Avier chuckled breezily. "There is a reason I had to destroy Mr. Warlick," he said, his eyes twinkling. "Even my greatest allies can become liabilities simply by knowing too much. Warlick knew very, very much. It was a shame to kill him, for he was an effective tool, but it was prudent and necessary. Had he been captured, say, by your father James, as he already was once, he might have revealed the very secrets you ask. Believe me, I am doing you a favor by not revealing to you the mysteries and secrets of the Morrigan Web. Besides, you do me a disservice. You do not mean to assist me even now, but to find a weakness, to take advantage of me, to thwart me. I do not blame you for this. Alliances such as ours take time." A thought occurred to James, creasing his brow as he looked directly at Avier. "How do you know all this?" "The Morrigan Web was created by some bloke in the United States, some daft American wizard, using a bunch of Muggle slaves to gather his supplies. He's got to know all of your secrets, too, doesn't he? Are you planning on killing him as well? We've met him, and I've got a pretty good idea that killing him would be a lot harder than killing Warlick." He'd expected Avier to be angry at this, or shocked and surprised. Instead, the old professor simply shook his head and laughed softly, closing his eyes again. "James, my boy, I admit I expected more from you. You are smart. I provided you with all of the necessary pieces. All you had to do was put them together. But perhaps I should not blame your wit. It takes more than mere intelligence to comprehend such cunning. In time, you may develop the proper skills, as Miss Hendricks has done." Avier leaned forward now, meeting James' gaze, his own eyes piercingly blue above his half-moon glasses. "Look closely at me, James. What do you see?" James did look closely, squinting. As usual, he hadn't brought his glasses. He shook his head vaguely. "It is not unusual for witches and wizards to learn the art of the animagus," Avier said, lowering his voice to a low rumble. "Your own Professor McGonagall has mastered this skill. She transforms herself into a common feline at will. I have simply taken this technique to the next level." He stood, removing his spectacles and tucking them into his robe. Still smiling, he withdrew his pointed hat from his head and dropped it unceremoniously to the chair behind him. "I have mastered the art of transfiguring myself into the most dangerous animal of them all." His smile widened, showing all of his teeth. He spread his arms slowly. "The human animal." As he spoke, he changed. His narrow shoulders expanded. His thin arms grew round with muscle beneath his robes. His beard shortened, darkened, and shrank away to no more than a gray shadow on his cheeks and chin. But worst of all was his face. The kindly, wizened visage of Albus Dumbledore grew cold, chiseled, with cruel, sneering lips and eyes black as tar. "I need not fear what my compatriot in the United States knows," the professor's new face said with its deeper, gloating voice, "because I am he. The collector is my alter ego, my mask. It is the face I shall wear as I ascend to power in the United States, and soon after, the world." James nearly fell backwards onto the sofa. He steadied himself clumsily, unable to take his eyes away from the professor's new, dark visage. "But," he stammered, his voice suddenly very dry, "but you sent monsters after us. You tried to kill us." "I did indeed," the transformed figure said. bowing his head as if offering an apology for an accidental slight. I was perhaps a bit rash. I invented the collector as a sort of puppet, a decoy, but he has developed rather a personality of his own. When I am in his guise, I admit, he occasionally gets the better of me. And yet, in my defense, I did not then know how important you might be to me, James. I did not respect the role you would play. Things are different now. I do beg your forgiveness as we forge our potential new alliance. I won't form any alliance with you, James said, finally drawing his wand shakily from his robe. I just won't. The collector looked pained. That would be regrettable, James. Please, for your own sake, I beg you not to answer so quickly. History will repeat itself, but with subtle changes. Think back to the past. Albus Dumbledore was killed in the course of the last cycle, cut down by the wand of a friend disguised as an enemy. If you resist me, if you attempt to stand in the path of destiny, I fear this time you may be cut down by the wand of an enemy, disguised as a friend. James sensed movement out of the corner of his eye. He glanced aside and saw that Nastasia had stood as well. Her wand was out, pointed at him. The look on her face was regretful, but steady and unflinching. Sorry, James? She shrugged one shoulder. I tried to tell you not to trust me. Really, I gave you plenty of warning. James shook his head, his confusion steadily overwhelmed by a sort of disgusted anger. You're in on this? She rolled her eyes impatiently. Don't get all high and mighty on me. I just figured it all out a few days before you did. The only difference between you and me is that I know the professor is right. That's a pretty major difference. James spat, raising his own wand. He nearly killed us in New Amsterdam. Expelliarmus, Nastasia called in a bored voice, flicking her wand at him. James' wand wrenched out of his hand and spun through the air. Nastasia caught it deftly. Wow, she said, impressed with herself. That was pretty good, wasn't it? You totally should have seen that coming. Power belongs to those unafraid to use it, the collector said approvingly, still standing before his armchair. You could learn a lot from Miss Hendricks, James. The Americans have always appreciated the inevitability of progress. Of course, she is helped very much by her family heritage. I recognized this immediately about her. Blood carries its own memories, and hers is a very rich blood indeed. James studied Nastasia's face. Nasty. That would be easier, wouldn't it? She smiled wanly, her wand still pointed unflinchingly at him. James was dismayed to see that this wasn't some fractured half-version of Nastasia's personality. This was all of her, both nasty and Ashia, working together if reluctantly. He backed further away from her, although he sensed it was no use. Behind him was bare stone wall, flanked by pillars. Across from him, the chamber entrance was guarded by the imposing clockwork figure of tall Et Umr. All right, James stammered quickly, glancing from Nastasia to the collector. What do you want? The collector spread his hands, palms up. All I want, James, he smiled, is your consideration, your patience, your willingness to entertain the idea that I may, in fact, be right. You will find this difficult to believe, but I am not a bad man. I myself am simply a tool in the hand of destiny, fortunate enough to be available at this all-important, pivotal moment in history. What I desire from you is a decision. Will you help take us forward into a new golden age of wizardkind? Or will you, like so many others, be crushed in the teeth of progress? As he spoke, the collector turned aside, approaching the desk. You see, James, there is no mechanism by which the cycle can be stopped this time. Forces beyond comprehension have aligned to assure this. Destiny is no longer a mute force, cold and distant. Destiny is now one of our tools, a cord to be stretched and tied at will. He glanced back at James, smiling conspiratorially. A crimson thread, as it were, is very nearly within our grasp, ready to be sewn as we wish, forming a tapestry of our own design. James knew what the horrible figure was referring to. In his mind, he saw the mysterious loom of destinies in the cellar of Alma Alaron's archive, frozen in place, no longer weaving its magical, interminable tale of human history, all because of a single stolen red thread. He heard the voice of Merlin, both grave and foreboding. "This changes everything. The crimson thread," he whispered. "The Lady of the Lake." The collector ignored him. He turned back to the desk and, almost daintily, plucked a piece from the oversized chessboard. It was one of the crystal knights. The tiny figure glimmered and sparkled in his hand. "Your choice, James," he mused, staring at the chess piece, "is not whether to join me or to attempt to stop me. There is no stopping me now. The pieces are very nearly in place. The secrets of the Morrigan Web are safely hidden. The plan of months and years and centuries is now in motion. No, James. Your choice is to join me or to die." The collector's words hung in the air like smoke, lingering, echoing in James' head. Was he really being threatened with death? Right here, right now? He glanced toward Nastasia's outstretched wand, then to her eyes. She offered him an impatient grimace and a minute shake of her head, as if to say, "What are you waiting for, stupid?" Across the room, a ruffle of fabric and a sudden movement caught James' attention. A hand appeared in midair, hovering a few feet behind the collector. The hand, James recognized it as Albus, was fisted around a wand. "Petrificus," he called, his voice muffled beneath the invisibility cloak, and then, interrupting himself, "Ah, bugger!" There was a scuffle, a grunt, and Albus' hand swung toward the floor, dropping his wand. James' relief was replaced with annoyed frustration as both Albus and Rose tumbled out from beneath the cloak, falling atop each other onto the stone floor. The collector did not turn around. "Amazing things, invisibility cloaks," he commented idly, "but with the fatal flaw of being a constant tripping hazard. Miss Hendricks, please assure that our new guests won't cause any trouble." Nastasia rolled her eyes irritably and, cursing under her breath, summoned both Rose's and Albus' wands. They clacked against James as they flew into her hand. "Welcome, my young friends," the collector announced. "I'd have offered you tea as well, but you seem to be so enjoying your sense of secret adventure. Please, if you would just stand over there, we'll be finished here quite soon." Rose made to throw herself upon Nastasia, but a mere wave of the collector's wand tossed her backwards, knocking Albus aside. Both tumbled messily to the floor next to the Jiskra's giant birdcage. "Stop it!" James cried, stepping forward again. "Leave them alone." Still holding the crystal knight in his left hand, the collector looked back at James, his expression serious. "Let this be a lesson, Mr. Potter. Your decisions are never yours alone. The repercussions influence everyone around us. Your brother and cousin, for instance. But I know what you are thinking. You are thinking of your poor, unfortunate cousin Lucy." He nodded slowly, his eyes unwavering. "She paid the ultimate price for your decisions, did she not? Pity you haven't learned how to avoid such errors. Or have you? Be careful. Your next words will decide the course of many, many lives." But it was not James who spoke next. It was Albus. "Hey, Professor," he said, adopting his most churlish tone of voice. "You forgot. We Slytherins don't need wands to cause trouble." James turned toward his brother, as did Nastasia and the collector. Albus had both of his hands hooked into the framework of the Jiskra's cage. With a hard grin, he heaved it over. The cage toppled, crashed, and broke open. With an ear-splitting screech, the Jiskra burst out of it, seeming to immediately double in size as it reared, unfurling great leathery wings matted with red feathers. The two heads pivoted on goose-like necks, swiveling furiously, and locking fixedly onto Albus. "Oh, bugger!" Albus cried again, grabbing Rose and yanking her aside. The Jiskra screeched, this time exhaling a directed spray of mist. From one head, the other head spat a streak of white sparks, like a stone striking a flint. The sparks ignited the mist, which exploded into blue-orange flame. James boggled as the flames filled the space where, only a moment before, Albus and Rose had been standing. Fire bloomed against the wall, lighting an enormous tapestry. A hand suddenly seized James' wrist. He glanced up to see Nastasia, her wand lowered, her face wide-eyed and impatient, dragging him toward the fireplace. "Come on, Cornelius," she declared. "You want to become a permanent resident?" The collector strode forward, his wand raised. For the moment, however, he was distracted by the burning tapestry. A jet of water erupted from his wand, hissing against the flames. "Al!" James cried. "Rose!" Nastasia grabbed a small pot from the mantel over the fireplace. Flue powder, of course. She heaved it into the fire, where it shattered. "Jump!" she commanded, pulling James along with her. Green flames swirled around him as he half leapt, half fell into the hearth. Behind him, Rose screamed. Albus cursed. The collector roared. An instant later, the noise fell away, engulfed in spinning green flames. Wherever James and Nastasia were headed, he could only hope that his cousin and brother had both the good sense and great fortune to follow. Chapter 16. The Woes of Filch. Something cold and hard reared up out of the fire and struck James, knocking the wind out of him. He tumbled, realizing he had fallen back out of green flames and onto a stone floor. "Where are we?" he panted, struggling to get to his feet, dizzy from the unexpected journey through the fireplace. "Are we back home?" Nastasia scrambled upright next to him, glancing around. "We aren't home," she answered bluntly. A circular wrought iron stairway stood in front of them, leading up to a low balcony. Huge pots lined the narrow walkway above, trailing vines and oversized leaves. "We didn't even leave Durmstrang," James exclaimed. "We went to the last place Avier traveled from, his own classroom." Oof! He tumbled forward as another figure bowled into him, erupting from the green flames of the classroom's fireplace. A fourth figure tackled all three of them, knocking the entire assembly to the floor in a messy heap. "Must go faster," Albus panted in James' ear. "Run! Go, go, go!" He clambered upright, planting a knee in James' back as he went. Rose screamed again, much closer this time, as the green fire flared once more. A large, complicated shape exploded from the hearth, trailing flames and screeching monstrously. The Jiskra landed directly behind James, its wings flapping for balance, its twin heads swiveling. It spied him with its 4 beady eyes and reared. James rolled frantically aside, barely avoiding the blast of liquid fire. Hands grabbed at him, dragging him to his feet as the Jiskra scrambled forward, wings flailing, struggling for flight. Footsteps clanked on the iron stairs as Albus pounded up, followed by Rose, Nastasia, and, stumbling in the rear, James. Claws scrabbled at the railings as the Jiskra lurched up after them, half flying, screeching with both of its heads. "Wands!" Albus cried, scrambling onto the balcony. "Nastasia, give us our bloody wands." "No time," Nastasia exclaimed. "I don't even know whose are." "Whose?" A burst of fire boiled up through the wrought iron balcony floor, singing the leaves of the Yuxa baslatma plants. The Jiskra followed, mounting the balcony railing and launching into the air. It flapped overhead, flailing and snatching at the ducking students with its claws. "Ow!" Rose exclaimed, tripping amongst the plants. "I'm caught." James clambered to a halt behind her, seeing that Rose had, indeed, become enmeshed in the trailing, flowering vines of the plants. He grabbed her arm and pulled fiercely, dragging her forward. The vines tugged back, popping and ripping free of their pot, trailing tendrils of dirt-choked roots. "What are you waiting for?" Albus called impatiently, tramping down the second stairway. "We're nearly there." He pointed toward the open double doors below and the corridor beyond. James gave one more grunting tug on Rose's arm, pulling her free of the Yuxa plant just as the Jiskra swooped overhead again, spraying a trail of flame. Rose's hair and robes caught fire and she screamed once again, flailing helplessly. James grabbed his cousin and flung his own robe over her, damping the flames. Next to him, he realized with some shock, Nastasia was doing the same. Her own pink hair was singed and smoking. The Jiskra screeched furiously, circling back. Nastasia herded Rose ahead of her as they pelted between the plants. They reached the second stairway and began to scramble down. A shadow fell over them, and James turned back to see the Jiskra filling his vision. Its wings spread, its red claws and glinting black talons extended. He did the first thing that came to his mind. He lunged forward and grabbed the Jiskra's legs with both hands, narrowly avoiding its hooked talons. The great bird screeched, lurched forward off balance, thrashed its wings, and crashed heavily onto the potted Yuxa baslatma plants, knocking several of them over. They crashed to the floor below, shattering their ancient pots like bombs. James refused to let go of the Jiskra's struggling, scaly legs, even as it drug him backwards, screeching and flailing back into the air, pulled him with it, tumbling him right over the ledge of the balcony. James' feet swung down wildly over the classroom tables, weighing the great bird down. It flapped frantically, fighting to stay in the air, but finally failed, bashing against the opposite balcony and flinging James off. He fell between the desks, knocking chairs in every direction. Miraculously unhurt, he lunged aside, hiding under a table as the bird landed atop it with a heavy thump, breathing a gout of furious, boiling fire. Shoving chairs aside, James crawled frantically beneath the tables, angling toward the classroom's open doors. Ahead of him, he saw Albus, Rose, and Nastasia running, entering the torchlight of the corridor. Rose skidded to a halt and looked back, her eyes wild, her hair trailing smoke. After only a moment's terrified hesitation, she lunged back, reaching for James as he scrambled from beneath the last table. "Rose, no!" he cried, trying to bat her away. "Run!" "Shut up, you great idiot!" she shouted. "I'm trying to save you. I don't need saving. You sure could have fooled me." Stumbling to his feet, James hurtled toward the open doors, pulled along by Rose. A shape blew over them, covering them with flying grit and hot breath. They slid to a halt as the Jiskra slammed down in front of them, blocking both doors with its spread wings. His beaks gnashed and screeched, snapping forward. James grabbed Rose, tried to shove her behind him, but it was too late. The Jiskra reared, filling its chest to spray one final blast of flame. Something struck it from behind, hard enough to knock it forward. Both heads bashed against the stone floor, exhaling violently but harmlessly in two directions. Great leathery wings clapped down, spreading on the floor like enormous, dirty fans. Behind the stunned Jiskra, framed in the open doorway, were both Albus and Nastasia, wands raised. "This isn't even my wand," Albus suddenly exclaimed, raising the wand and examining it critically. "This is Rose's." "Bloody hell, I just used a girl's wand." "It won't stay down long," James said, pulling Rose forward. "Come on." Together, they leapt over the Jiskra, barely missing the feathery plume of its tail. It was already stirring, beginning to push itself upright. Pelting as fast as they could, the 4 students navigated the corridors, threading their way back to the tower roof and the waiting vanishing cabinet. Durmstrang students clambered out of the way, cursing back at them angrily, but only for a moment, since the Jiskra was still chasing them, hurtling along through the corridors like a great red kite, bouncing off the walls, screeching and shredding tapestries with its talons. As one, James, Rose, Albus, and Nastasia hurled themselves into the cabinet, nearly knocking it over entirely. The door clapped shut behind them, sealing them gratefully, if uncomfortably, in its cramped confines. A flash and a thump later, the 4 tumbled out onto the floor before the Slytherin table in the Hogwarts Great Hall. "Ow!" Albus complained. "James, get off my head, you big bampot." Clumsily, Rose, Nastasia, and James extricated themselves from the heap, pulling Albus upright with them. James looked up to see the great hall filled with students, all staring blankly at them, interrupted in the midst of the evening meal. In the rear of the hall, Filch raised his chin and fingered his cane, obviously trying to stifle a mean grimace. Next to James, Rose's hair was still smoking. Vines were twisted around her sleeves. Albus' face was smeared with Jiskra soot. All of them bore scratches and torn clothing from the Jiskra's slashing talons. "May I ask?" A strident female voice spoke up behind James. "Just what you 4 are up to." James turned guiltily on the spot, spying Professor McGonagall. She had arisen to her feet at the head table. Next to her, the headmaster's chair was empty. James began, but was interrupted as the Durmstrang vanishing cabinet exploded next to him. The green polished door shattered, spraying planks in every direction as a monstrous red shape rocketed through it, screeching and crashing extravagantly onto the Slytherin table. Screams filled the air as panicked Slytherins lurched backwards, climbing over each other to escape the smashing crockery, flying silverware, and in the midst of it all, the rearing, thrashing shape of the Jiskra. "Oh, bugger it all to hell and back!" Albus cried helplessly, brandishing the wand in his hand once again. "Stupefy!" The red spell missed the great bird, exploding instead against a window and shattering it. The great hall erupted into chaos. Half of the assembly fled toward the main doors while the other half milled confusedly in their way, unsure of what was happening. Obviously overwhelmed and frantic, the Jiskra scrabbled along the Slytherin table, smashing more crockery and flailing its wings, finally hurling itself into the air over the heads of terrified, scrambling students. James grabbed his wand back from Nastasia and joined Albus in attempting to stun the great bird as it soared toward the enchanted ceiling, spraying fire and screaming terribly. Hundreds of the great hall's floating candles bashed and broke before the Jiskra as it circled, swooping low and setting the tablecloths aflame. More spells joined James and Albus, streaking overhead in jets of red, green, and yellow, striking the rafters and spraying magical sparks like fireworks. The Jiskra's flight path, however, was too crazed and random to allow accurate aiming. It streaked low again, swooping over the head table. Professor Flitwick leapt atop the table and ran after the great red beast, peppering it with freezing charms. Behind him, Professors McGonagall and DeBellows fired their own wands, sending protective spells over the fleeing, rioting students and putting out the many fires. Amidst it all, the ghost of the Bloody Baron chased the Jiskra, swooping wildly and thrashing his phantasmic sword. "I've got it!" Albus cried, leaping atop the detritus of the Slytherin table and waving his wand. "I've got it! One more shot!" A shadow hurtled over him and a great red claw snatched the wand from his hand. With a sharp crack the Jiskra broke the wand in two, tossing the pieces across the great hall. With a vicious screech, it circled back, aiming for Albus with its twin snaking heads. "It's got me!" Albus exclaimed, his eyes widening. "It's got me! Get out of the way!" He made to leap off the table, but the crowd was too thick, milling and screaming and firing random spells into the air. James made to grasp at his brother's robes, to pull him down and out of the Jiskra's reach, but a huge, dark figure suddenly moved in front of him, completely blocking his path. The figure smelled vaguely of barn and wet leather. "Gotcha!" The figure bellowed jovially, grunting with sudden effort. A wash of gritty air and flying debris blasted over James as the Jiskra thrashed its wings, suddenly held in place by a pair of enormous, ham-like hands. It was Hagrid, of course, smiling despite everything, his beetle-black eyes filled with twinkling joy. "Well now, who might ye be my little pet?" he said, as if he had just caught a kitten by the paws rather than a monstrous fire beast by its thrashing wings. The Jiskra reared and spat a blast of flame at Hagrid's face, but Hagrid ducked, raising the bird overhead so that its torch billowed over the tables, melting more of the floating candles into a rain of wax. "You're a lively one, Aincha," Hagrid chided, laughing. "Hagrid!" Professor McGonagall called, her voice cracked and shaking with rage. "Please take that creature out of the Great Hall immediately." "Yes, ma'am, Professor," Hagrid agreed, still obviously beside himself with happiness. "I've got just the place for ye, don't I then? I bet ye'd like a nice hot bowl o' turpentine, wouldn't ye? Why, you're probably plumb tapped out by now, ain'tcha?" The Jiskra screeched again, coughing a weak blast of flame and thrashing its wings in Hagrid's meaty fists. Hagrid seemed to take this as friendly enthusiasm. He was still chuckling and coddling the beast as he ducked through the great hall's entrance. In the ringing silence that followed, James took in the state of the hall. Night breeze blew merrily through several shattered windows, playing in the crackling fires that dotted the tables. Smashed crockery and scattered silverware littered the tables and floor. Broken candles spun and drifted in all directions. All around, muttering and swearing and cursing, students were getting to their feet and climbing from beneath tables. In the center of it all, his eyes flaming with rage and his sallow cheeks pale as chalk, Argus Filch stood speechless, his cane gripped in a hard, white-knuckled fist. Albus was still atop the Slytherin table, crouched with both hands over his head. Slowly he relaxed. "Shame about your wand," Nastasia commented as he clambered down. "Oh, well, that's the least of our problems," he muttered shakily, and offered a weak smile. "Besides," he added, "I was still using roses." "Students," Professor McGonagall announced sternly, "all of you, the excitement is over. If any of you are hurt, please assist one another to the hospital wing. If you cannot, please speak up for yourselves and those around you." James glanced around. Amazingly, despite the wreckage, no one seemed particularly hurt. "In that case," McGonagall went on, "please return to your common rooms and go about your business. We have quite a mess to attend to, it seems." This last she said with a pronounced frown, glaring down at James, Albus, Rose, and Nastasia. "The four of you in my office. Now." "Professor," Filch wheezed, approaching the head table at a shambling run. "Leave them to me, if you please. I'll handle the appropriate punishments." "Yes, you shall, I am quite sure," McGonagall concurred. "But not until after I have interviewed them and ascertained precisely how this fiasco managed to occur. Please, "Step aside, Mr. Filch. Discipline is my responsibility, Professor," Filch insisted, nearly vibrating with rage. "And never in all my years have I witnessed students more in need of discipline." "Oh, I dare say your enthusiasm has gotten the better of you, Argus," McGonagall said, lowering her voice wearily. "I recall a certain swamp that occupied an entire corridor for many months, conjured by a pair of rather inspired young Weasleys. As remarkable as this is, it does bear the hallmark of an accident rather than a deliberate act." "Carelessness is its own crime, Professor," Filch exclaimed, spitting with vehemence. "Allow me to perform my duty." "Mr. Filch, your duty is to see that this hall is restored to functioning condition by morning," McGonagall declared, rising to her full height. "Or have you forgotten what it is this school actually pays you for?" Filch was undeterred, steady in his furious conviction. "But the headmaster has—" "The headmaster is not currently here, as you can see, which leaves me quite capably in charge. You've had a long and storied career with this school, Mr. Filch. I would hate to be the one responsible for sacking you." Filch gasped and took a step backward, his eyes narrowing. "You wouldn't dare. The headmaster would surely hire you back," she nodded tersely. "But you and I both know that headmasters do not always last long in this day and age. You would do well to remember who your long-term allies are, Argus. Some of us have very long memories indeed." Filch glared at the professor, his eyes still narrowed menacingly. Finally, he lowered his black cane, letting it clack to the floor. "As you wish, Professor," he growled. "But I will be awaiting these three, at least, when you are through with them." He eyed James, Rose, and Albus beadily. "You daresn't deny me my duty. In the meantime, I shall attend to my other duties." He nodded and backed away, letting his gaze sweep over the ruined hall. McGonagall drew a great, deep breath, as if forcibly calming herself. "Whatever you four have to say for yourselves," she muttered darkly, "it had better be exceptionally impressive." Students were still milling about in front of the staircase by the time Professor McGonagall led James, Albus, and Rose out of the Great Hall, having sent Nastasia back to Alma Alaron with a curt warning that she would be speaking by flue to Chancellor Franklin within the hour. James was significantly disgruntled by this. After what had happened at Durmstrang, he did not feel that Nastasia could be trusted at all, and was eager to demand some immediate answers from her. But the look on Professor McGonagall's face brooked no argument. Thus, for now, James resigned himself to simply following her and, once they reached her office, telling her everything that had happened. McGonagall stalked past a snoring suit of armor and into the narrow corridor which led to the staff offices, maintaining her usual long, swift gait and leaving the students trotting to keep pace. As she reached a bend in the corridor, however, she stopped abruptly and looked back over her shoulder. Albus, who had been following close behind the professor, skidded to a halt. Rose bumped into him, interrupting the half-whispered row they'd been having about Rose's broken wand. James looked up at Professor McGonagall, but she was not looking back at him. Rather, she peered over his head, at the receding corridor behind him. Apparently satisfied with what she saw, she turned toward a broad, closed door emblazoned with brass letters that spelled out the words Teacher's Lounge. The professor tapped the L with her wand, causing it to spin upside down, as if loose on its screw. Leaving it that way, she pocketed her wand and stalked onward again. Rose ventured, pushing Albus aside and trotting to catch up to Professor McGonagall. "Isn't your office just back there, Professor? Across from the Teacher's Lounge." "Hush and keep up," McGonagall muttered sternly, offering no further explanation. Nervously, Rose glanced back at James and Albus. After yet another bend in the corridor, Professor McGonagall stopped once more. Without looking back this time, She stepped into a shallow alcove, shimmied behind a statue of a very fat wizard wearing a ruff the size of a lorry tire, and disappeared into a low, hidden doorway. Albus paused for a moment, examining the secret doorway. He glanced back at the others, eyes wide, and then ducked behind the statue and into the doorway. Curious and intrigued, Rose and James followed. The doorway led to a very narrow, very dark stairway angling up between blank stone walls. The glowing halo of Professor McGonagall's lit wand bobbed high above, following the sounds of her clacking footsteps. "I never knew there was a secret passage here," Albus whispered, impressed. McGonagall's voice echoed back, hushed in the darkness. "That is because there wasn't. Not until 2 months ago. I trust that I need not explain to any of you why its secrecy must remain intact." The stairs went on much further and higher than James thought possible. Finally, the stairs stopped at a shallow landing and a blank wall. With her wand still lit, McGonagall tapped the wall in 3 places, leaving each brick glowing faintly. After a moment, a dull rumble of scraping stone echoed from the landing and the bricks folded apart, revealing a door. Hurriedly, McGonagall stepped through, leaving the door open behind her. The 3 students hastened in her wake. As James emerged from the door, a wave of vertigo seized his stomach, weakening his knees for one brief, but tense moment. The doorway had opened into the throat of a very deep, circular chasm, lined with rickety wooden steps. Carefully, James leaned against the railing in front of him and peered up, observing the spiral of stairs that led higher into lofty darkness. "Where is this?" Albus whispered, following the professor as she marched heedlessly up the creaking stairs. "I've never seen this part of the castle before." James knew where they were, but couldn't make any sense of it. "We're climbing up to the Sylvan Tower, I think." "Oh," Rose enthused. "I've always wanted to see that. It's one of the oldest parts of the whole castle, you know. One of the few remaining bits from before it was even a school. But," she paused and frowned, "why are we going up there now?" James shook his head worriedly. "Last time I was here," he said, almost to himself, "I was dueling Salazar Slytherin. Hiding while he dueled you. More like it." Albus rolled his eyes. "Hurry, you 3, McGonagall called down, still keeping her voice hushed. "We have very little time before everyone else arrives." Rose's eyes widened. "Everyone else?" she repeated. "Do as she says," James urged, pushing his cousin up the leaning, creaking staircase. The inside of the tower grew darker and hotter as they climbed, until, after what seemed like several minutes, they reached a low room, surrounded by narrow windows. Set into the room ceiling was a closed trapdoor. McGonagall approached this, unlocked it with her wand, and heaved it open. Finally, she climbed the last, steep stairway up into pale blue moonlight. One by one, James, Rose, and Albus followed. The Sylvan Tower looked the same as always, and yet, as always, exuded an air of solemnity and ancient purpose. Its circular, terraced steps led away and up to a low wall, beyond which stretched the seamless depths of the night sky, dusted with stars and studded with gray, drifting clouds. The moon was a high sickle, casting inky shadows beneath the twin stone thrones that faced each other across the tower's floor. McGonagall approached one of the thrones, turned, and sat upon it, heaving a great, heavy sigh. "This, as you can plainly see," she said briskly, "is not my office. I believe it shall come as no surprise to you that my office, indeed every office in this castle, is subject to eavesdropping. We have not yet learned how this is being accomplished, as no amount of counterspying charms has alleviated the problem. We only know that when we convene here, atop the Sylvan Tower, our counsels do not seem to find their way into the wrong ears. We have tested and confirmed this to our satisfaction. So, she paused, frowned, and raised her chin. Mr. Potter, she caught herself, remembering that there were 2 Potters present. James Potter, if you please, explain yourself as briefly as possible. And might I add, if this was simply one of your gremlin's pranks gone awry, I swear I will turn you over to Mr. Filch and instruct him do his very worst. James glanced briefly from Albus to Rose, and then turned his attention back to the professor. It all started at the beginning of the school term, he began, when I started having some suspicions about one of the professors at Durmstrang. As briefly as he could, he attempted to explain Professor Avier's connection to the long-dead Albus Dumbledore, leading to his plan to attack the upcoming World Summit of Wizard and Muggle leaders. Albus and Rose interjected occasionally, adding details or backtracking to explain things he'd forgotten. It was him that killed Warlick, Rose supplied. We saw somebody leaving the body, and James confirmed it was Avier when he saw him down by the White Tomb. And we found a newspaper clipping on Warlick's body, James added. It was a Daily Prophet story about the big Quidditch summit here at Hogwarts with all the Muggle and Wizarding leaders. That's where the attack is going to take place. Avier pretty much admitted it, not to mention the fact, Albus piped up, that Avier and that collector bloke are one and the same person. He can turn into him by transfiguration just like you turn into a cat, Professor. He actually mentioned you as an example. And the collector is just another name for the man who's become the new American vice president. Rose interrupted. He's no Muggle at all. He's planning to have the American president killed off at the Quidditch summit, so he can assume his place. As the 3 spoke, sometimes overriding each other in their urgency, Professor McGonagall merely watched, her expression tense and unreadable. Her eyes flicked from speaker to speaker until, finally, all 3 fell silent. After a nervous pause, Rose asked, "You believe us, don't you, Professor?" McGonagall closed her eyes wearily. "Belief does not come into it, Ms. Weasley. These are monstrous allegations, not to mention a frankly preposterous tale about a legendary headmaster. And yet I've known too many Potters and Weasleys in my tenure to simply dismiss them. We shall investigate these matters in great detail, of that you can be sure." A surge of relief welled in James, loosening the cords of worry and tension that had been cinched tightly around his chest ever since his interview with Avier. He suddenly felt very tired. Durmstrang Academy is a school which greatly values its secrets. McGonagall went on, frowning thoughtfully. Very little is known about its practices and methods, and especially its staff. It is, quite frankly, the perfect home for someone with much to hide. Still, she focused on James again. It is a far stretch to believe that Albus Dumbledore could not have found this individual had he a mind to. And more importantly, it was criminally irresponsible of you to approach this Professor Avier on your own. "Professor," James began, but McGonagall overrode him, getting to her feet. "After everything you've witnessed," she said sternly, "all 3 of you to take such a risk was perilously foolhardy. Have you no idea what is at stake?" "We didn't think he was dangerous exactly," Rose explained. "We just thought he was dodgy. We didn't think he would try to hurt anyone." "You didn't think at all?" McGonagall scolded, her voice low and grave. "There may be a time for youthful expeditions of adventure. Believe it or not, I was young once myself, and am not yet old enough to forget my own flirtations with mischief. But this is no longer that time. It is more than your personal safety at stake. Some of the best teachers of this school, and the strongest allies of its charges, are already gone. The few who remain are rendered nearly powerless. You were with us all this past holiday, so you have no excuse. Your actions are no longer merely a risk to yourselves, but to all of us." "The Order of the Phoenix," Albus sighed. "Don't even say it aloud," McGonagall warned. lowering her head and covering her eyes with one thin, wrinkled hand. Suddenly, to James' eyes, the professor did not look like an imposing force of authority. She looked disconcertingly like an old, rather tired woman. "I have no choice but to turn you over to Mr. Filch for punishment." "But Professor," James exclaimed again, and was once again overruled. "You will accept your punishments without a word of complaint," she insisted, dropping her hand and glaring back at him. "It is the least of your concerns at the moment, regardless of how it may seem to you. Do I make myself quite clear?" James deflated. "Yes, ma'am." "Yes, ma'am," Rose concurred. Next to her, Albus merely fumed. Silently, McGonagall softened. "I should have retired at the end of my time as headmistress," she mused with a shake of her head. "Tend to my garden, finish my memoirs, smoke my pipe, anything but this." Rose spoke in a small voice. "We're sorry, Professor." McGonagall sighed briskly. "Don't apologize, Ms. Weasley. In truth, and you will likely never hear me admit this again, it is the mischief makers who manage to save the world every time. I didn't always believe that, but experience is a persistent teacher. Ah, and here come the others." Footsteps creaked on the stairs below the trapdoor as more figures approached. James turned toward the sound, as did Rose and Albus. Obviously, McGonagall's turning of the letter on the teacher's lounge door was a signal, calling the other members of the order to meet. He wondered who would be first to arrive. Professor Flitwick? De Bellows? Perhaps even Trelawney? But it was another face entirely that emerged, grinning thinly, from the trapdoor. McGonagall saw the ascending figure and all the color fell from her face. "Mr. Filch, what are you doing here?" Filch did not answer, but the figure behind him did. "Do not blame the caretaker, Madam Professor," a cracked, gravelly voice said. "I requested that he keep abreast of your whereabouts, if only so that I might know where to find you if it became necessary." "I presume it became necessary," McGonagall said, holding her ground as Headmaster Grudge stepped past Filch into the moonlight. Grudge peered around the tower's terraces and low walls. "An odd place, I admit, to interview misbehaving students, Madam Professor," he commented. McGonagall's face remained perfectly stoic. "Perhaps you think so, Headmaster. I find it quite pleasant." "I find it quite suspicious, Professor," Grudge admitted plainly, raising his thin, gray eyebrows. "And I add it to a long list of things I find suspicious about you, madam. With all due respect, I wonder if you are ill-equipped to function under my leadership. Has it occurred to you that you have outlived your effectiveness at this school?" McGonagall's face hardened, turning her gaze into a flinty stare. "I don't believe for a moment that it is my effectiveness you are concerned with, sir," she said, all pretense abandoned. "But my usefulness. And I admit I have never been particularly interested in being useful to such as you." "Quite the contrary, madam," Grudge said, reaching into his robes and producing a thin scroll. "You do not content yourself with being disagreeable, but with being actively subversive. I see that I have procured this not a moment too soon." He held the scroll out to her, but she did not accept it. He sighed and unrolled the scroll himself. "Be it known," he read pedantically, "that by the general agreement of its body of governors, Madame Minerva McGonagall is heretofore relieved of her post as professor and instructor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, effective immediately. In light of her many years of service, she shall continue to be a valued and respected regent of academic excellence, and shall receive a severance compensation equivalent to no less than 70% of her current contract, etc., etc. He re-rolled the scroll and sighed regretfully. "You should know, madam, that it was I who negotiated your severance. I believe you will find it quite fair. And this is what you call leadership, McGonagall said, her nostrils flaring. Not winning over those who disagree with you, but removing them outright. I have done my best, madam, Grudge explained patiently. But these are difficult times. I am sorry you disapprove of my methods. Unfortunately, with so much at stake in the magical world, we simply can no longer afford the luxury of dissent. But truly, your years of service are appreciated. He gestured toward the open trapdoor. Please, Madam McGonagall, Mr. Filch will accompany you to your quarters. Your replacement will be here within the hour. My apologies for such a necessarily swift departure, but we do have a school to run. McGonagall did not move to the trapdoor. Instead, she turned back to James, Rose, and Albus. I am sorry, she said firmly. Do carry on. I will see you soon enough. Oh, I wouldn't fear for the welfare of these three, Grudge smiled. They are in the very capable hands of myself and Mr. Filch. Believe it or not, even without your presence, Madam McGonagall, Hogwarts prevails. After you, madam, Filch simpered, still grinning meanly and brandishing his black cane. Finally, grudgingly, McGonagall stalked toward the trapdoor, leaving Filch limping in her wake. James watched her go with mounting dread. Within seconds, he, Albus, and Rose were alone in the moonlight with only Headmaster Grudge, who seemed strangely disinterested in them. Return to your common rooms, students, he ordered calmly. Mr. Filch will seek you out soon enough. Until then, perhaps it will serve you to think upon what has happened here tonight. Surely there is some lesson to be learned here. None of them answered. Even Albus kept his tongue. Silently, hastily, they trooped down the stairs, fleeing the headmaster's blank, bored gaze. I don't believe he sacked Professor McGonagall, Rose finally rasped, panting as they made their way down the spiraling staircase. We can only hope she's able to pass on what we told her, James said. If she tells Dad and the rest of the Order, despite this meager hope, by the time they made their way back to the entrance hall, James felt somehow darker and more disheartened than he ever had in his life. Good night, Albus. Rose sighed as Albus turned toward the descending staircase. He shook his head irritably and clumped down without a backward glance. Rose paused, watching him go and leaning heavily on the ascending banister. I can't believe she's gone, she said again, faintly. James frowned. She'll be back. She has to be. What's Hogwarts without Professor McGonagall? He called her Madam McGonagall. I don't know. It just sounds so final. James grimaced wearily. He's a bad guy. Bad guys never win in the end. Rose looked aside at him, her hair hanging limp around her face. How can you be so sure? I mean, look around. Seems as if the bad guys are doing pretty well for themselves at the moment. James didn't have an immediate answer to that. Slowly, shoulders slumped, the pair began to climb the stairs. As they reached the landing and angled toward the portrait of the fat lady, James spoke again. It's like the chessboard in Avier's office, he suggested. No one can really predict how it's going to end by looking at it in the middle of the game. Perhaps, Rose agreed doubtfully, and then stopped, realizing that James had halted a step behind her. What is it? Avier's chessboard, he said, frowning. All those pieces. They seem to represent real people. Rose nodded. Yes, when he talked about you, he held up one of the knights. And there was a piece that looked like Petra. The one you said was the Lady of the Lake. And the king was the collector, who we now know is Avier. And the other king was Uncle Harry, your dad. Rose gasped suddenly. And the White Queen. She looked a little bit like my mom. But James was shaking his head. He raised his eyes to meet his cousin's. No, Rose, he said quietly but firmly. It wasn't your mum. Rose furrowed her brow in confusion. But I saw it. It had her hair, her face, but younger somehow, maybe. Rose, that wasn't your mom, James persisted. It was you. Rose frowned incredulously, but seemed to give the idea a moment's thought. But why would it be me? What can I do? I mean, the Queen. James shrugged helplessly, and then glanced down at his cousin's robes. They were still matted with broken vines and fragments of flowers from her tussle with the Yuxa baslatma plants. Maybe those will help somehow. Rose glanced down. No way, she said firmly. We don't even know which one of these came from what plant. They all do something different, you know. I don't fancy accidentally finding out how I'm going to die, or worse, who I'm going to marry. Besides, after what happened to you when you took one, I'm not about to risk permanent madness. What if I can't fall asleep in 11 minutes? What if the effects kick in while I'm still awake and turn my mind into hallucinogenic pudding? Calm down. James rolled his eyes, passing her and approaching the portrait of the fat lady. Blimey, it was just an idea. After tonight, Rose groused. I've just about had it with your ideas. These things are trouble. She tugged at one of the vines, tearing it free of her robe. I'm locking these away where they'll be safe. If Professor Longbottom ever gets back to the greenhouses, I'll give them to him, maybe. James nodded and sighed deeply. If Professor Longbottom ever gets back. He had to admit, after tonight, that seemed like a very big, if indeed. The next few weeks were a time of surreal contrasts. Despite his awareness of the impending attack, James found himself buried in the far more prosaic hustle and bustle of lessons, study, and interminable heaps of homework. It was impossible not to think that this was by design. Headmaster Grudge made no effort to hide his belief that a busy student had no time for mischief. James, Ralph, Rose, and Scorpius, however, secretly agreed that it was more than an effort to curb stinging spells and dung bombs. Grudge's homework policies, they felt quite sure, were meant to stifle complaints about the school's increasing lack of privacy, draconian discipline policies, and nearly absurd security measures. As summer crept over the school grounds, coaxing the grass to a lush green and combing it with warm, butterfly-laden breezes, new rules were handed down prohibiting the delivery of newspapers and magazines, and restricting all outgoing posts to urgent matters. Any news that is fit to tell, Grudge explained from the head table at breakfast one Tuesday morning, putting on one of his sickly, completely unnatural smiles. You may trust myself and your professors to pass on to you. In the meantime, consider yourselves free to devote your full and appropriate attention to the far more important matter of your studies. On top of this, Hogsmeade weekends were cancelled for the remainder of the year. This, even more than the restricted post, inspired a wave of mutinous rabble-rousing among the students. Unfortunately, Grudge had also instituted a school-wide ban on all unofficial meetings of 3 or more students, citing an ancient rule about revolutionary cabals. This, he vowed with an utterly transparent display of feigned regret, was a temporary but necessary measure in a time of international stress. It's like he's trying to force us to revolt, Graham Wharton seethed as he, Deirdre Finnegan, and James stumped their way to Charms. The more we obey his stupid rules, the more he piles them on. Well, count me out of any revolts, Deirdre muttered. I'm not facing Filch and his stupid cane one more time. He's twisted as a corkscrew, and twice as mean. I'll face expulsion before any more of his sadistic punishments. James moaned. Don't remind me. We still haven't gotten our punishment for that whole disaster with the Jiskra and the Durmstrang cabinet. I think Filch is just letting us stew while he thinks up something especially vicious. Break it up, you 3, Professor Shirt called from the doorway of the arithmancy classroom as they passed. James dropped behind Graham and Deirdre, fuming impotently under his breath. The one good thing to come from the fiasco with the Jiskra was that all classes at Durmstrang had been cancelled until the Durmstrang cabinet could be repaired. While the cabinet itself had been easily reassembled, the magic that allowed it to serve as a portal had been much more severely damaged, rendering it unstable and dangerous for use. James had observed Professor Flitwick and his sixth-year assistant, Slytherin Gwyn Hemlock, testing it between mealtimes in the Great Hall, attempting to send teapots through the cabinet with little success. "Oh dear me," Flitwick was heard to proclaim as the door opened once more. He sighed. "No point attempting to reparo this one again. 7 times is the limit. Accio broom and dustpan, and please ask the house elves if they have any more teapots." Meanwhile, Hagrid was thoroughly enjoying his temporary custody of the Jiskra, making it the subject of his care of magical creatures class, much to the mingled curiosity and trepidation of the students. "Ancient creature, the Jiskra," he said fondly, stroking the heads in turn. The Jiskra preened beneath Hagrid's huge hand, raising the feathered hackles on its heads and flexing its wings. "Why, Ed here is almost as old as the dinosaurs." James choked for a moment, nearly dropping his handful of damp, acrid-smelling wood shavings. "Ed? Well, I had to give him a name, didn't I?" Hagrid chuckled. "O' course it's just temporary, while he stays here. I expect he's got a different name back with his friends at Durmstrang." This admission clouded Hagrid's face for a moment as he pet the Jiskra. For its own part, the lizardy bird hissed and ruffled its greasy red feathers. James was glad to see that, despite Hagrid's fondness for the creature, it was chained to its perch with a tiny silver cuff around one leg. "As I was sayin'," Hagrid went on, shaking himself, "ancient creature, the Jiskra, and when I say ancient I don't mean as a species. I mean this particular specimen. The Jiskra's called a black phoenix for a reason, see? Why, Ed here barely ages at all until he hits 300 years old or so. Then he starts to shrink, to lose his feathers, to get all wrinkled and ancient-looking. The centuries all fall on him at once, see, making him look like the most pathetic thing you've ever seen. Then, Ed builds a nest for himself somewhere secret, usually in the deepest swamps or on top of cliffs and such, and he lies down there and makes an egg for himself. After 11 days in that egg, Ed pops back out again as a chick, with his aging clock reset right back to 0. "You mean," Trenton Block clarified, stepping forward as Hagrid beckoned him, "this thing is like super old? Thousands of years. Could be millions." Hagrid nodded encouragingly. "That's it, Mr. Block. Just step right in front of him. It won't see ye as a threat if ye don't act like one. Offer him the wood shavings. They're steeped in a special blend of turpentine, ginger, and Nurgle water. It's Ed's a special favorite." Remembering the fiery blasts that had peppered the Great Hall, Trenton stood well back from the Jiskra, extending his open hand as far as he could toward the creature's bobbing heads. After a tense, calculating moment, the Jiskra's right head snapped forward, snatching the shavings from Trenton's hand and gulping them down. "There!" Hagrid proclaimed happily, clapping Trenton on the back and nearly knocking him over. "Easy as poisonberry pie. Miss Fourcompass, I believe you're next." When it was James' turn, the Jiskra eyed him beadily, hissing with both of its tooth-lined beaks. Hagrid muttered under his breath, taking the shavings from James' hand. "Sorry, James. Same thing apeened with your brother. Ed has a long memory, and keeps a bit of a grudge. Nothin' personal." James nodded gratefully. "No problem, Hagrid. I'm not so comfortable around him either." The new Transfiguration teacher, it turned out, was a seemingly stern young wizard who worked for the Wizarding Examination Authority. Hofminster Tofty had hair so lank and black and eyes so narrow and cold that he looked, to those familiar with their Hogwarts history, like a younger reincarnation of Notorious Potions Master Severus Snape. This effect was ruined, however, the moment Tofty opened his mouth, revealing a high, reedy voice and a pronounced stutter. As much as James wanted to hate Tofty, he couldn't help finding the contrast of his appearance and his voice oddly endearing. Furthermore, even Rose had to grudgingly admit that Tofty was quite accomplished at transfiguration, with a passion for the subject that was infectious, despite his constant attempts at a stern and imposing demeanor. In fact, the only students who seemed intimidated by Professor Tofty's nearly cartoonish severity were the fifth years who were scheduled to sit under him for their OWL examinations. 2 weeks passed after the disastrous encounter with the Jiskra. Rose received a new wand by post from her parents, inspected thoroughly by Professor Votary, even as she maintained a poisonous grudge against Albus for breaking her previous one. "You know how Mr. Ollivander always says the wand chooses the witch?" she asked archly, holding up the new wand. "Well, this one's never met me before today. I'll be lucky if it doesn't blast us all to bits. I'll be calibrating for weeks." James sympathized. Despite having returned to Ollivander's in person for his own replacement wand, it had required several awkward weeks to get fully used to. As the days passed, James, Rose, and Albus began to harbor some slim hope that Filch had forgotten about their punishment. Finally, on a stiflingly hot Saturday morning, just as the three, along with Ralph, Scorpius, and Deirdre Finnegan, were leaving breakfast and considering a gratefully lazy day out by the lake, in carefully separate pairs, of course, Filch rounded them up and herded them downstairs to his office. He seemed unusually terse, distracted, and grumpy, despite the fact that he was engaged in one of his favorite activities, punishing students. James, Rose, and Albus followed him silently into his cramped office, frowning worriedly at each other as the old caretaker muttered tensely to himself. "Sit," he ordered, waving his cane and summoning 3 rickety chairs from the corners of the office. To himself he whined, "Where are they? The drat things. No, those are dead. All the magic leaked right out of 'em. Curses. I knows I was keeping one aside here just in case." "Ah." He brandished a very bedraggled black quill, stripped nearly bare of its feathers. He examined it triumphantly in his hand, and then seemed to realize how pathetic the thing looked. The smile fell from his stubbly gray cheeks and he rolled his eyes. "Here," he ordered gruffly, rummaging on his desk again. "I've only got one of these left, and it doesn't work so well as it once did. Just swap it around while you do lines so you all get a taste of it, see?" Gathering 2 normal quills and adding them to the pitiable black quill, he shoved them into the hands of the waiting students. James took the black quill, noting how limp it felt in his hands, how mashed and lifeless its tip appeared. Filch waved his cane once again. "Exorior," he commanded. With a soft thwomp, several sheets fell out of the air onto a small, rickety table between the students. "Now let me see," the old squib grumbled, stroking the sandpapery stubble of his chin. "What was it these 3 did? Was it illegal loitering? Skipping lessons? No, unsanctioned club meeting. We set the Jiskra loose in the Great Hall," Albus offered helpfully. "I was just getting to that," Filch exclaimed angrily, running a hand through his thin, greasy hair and leaving it in a wild strew. "If only you'd give me a moment to think. Gore. Blimey." He blinked, and then turned around, nervously examining a huge chart that covered the wall behind his desk. The chart, which was a new addition since James' last visit to the caretaker's office, was crammed with names, offenses, and a series of color-coded checkmarks, crossouts, and circles. Filch muttered to himself feverishly, running a calloused index finger back and forth over the gridwork of names and dates. "Wait a moment. I did you 3 already, didn't I?" James glanced aside at Rose, then Albus. "No, sir," Rose admitted honestly. But, well, we certainly can't blame you for thinking so. What with so much to, keep track of. Gore. Filch shook his head and heaved a great sigh, still studying the chart. You've no idea, young miss, and that's a fact. So many punishments. So many misbehaving students. Albus nodded tentatively. And there's really only so much one man can do, he suggested. I mean, it's a thankless job, isn't it? Filch's shoulders drew up in a sudden, hitching sigh. When he turned around, James was shocked to see tears welling in the ancient caretaker's eyes. A simple thanks wouldn't go amiss, he agreed, his voice high and choked. He dropped weakly into his chair, producing a startled, wrenching squeak from the old springs. Not that I'm complainin', mind, but there's just so many punishments a man can hand out. There's only so much a man can manage. Keep order, Mr. Filch? Filch suddenly mimicked, lowering his voice to a gravelly approximation of Headmaster Grudge's. You are the iron fist of discipline, Mr. Filch. Let nothing slip through your grasp. The school is counting on you. Why, it's almost too much for a man to live up to. James nodded and adopted a sympathetic tone of voice. Takes all the fun right out of it, I'd wager. Oh, that it does, lad. Filch agreed heartily, producing a ratty gray hanky from a breast pocket and blowing mightily into it. That it does. Why, it's almost a man's worst nightmare. Learning to hate the thing he's always loved most. You know who really needs to do lines? Albus suggested meaningfully. Headmaster Grudge, for taking advantage of your sense of responsibility. Filch nodded wistfully, mistily, and then seemed to catch himself. He sat up and glared at Albus, his eyes narrowed, albeit red-rimmed and watery. Oh, you little imp, he growled. You lot are just winding me up. It won't work, I tell you. His cheeks flushed with mingled embarrassment and rage. 100 lines, each of you. I will not make Mr. Filch's life any more difficult, he ordered, then hastily added. And I will not tell anyone that Mr. Filch blubbed in front of me. Now go. And not another word. With a sigh, James drew one of the pieces of parchment toward him. He examined the tip of the worn quill, saw that it was congealed black with blood. When he began to write, however, it produced only a faint, squeaky scrawl, barely visible. The back of his hand tickled, scratching the letters out but not drawing any blood. Without raising his head, he glanced up at Rose. She was on her third line already, just finishing the phrase will not tell that Mr. Filch blubbed in her neat, curly handwriting. A sudden squawking noise made James jump in his seat. It seemed to have the same effect upon Filch, who scrambled at his desk, dislodging a pile of confiscated dung bombs and skiving snack box sweets. He located a small statue and, strangely, held it close to his lips. Yes, Headmaster, he said loudly, speaking apparently to the statue. Mr. Filch, the statue said in a grating, hollow voice, there seems to be a gathering of students approaching the Quidditch pitch. I do not believe there are any practices scheduled for today. Filch slapped a hand over his eyes and drew it wearily down, making his already long face positively horse-like. He gathered himself and forced a ghastly smile. Students often conduct scratch Quidditch matches on weekends, Headmaster. I doubt they are using the opportunity to engage in revolutionary behavior. I did not equip you with a magical cane to doubt, Mr. Filch, said the statue, which was, James saw, a tiny representation of the headmaster, but to act as my representative. I cannot be everywhere. I expect you to be my eyes, ears, and guiding hand. Filch finished weakly, nodding. Yes, sir. Right away, sir. The statue in Filch's hand emitted a faint, declamatory squawk and fell silent. Filch set it back on his desk carefully, almost as if he thought it was a small bomb. Some magic, he grumbled under his breath. Constant interruptions. A man can't have a single solitary moment. What was that, Mr. Filch? The statue demanded. Filch nearly fell off his chair. Sorry, sir, he answered manically, trying to catch the heap of parchments that he had inadvertently knocked over. The pages, each covered with lines scribbled in dark, blotchy blood, slithered through his hands and scattered to the filthy floor. Nothing, sir. Just, on my way is all. The statue squawked again. Filch gave up on the slithering parchments, letting them slip off his desk and scatter to the floor like leaves. He stared at the tiny statue, then, tentatively, waved a hand in front of it. When there was no response, he located a large, stained mug and placed it, with extreme care, over the statue, hiding it. Only then did he collapse backwards in his chair, groaning and muttering incomprehensibly to himself. After a minute, wearily, he heaved himself to his feet, collected his cane, and stalked from the room without a word or even a backwards glance. I don't know what's going on here, Albus said once Filch's limping footsteps had echoed into silence. I'm feeling something really, really weird. It's almost a kind of sickness. I think it's pity for Mr. Filch, Rose nodded wonderingly. I was going to say nausea at the stench in his office, Albus frowned. But yeah, I suppose there's a little pity too. James sighed, leaned back, and stretched. He tossed the black quill onto Filch's desk and swept his parchment to the floor along with the others. Come on, he urged, standing. He'll never know if we did these or not, and I'm not feeling too bad for that sadistic monster. He's the reason both Professors McGonagall and Longbottom are gone. He's getting what he deserves. But he can't help it, Rose said, pitching her voice low and leaning to peer at the inverted mug that hid the tiny headmaster statue. Grudge is using him, turning his natural crankiness into a tool. He's weaponized Filch, all right, Albus agreed, tossing his mostly blank parchment onto the floor. Only Filch is getting sick of it. Who'd have thought that old squib would get tired of torturing us? It's like being fed your favorite food until it makes you ill, Rose said sadly. The poor man. I seriously can't believe you're feeling sorry for him, James declared angrily. After what he did to Lily. He made my sister bleed just to get back at me. And he enjoyed it. Rose frowned, remembering. She nodded. You're right. To the devil with him. I hope Headmaster Grudge works him into the grave. That's more like it, Albus said fervently as they made their way out of the caretaker's office. Now you're talking like a Weasley. Chapter 17. Lair of the Gowrow. Throughout the diminishing weeks of school, as the final Quidditch tournament and the secret summit of magical and muggle leaders approached, James kept an increasingly alert eye on the fireplace in the Gryffindor common room. He began to stay up late nearly every night, watching for any appearance of his father. Surely Professor McGonagall had told the Order of the Phoenix what was happening. Surely they were planning some sort of countermeasure. And surely someone would let him, James, know that everything was under control. They really don't need to tell us anything, you know? Rose said one night as she crammed her books and homework into her book bag. They're probably extremely busy, getting everything arranged, doing all sorts of spying and studying and stuff, learning what the Morrigan Web is and how to stop it. But they wouldn't even know about it if it wasn't for us, James insisted angrily. They owe us at least a word. I mean, for all they know, we're still having lessons at Durmstrang with that madman, Professor Avier. He could be trying to kill us once a week. I doubt he would be that bold. Rose shook her head. He may be vicious, but he's not rash. James wasn't convinced. He wouldn't have to be obvious about it. He's an evil genius, remember? He could poison us somehow. Or make us stay after class and sick another of his crazy monsters on us. Call it an unfortunate accident. Anything. Speaking of unfortunate accidents, Rose said, shouldering her bag. Any word from Nastasia? James shook his head in frustration. I think she's actually avoiding me. She hasn't been at any of her lessons here at Hogwarts. Zane says she's even skiving off some of her classes at Alma Alaron. He's a little worried about her, even after I told him what she did in Avier's office. He says she was just playing the double agent, tricking Avier into telling us his plan. Well, Rose tilted her head consideringly. What if she was? It worked, didn't it? James sighed and slumped, returning his attention to the low flames of the fireplace. He wanted to tell Rose what he knew about Nastasia, that she was crazy, somehow split into two personalities, one evil and one slightly less evil. But he'd promised Nastasia that he wouldn't. For now, just barely, that promise held him back. He decided to change the topic. Zane did have a chat with his head of house about the collector. Professor Cloverhoof? Rose brightened. Well, that's good, isn't it? At least he has access to some people in authority. Are they going to look into it? James shook his head dourly. You don't know what things are like in the States. The progressive element is very popular there, although nobody calls it that. Even Professor Cloverhoof is affected by it. When Zane told him there was some mad wizard in New Amsterdam threatening to attack a gathering of world leaders, Cloverhoof blew it off. He said it was a load of anti-egalitarian propaganda, and that Zane was above believing such things. Rose's expression of excited hope melted into one of pained disappointment. He didn't. James nodded wearily. He wouldn't believe a word of it, even when Zane told him their new vice president was that same wizard in disguise. Cloverhoof laughed and told him he wished it was true, since it might give the Muggle government the kick it needed to finally get something done. Rose had no reply. The look on her face was so crestfallen that James almost wished he hadn't told her. A minute later she bid him a doleful good night and left without a word. It wasn't until their last class at Beauxbatons that James finally learned why he hadn't heard anything from his father, or any other member of the Order of the Phoenix. He was sitting in the mirrored classroom as blue-robed Beauxbatons and the insufferable Morton Comstock clacked and shuttled the oversized Abbassai, continuing whatever incomprehensible magical mathematics they had been working on all year. Next to him, Ralph was leafing idly through a French copy of the Quibbler, shaking his head occasionally and turning the magazine upside down, trying to understand some of the more obscure magical star charts and illustrations. You know, he whispered, I think this magazine almost makes more sense in another language. James sighed disconsolately. On the other side of the grand classroom, Lucia Gruberova smiled at him secretively. James offered her a weak smile of his own. To Ralph he muttered, Have we ever figured out what exactly we're supposed to be doing in this class? Harnessing the cosmic harmonics and manipulating the resonant frequencies of time and space, Ralph answered. Whatever that means. Well, whatever it is, James said in a bored voice. We better wrap it up. We're almost done for the year. It's really a shame that you can't even understand the coolest thing your people have worked out about magic, Morton Comstock commented, standing back from his abacus and cracking his knuckles. I mean, you waste all your time turning teacups into turtles, and you completely miss out on the magical equivalent of one small step for man, one giant leap for wizard kind. James rolled his eyes. What are you talking about, Comstock? I'm talking about space travel, the ginger boy answered smugly, his eyes bulging behind his glasses. Duh! Flitting around the stars without any spaceships, just by using the power of magical constants. I mean, I knew math was powerful, but this stuff is amazing. And Wizard Boy here doesn't even get it. He snickered to himself. Here's an idea, Comstock, James suggested, his cheeks reddening in spite of himself. Why don't you do us all a favor and zap yourself to some other planet? Comstock sniggered again. Shows what you know. Nobody zaps themselves anywhere. Magical constants are about moving the universe around you. Next thing you'll be telling me you want to fly to the moon on one of your turtle teacups. He snorted at his wit. James, Ralph said suddenly, his voice low and tense. Take a look at this. Still fuming, James glanced down at the magazine in Ralph's hands. Immediately, all thought of Comstock emptied from his mind. Is that? He asked, disbelieving his own eyes. Is that Professor McGonagall? Ralph nodded fervently. Sure enough, occupying one full page in the middle of the French Quibbler, was a picture of the former Transfiguration professor and headmistress. The photo appeared to be quite old, showing a rather younger version of McGonagall standing in the Great Hall, unsmiling, surrounded by students during what appeared to be an examination. Why's she in the Quibbler? James asked in a low voice, struggling to make sense of the headline on the opposite page. Ralph shook his head. Dunno. We need someone who reads French. Fortunately, we're in a French school, James suggested eagerly and then frowned. Unfortunately, they aren't the friendliest people I've ever met. And they're all pretty busy, what with all this magical space travel and whatnot. Cosmic temporal manipulation, Comstock corrected loftily. I can read some French, a female voice suggested. James glanced up to see Lucia standing next to him. She shrugged. I wouldn't want any of them to hear me, she said, nodding toward the busy, blue-robed Beauxbatons students. But I've been taking French since I was 10. I could probably figure it out. She hunkered between Ralph and James, taking the magazine in her hands and studying it closely. There was, she said slowly, squinting, an attack. She attacked some people, it looks like. But she's one of your teachers, right? I remember her. James screwed up his face in confusion. McGonagall attacked someone. She seemed to want to attack me sometimes, Ralph admitted consideringly. Like the time I grew a peach tree in her classroom. The look on her face was right scary. No, wait, Lucia said, still reading. She didn't attack anyone. She was attacked, but she fought back. This was a couple weeks ago, it seems. Says there was some sort of ambush. They cornered her outside her home, I think. A bunch of wolves? That doesn't make sense. The WULF, James exclaimed, stabbing a finger at the magazine. McGonagall was attacked by the Wizards United Liberation Front, the same lunatics that killed the American vice president. Ralph's face paled. That means Professor Avier was in on it, he whispered. He's the one making it all happen, isn't he? But why would he attack Professor McGonagall? A sinking feeling filled James as the answer struck him. Because of what we told her. She knew about Avier's plans because we told her all about them. Avier must have figured out what we did and attacked her to keep her from telling anyone. But they didn't succeed, Lucia said, still reading. She fought back, took out a few of them. It says 3 of the ones who ambushed her ended up in some place called the Anti-Curse Care Unit. That's the Counterjinx ward at St. Mungo's, James said impatiently. What happened to her? Is she all right? Lucia skipped to the end of the article and read haltingly. After Madame McGonagall's sudden and unexpected termination of her post at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, this attack is a suspiciously timed event, indicating a very powerful infestation of bad luck laylaps, probably contracted during the professor's previous holiday in the Romanian countryside. She stopped reading, her brow furrowed. What's a bad luck laylap? That's the Quibbler being the Quibbler, James sighed. Did she survive? Is she all right? Lucia shook her head and leaned over the magazine again. In any event, Madame McGonagall, having sustained numerous curses and jinxes during the attack, is currently in guarded condition at St. Mungo's anti-curse unit, apparently unconscious and under constant healer supervision, for all the good it will do in such an advanced case of Laylap-induced luck-lacking. Ralph leaned back against the mirrored wall, stunned. She never told anyone what you found out about Avier, he said hopelessly. She couldn't have. That's why I haven't heard from my dad. James agreed, and then sat up, alarmed. That means no one is doing anything to stop Avier. No one even knows what's about to happen. The attack you all talked about? Lucia clarified, keeping her voice hushed. When we found that man in the woods? James nodded helplessly, stunned. Well then, Lucia shrugged seriously, closing the magazine and handing it back to Ralph. I guess it's up to you, then, isn't it? Ralph took the magazine and looked hard at the picture of Professor McGonagall. To James' surprise, the bigger boy nodded. I guess it is. He sighed deeply and turned to James. Looks like we're going to need Zane's crazy plan after all. Zane's crazy plan, of course, was a convoluted method of sneaking into the endless warren of basements and dungeons beneath Alma Alaron's administration hall in search of the elusive, and apparently terrifying, Crone Lausa, who, according to Rose's research, was possibly one of the only people on Earth harboring the secrets of the Morrigan Web. Zane was, as usual, wildly enthusiastic about the idea. It's all totally still set up and ready to go, he declared in a stage whisper at their next Ancient Runes class. He dug in his pocket and produced a fat gold coin, an American drummel. The Protean charm is as strong as ever. Wherever I vanish this baby to, the spell yanks the American side of the Hogwarts cabinet along with it. We step in on this side and pop out on the other side in the new location. Ralph shook his head impatiently. But what about this Crone Lausa person? He whispered, leaning close to James and Zane. How are we going to find her? Zane shrugged. That's the easy part. She's supposed to be the guardian of all the lower levels of Admin Hall. We tromp around and make enough noise. She'll just come to us. And what then? James frowned. She's supposed to be like 10 kinds of horrible, isn't she? How do we keep her from cursing us into cockroaches? Much less convince her to tell us all of her darkest secrets. Leave that to me, Zane said with a firm nod. I've got an ace up my sleeve. James' frown deepened. What's that mean? It means I've got a few secrets of my own, the blonde boy whispered loftily. And besides, you probably wouldn't believe me if I told you. Whatever, James muttered, still frowning. Ralph, just keep that monster wand of yours handy. I have a feeling we may need it. Mr. Potter, Professor Votary's voice echoed stridently, snapping James to attention. Perhaps you'd like to come up to the blackboard and use your busy whispers to translate this ancient Onkaron rune? Do be careful, though. Mispronunciations often trigger unpleasant curses. I once saw a cryptologist's tongue transfigured into a dung beetle by a careless consonant. Glowering and dragging his feet, James stood and made his way to the blackboard. And never a more foul-mouthed dung beetle have I encountered. Votary went on, shaking his head. The Sumerians swear words that creature uttered. Why? It was enough to make a rock troll blush. James' tongue, fortunately, did not get transformed into a foul-mouthed dung beetle, but he did spend the dinner hour haunted by a particularly pesky Onkaron demon, which circled his head like a semi-transparent bat, pecking at him and screaming incomprehensible insults. Makes me wonder whatever happened to Peeves, Rose commented, watching the demon with a wistful expression. Haven't seen him in months. Good riddance, Graham Wharton proclaimed around a mouthful of stew. Stupid poltergeist ruined my diorama of the Battle of the Red Mages. turned them all into fire imps, and sent them invading everyone else's dioramas. I remember that. Hate Thomas smiled mistily. It was hilarious. It was a miniature massacre, Ashley Doone called spitefully from the Ravenclaw table. I spent weeks on that model of King Creagle's court. Took those imps about 10 seconds to pillage it and burn it down. Hate nodded. Like I said, bloody hilarious. Quit it, James shouted, waving his hands at the Ankaran demon. So I mixed up Ja and Bjat. It's a dead language already. Get over it. Ignoring the demon, Albus squeezed in next to James. So when are we going to visit old crone Lausa? James blinked at him. Who's we? How do you even know about that? Albus nodded toward Ralph, who was cramming in between Rose and Scorpius. James glared at him. What? Ralph proclaimed, taken aback. He was with you in Avier's office, wasn't he? He's as much a part of this as we are. And at this point we need all the help we can get. How many people do you think we can shove into the vanishing cabinet? Easy, Scorpius replied. We just take 2 trips. Or more, Rose nodded. Besides, Albus said blithely, not all of us are the size of a bloated yeti. Hey, Ralph said, sitting up straight in his seat. I'm just big-boned. I can't help it. Where are you lot headed, then? Graham Wharton asked, nudging Albus with an elbow. Down into the dungeons of Alma Aller. Nowhere, James exclaimed, overriding his brother and shoving him backwards off the bench. Doesn't sound like nowhere to me, Lily said, replacing Albus on the bench and narrowing her eyes. Ow! Albus complained, clutching his head where he lay turtle on the floor. Shut up, Al, both James and Lily said in unison. Ralph rolled his eyes. We really have got to stop discussing these things around the dinner table. I said quit it, James bellowed, flailing uselessly at the Ankaran demon as it blew raspberries into his ears. It wasn't until the following Wednesday night, during their walk back from the astronomy tower, that plans for the trip into Alma Alleron cellars were finally solidified. After the coming Monday's herbology class, James, Ralph, Scorpius and Rose would meet Zane in the Great Hall, purportedly for an unscheduled experimental communications meeting, and take the reconfigured Alma Alleron vanishing cabinet to its new portal location beneath Administration Hall. Albus had complained loudly about being left out, but a prior arrangement with Professor Heretofores' dueling club made it impossible. You can't skip it, James had insisted, or else people will be wondering where you've gone off to. Everyone knows you love that daft club. With the details worked out, all that remained was the waiting. This, James had long since learned, was the hardest part of all, as every idle moment seemed suddenly to be full of worries about the myriad ways the plan could go wrong. What if Filch caught them attempting to flit away through the Alma Alleron cabinet? What if Zane's precarious repositioning of the Alma Alleron side of the cabinet went awry, dumping them into a subterranean lake or the lair of some clandestine poisonous beast? There was, after all, no way of knowing what terrible secrets were hidden away in the apparently endless depths beneath the American Magical School. Furthermore, what if Crone Lausa wasn't a real witch at all, but merely a legend made up to frighten students away from the danger cellars? And even if she was real, was there any reason at all to expect that she would do anything with them other than curse them as trespassers? This, after all, was apparently her singular task. By the time Monday afternoon's herbology class arrived, James was so preoccupied with fretting that he barely noticed Tabitha Corsica's suspicious, steady glare. Something on your mind, Mr. Potter? She asked coolly as she handed him a pair of gloves and oversized earmuffs. It is not wise to transplant mandrakes while preoccupied. James muttered, and then shook himself. Oh, no, not a thing. She narrowed her eyes at him, pausing in her distribution of the earmuffs and gloves. Then, thankfully, she moved on. Fortunately, the rest of the lesson went by quickly, filled with the piercing screeches of mandrakes as the students hastily replanted them in larger pots. Ears still ringing despite the use of the protective earmuffs, James accompanied Ralph back to the doors of the great hall, where Rose and Scorpius were loitering, trying very hard to appear casual with their noses buried in various schoolbooks. "About time," Scorpius muttered, snapping his arithmancy book shut. "Rose here is the only one who looks believable reading this stuff. Let's go." "Wait," James interrupted as Scorpius heaved open one of the doors. "Where's Zane? There's no point going through the cabinet until we know he's repositioned the other side." "He said he'd meet us here at 5:15, Ralph said, ducking through the door into the empty great hall. "That's almost 11 in the morning his time. I'm surprised he's out of bed." Scorpius rolled his eyes. "Either way, I'm not waiting out here where Filch can clap eyes on us." Quickly, furtively, the four students made their way between the empty house tables. It wouldn't be long before students and teachers alike would begin trickling into the great hall for dinner. Even now, James could hear the faint clatter and clink of the house elves in the kitchen below. Ahead of him, the four vanishing cabinets stood sentinel, outlined dramatically by angled sunbeams from the windows along the left wall. For the first time in months, James thought of the beginning of term, when Nastasia had appeared surreptitiously skulking around the entrance hall. He now knew how she had come through the cabinet. Having assumed her snake form, she was able to bypass the pre-class ban on witches and wizards. In light of the interview in Avier's office, however, he had new doubts about why she had come to Hogwarts that night in the first place. She had claimed merely to be exploring. And yet, James glanced toward the empty staff table, remembering. There had been some sort of small sack there, lying in the moonlight. Nastasia had claimed it, but offered no explanation for it. What had she been carrying in that sack? And where had it gone? His thoughts were interrupted by Rose as she joined him near the head table. "Blimey, but that thing's ugly," she said, nodding curtly toward the rose window overhead. James glanced at her, then up at the monstrous clock. Its 5 faces glowered down at him, showing the times in each of the time zones represented by the cabinets. For the moment, James noticed the Durmstrang clock hands pointed straight up, unmoving. The Durmstrang cabinet was still broken, obviously. The other faces ticked busily, marking the tiny, insectal movements of their iron hands. Beneath them, the great pendulum scythed back and forth, swishing faintly as it sliced the air into seconds. "He's officially late," Scorpius complained tensely, glaring up at the Alma Alaron clock. "He's going to get us all caught, the stupid yank." "Give him another minute," Rose sighed. James waited, shifting nervously from foot to foot. Suddenly, behind him, came the unmistakable click of the great hall's door latch. James spun on the spot. "What was that?" Ralph rasped in a high, nervous voice. Rose shook her head. "It sounded like someone coming in." She frowned and shrugged. "Perhaps it was just the wind." James squinted back at the closed doors. There was no one there. "Maybe," he began, but was interrupted by the much louder sound of the Alma Alaron cabinet bursting open. Relieved, James turned around again, only to find himself face to face with the last person he expected. "Nastasia," he declared. To his own ears, it sounded like both an accusation and a question. "Hi, James," she said, smiling faintly but not meeting his eyes. "Miss me? Why is she here?" Scorpius asked bluntly, addressing Zane as he followed her out of the cabinet. Zane was unperturbed. Why shouldn't she be? She was there in New Amsterdam, wasn't she? And she helped you lot get the truth out of Avier. Besides, she's the ace up our sleeve. Nastasia? James exclaimed, gesturing at her but looking at Zane. She's your secret? I'm everybody's secret, it seems, Nastasia interjected, threading an arm through James' elbow. He pulled away irritably. Are we expecting anyone else? He demanded, throwing up his hands. The Alma Alaron marching band, perhaps? Professor Jackson's crazy werewolf militia. Good to see you too, mate, Zane soothed amiably, throwing an arm around James' shoulders. It's all part of the plan, trust me. Besides, he produced the gold drummel from his pocket and bounced it on his palm. The marching band was already busy tracking down the Ark of the Covenant. James shrugged off his friend's arm but couldn't resist a wry, helpless grin. You really are completely mad. Zane nodded. He turned and held the coin out in front of him. Ralphinator, you want to do the honors? Use that Godzilla wand of yours and send this to its last location. If I'm right, it'll end up just below the admin hall cafeteria. Safe enough, despite the reek of old goulash. Is that deep enough to get Crone Louse's attention? James asked as Ralph rummaged in his pockets for his wand. Zane shrugged. It's a start. Like my dad always says, better safe than buried 1,000 feet underground in some monster maggot's large intestine. Words to live by, Scorpius prodded. Get to the magic, Ralph, and be quick about it. People are due for dinner any moment. Ralph brandished his wand tentatively, his mouth pressed into a resolute line. He was, James realized, becoming accustomed to stepping up when particularly strong and precise magic was called for. Saltus retrorsum, he declared, tapping the coin with his wand. It vanished neatly with a small pop. Nice one, Ralph, Zane declared, turning back to the Alma Alaron cabinet. I half thought I'd have to go looking around for my hand when we got there. Cram in, everybody, Rose said, hurrying into the cabinet. Let's get this over with. Zane squeezed in next to her. I hope you left all your cardigans at home this time, Weasley. Shut it, Walker. Ralph followed, ducking to fit his bulk into the remaining space. Budge up, Zane, Rose complained as the door swung shut. You're on my foot. A moment later, a green flash outlined the door brilliantly. With an eerie thump, the voices inside cut off. James glanced back at Nastasia. I've got a load of questions for you, he said. Sorry, she replied brightly. I'm fresh out of answers today. Try back tomorrow, why don't you? James shook his head wearily, abandoning her and approaching the cabinet. Wait, Nastasia said, grasping James' elbow. Irritably, he turned back. She met his gaze fixedly, almost seeming to struggle with herself to maintain eye contact. I told you not to trust me, she said. But I didn't mean to turn on you. Really. Avier trusted me. He told me to look up Dumbledore's old passwords. I used his trust to get what we needed. It was him I betrayed. Not you. James studied her face skeptically. He shook his head. I don't know if I can believe you, he admitted in a low voice. And I don't know if I want to either. She sighed briskly, finally lowering her eyes. She let go of his arm. Work out your trust issues later, you two, Scorpius declared, from the Alma Alaron cabinet. Or I'm leaving without you. Without another word, James climbed into the cabinet, pressing against the back wall to allow room for Nastasia. Almost reluctantly, she stepped inside after him. She turned away from him, facing the open door. After a second, the door swung shut. James braced himself. There was a pause, followed by the now familiar greenish flash and dropping, sickening thump. The door swung open again on pitch darkness. Heat flooded the cabinet, along with a cloying, overpowering stench. It didn't smell like old goulash, however. It smelled like sulfur and age and moldy dampness. The only sound was the steady, echoing drip of water. "Ladies first," Scorpius chimed, nudging Nastasia. "You've been here before, right?" Nastasia didn't answer. Instead, she raised her wand. "Lumos," she commanded in a flat voice. The wand flared, illuminating the interior of the cabinet and nothing else. Slowly, tentatively, she stepped out into echoing darkness. Feeling an unshakable sense of deep foreboding, James followed her. "Lumos," Scorpius muttered, adding his own wand light to Nastasia's. Rough, wet stone reflected the light blackly beneath James' feet. He looked up, searching for the ceiling, and was shocked to see only the faint shadow of stalactites hundreds of feet above. "It's a cavern," Zane's voice called out of the darkness, waking a chorus of echoes. "Wasn't expecting this exactly." "I thought you said you'd tested this already?" Scorpius called back. Nastasia answered next to him. "We did, but we vanished the coin into the cellars from the lawn in front of Admin Hall, a few hundred feet at most. Ralph may be a whiz with a wand, but it's a different thing to hit the same mark from an ocean away. Like hitting the bullseye of a dartboard on the moon." Zane nodded, approaching out of the darkness with Rose and Ralph. "At least Ralph here got us on the board." "Not your fault, pal." He clapped Ralph heartily on the shoulder. James peered around, frowning. The vanishing cabinet was barely a crooked silhouette in the darkness, its door partway open. "So where exactly are we, then?" "My guess." Zane shrugged. "We're still under Admit Hall. Just, a little lower than expected." "Ah." He hunkered down suddenly. When he straightened again, he was buffing the gold drummel on his shirt. "Need this, don't I? It's more than a protean target. It's my current life savings." "So how are we supposed to find our way back up to the main cellars?" James asked impatiently. "I don't see any stairs or anything." Rose fanned herself with her hand, beginning to sweat in the subterranean heat. The dwarves who built Administration Hall surely would have known this cavern was here. They'd have tunneled into it and used it for resources and storage. If we explore around a bit, we're sure to find a way up and out. She turned and peered into the darkness, raising her lit wand. "Bollocks to that." Scorpius shook his head. "If we're back under Alma Alaron now, why don't we just reposition the cabinet for another go? You've got the coin, don't you?" "Yeah," James agreed. "Do your protean repositioning thing from here. We can hit the mark right on the nose and avoid tramping around the center of the earth all night." Zane nodded and shrugged. "Makes sense to me. Ralph? Round 2, if you please." He held the coin out to Ralph once more, who produced his wand and leveled it carefully. "What are you doing?" Rose cried, yanking the coin out of Zane's hand and interrupting Ralph in mid-spell. "Hey!" James exclaimed. "What gives? I turn away for 10 seconds and you lot just about doom us." Rose brandished the coin. "You vanish this away, what do you think happens to the cabinet?" "It zaps back to where it's supposed to be," James explained, smacking his forehead in irritation. "That's the whole point." Rose planted both fists on her hips. "And what about us?" "Then we just hop into the vanishing cabinet and—" James stopped, blinking as he realized the fatal flaw in the plan. After a moment he clamped his mouth shut. "All right, then," Zane said, raising both hands. "So we almost just cut off our only means of getting home again. Lesson learned. No more rash decisions, right? We need to be extra careful." "She's the one what said there had to be a tunnel to the surface," James declared, flapping a hand at Rose. "I wasn't planning to stake my life on it," Rose exclaimed shrilly. "Belt up, both of you," Scorpius sighed. "Zane is right. No more bodging around. If we're going to get out of here, Looks like we're gonna have to do it the hard way. Rose relaxed slightly at this and handed the Drummel back to Zane. Don't do anything stupid with it, she muttered. Zane pocketed the coin. All right, then, he announced cheerfully. This way for the grand tour. He lit his own wand and struck off. More somberly, Scorpius and Nastasia followed. Hold up a moment, James said. Quickly, he turned to the cabinet and tapped it with his wand. Circumnecto. In response, a golden spark shot from the end of the wand toward the cabinet, connecting them with a brief, shimmering beam. Nodding in satisfaction, he pocketed his wand, then noticed Ralph and Rose staring at him. What? He asked. It's a basic compass charm. Sends a spark back to the cabinet so we can find it again. You think Rose is the only smart one in the family? Rose cocked her head suspiciously. All right, James declared. My mum taught it to me so I wouldn't keep losing my glasses. Happy? Rose nodded, satisfied, and turned to follow the glow of Zane's bobbing wand light. I'm impressed either way, Ralph admitted as they hurried to catch up. Dead useful, that is. James gave his friend a wry smile. Thanks, Ralph. As they walked, the true scale of the cavern became apparent. The floor sloped steadily upward, eventually breaking into broad steps and then to uneven terraces, forcing the students to clamber up higher and higher sharp edges. As they progressed, James noticed the distant ceiling lowering to meet them. Soon enough, the stalactites were directly overhead, hanging down in glistening, dripping points, threatening to drop like stone spears at the slightest provocation. The ascent narrowed as stalagmites crowded the path, reaching up toward their counterparts on the ceiling. Zane led the group onward, occasionally clutching his wand in his teeth as he climbed. Is it just me? Ralph panted. Or is it getting a bit cooler? This is no accidental path, Rose agreed. It's a natural fissure, widened by foot traffic who knows how long ago. I told you the dwarves would have found this cavern and connected to it somehow. Bully for big brains Weasley, Scorpius groused, clambering over yet another sharp, black ledge. You'd have thought they could have put in some stairs, at least. There's some light ahead, Zane called back. Torchlight looks like. James peered ahead, squinting to see past the lit wands. Sure. Enough. A dim orange glow suffused the air above, glimmering on the sloping edges of the stalactites and stalagmites. With renewed purpose, the troop continued their climb, following the elusive orange glow until the floor leveled, becoming a path between hewn stone walls. The ceiling dipped down to meet them, forcing the students to hunker low. It's a good thing I'm not claustrophobic, Ralph muttered. Faintly. That's for sure, Zane called back, inching ahead and trying not to hit his head on the rough ceiling. This place is tighter than a goblin's wallet. Ralph groaned behind James. I was being sarcastic. I'm totally claustrophobic. Stupid, short dwarves. Buck up, Ralph, Rose soothed. I think we're almost out. In this, James suspected, Rose was being rather optimistic. Still, after 10 more minutes of cramped walking, all angling steadily upwards, the ceiling finally raised, joining a much broader, human-sized corridor. Flames flickered from an iron sconce hung from the ceiling by black chains. Goblin fire? Rose said, wiping her brow. Burns on nothing and never goes out. Probably been there for centuries. What's with all the rubbish all over the floor? James frowned, pointing toward a litter of pickaxes, pails and helmets some distance away. Oh! Rose exclaimed happily, trotting forward for a closer look. Dwarf-made tools. They're supposed to be some of the best made in the world. She stooped and plucked a small spade from the floor, pulling it from a bed of ancient cobwebs. Light as a spanner, but strong as a manticore. And look, she held up another implement, a short-handled axe. Just my size, too. This, I believe, Scorpius said, joining Rose near the strew of tools, is what's known as looting. Oh, Tosh, they've been here for ages. The dwarves are long gone from these tunnels. James drifted closer and held up his wand, examining the rough stone wall. Just out of curiosity, what do you suppose did that? Zane and Nastasia leaned close, peering at the wall. A series of irregular, deep scratches scarred the stone. Ralph frowned nervously. That must have been some pickaxe. They look more like... James swallowed, reluctant to continue. Claw marks, Nastasia nodded, running a finger along one of the deep scratches. Air, Rose's voice echoed tentatively from some distance away. Air, chaps? Is this what it looks like? James and Scorpius stepped over the strew of cast-off tools and turned a sharp corner. Rose glanced back at them where she stood, pointing. Another pile of debris ranged further along the corridor, dancing in the orange glow of another goblin fire sconce. Those aren't dwarf tools, Ralph squeaked, stopping behind James. Those are dwarfs. Unfortunately, Ralph was correct. Tossed hither and thither against the walls and over the rough floor were small, heavy-browed skulls, broken ribs, and various bits of skeletal arms and legs. Glinting mellowly among the bones were complex metal shapes, broken, scattered, and covered with dust. Armor, James gulped. Look, there's a shield, and some sort of chainmail all ripped to bits, and there's a sword with a hand still attached to it. Now that's a battle I'd have liked to see, Zane announced fervently. Dwarves are tough cusses, and their armor is the strongest stuff going. He plucked the sword from the floor and shook off the skeletal hand clinging to the hilt. It fell back with a dry clatter that made James wince. See? Not a nick on it. Not even a speck of rust. He examined the sword closely, turning it in the firelight. A little blood, though, by the looks of it. This guy got in a few slashes before kicking the OL bucket. Zane's right, Rose frowned. Dwarves are famous for their toughness in battle. What could do this to them? Same thing that clawed up the walls back there, I'd bet, Nastasia commented. Either way, James said, raising his voice. Like Rose said, this stuff's been here for ages. Whatever caused it all is long dead. As if in answer, a low, warbling noise lifted out of the depths. It was an eerily inhuman sound, a ululating moan, rising in pitch until it echoed all around, becoming a warbling, shrill yodel. James felt his hair stand up. Zane dropped the dwarven sword. Rose clutched Ralph's arm with both of her hands, her eyes going wide. Even Scorpius' face paled to that of a gray sheet. Slowly, the horrible noise died away, chasing its echoes into unseen tunnels and corridors. Or not, Nastasia squeaked. Rose looked around wildly. Which way did it come from? Who can tell? James replied. Come on, let's leg it out of here. There has to be a way further up. Zane retrieved the dropped sword and held it shakily ahead of him. In his fist, the weapon looked ridiculously diminutive, despite its glinting, sharp blade. In a tight knot, the group clambered forward, stepping clumsily over skulls and broken armor. 100 feet past the scatter of bones, the corridor ended at a barricade of crisscrossed iron bars, each as thick as James' arm, festooned with bolts the size of doorknobs. Set in the middle of the barricade was an iron door with a heavy lock. Painted on the rough stone wall on either side of the barricade were large white skulls and crossbones. Above these, rather worrying, was a single word, Gauro. Oh man, Zane commented worriedly. Rose frowned at the cracked white paint. What's it mean? What's a Gauro? Scorpius shrugged. Sounds like some kind of sweet you'd buy at Honeyduke's. Zane shook his head fervently. It's no sweet. A Gauro is a legendary American monster, Nastasia explained. The good news is that no one's seen any for hundreds of years. She frowned thoughtfully. The bad news is that they love caves and tunnels. Ralph's voice was thin with worry. So, what's it look like? Cross a basilisk with an alligator, Zane said. Then give it tusks, eyes the size of hubcaps, and claws like a hippogriff. But, Nastasia added, holding her hands about 2 feet apart, you know, bigger. Scorpius pushed to the front of the group and gripped the iron barricade with both hands. He peered through the bars at the dark corridor beyond. Looks like they penned it in good, though. So long as it stays on the other side of these bars, I expect we'll be all right. Closer this time, the eerie warbling cry came again, echoing all around. Are you sure? James asked, joining Scorpius in front of the ancient barricade, that it's on that side of the bars? In answer, the tunnel behind them rumbled. Dust sifted from the ceiling. On the heels of this came the unmistakable sound of claws scraping on stone, approaching swiftly. I think I need a bigger sword, Zane said breathlessly, spinning toward the sound. Rose, James called, grabbing his cousin by the arm. Unlocking spells are your specialty, right? He pushed her toward the iron door. So make with the unlocking. I can't, she protested. I haven't calibrated my new wand for unlocking spells yet. What? I'm just as likely to make it sprout fur as to unlock it, she cried, both frightened and angry. Somebody else has to do it. The Gauro screamed again, blotting out every other sound. It seemed terribly close. The floor vibrated with its approach. Bloody hell, Scorpius exclaimed. Ralph? Time to go to work. Ralph nodded, his face slick with sweat. He stood back and leveled his wand at the ancient door. Alohomora! A brilliant golden bolt struck the lock, illuminating its ancient keyhole. The door rattled violently in its frame. James grabbed one of the bars and tugged. Still locked, he said, stepping back again. Try another one. Ralph firmed his jaw and planted his feet, wand still pointing at the iron lock. Resurrare. This time, an orange bolt struck the lock, exploding into sparks. The door rattled again, but remained firmly closed. Try universal clavum, Rose cried, hopping fearfully from foot to foot. It's a universal key charm. Ralph nodded, repeating the spell in his head, then pointed his wand once more. Lime green lightning leapt from his wand, filling the keyhole and making it glow. There was a loud, ratcheting click. James leapt forward and rattled the door again. I think you actually locked it harder that time, he declared, shaking his head. Behind him, Rose screamed. James turned, throwing himself back against the unyielding iron bars and pulling his cousin with him. Nastasia hunkered low, her wand extended toward the depths of the corridor. There, heaving out of the darkness, a heavy, slithering shape appeared. A pair of enormous, perfectly round orange eyes glinted, reflecting the light of the goblin fire sconce. A moment later, the creature lunged forward, bashing the sconce from the ceiling and snuffing it beneath its scaly belly. The flash of light allowed only a brief glimpse of muscular, reptilian arms tipped with black claws, curving yellow tusks, and a long, grinning, scaly head. Desperately, Zane threw the dwarven sword. It glinted as it spun out of the light, clattering against the creature's scaly hide. My hero, Nastasia said, pulling the blond boy back. The Gauro slithered forward with horrible speed, its scaly body rasping against the stone walls, its glinting orange eyes bobbing hypnotically. It screamed again, sending a gust of cold breath along the tunnel. Green light flashed. Nastasia, James saw, was firing killing curses at the behemoth, to no avail. Rose turned away from the scene, burying her face against James' shoulder. He couldn't blame her. Dimly, almost clinically, he realized he had never been more primally terrified in his life. Scorpius jumped forward, blocking James' view of the approaching monster. He grabbed Ralph by the shoulder, spun the bigger boy around, and wrestled his arm upwards so that his wand pointed once again at the iron door. Against the shrieking approach of the Gauro, Scorpius' voice was barely audible. "Convulsus!" he cried, gripping Ralph's wrist with both hands. A bolt of blue shot from Ralph's wand. It struck the door just above James' shoulder, igniting a blast of purple sparks. The door exploded backwards, tearing from its hinges and clattering violently to the floor. James fell backward through the sudden opening, dragging Rose with him. "Come on!" Scorpius shouted, grabbing Nastasia and Zane, one in each hand. Stumbling and dazed, they bowled through the iron door frame, pushing Ralph ahead of them and falling atop James in a heap, knocking the wind from his lungs. The Gauro slammed against the iron barricade, wrenching it out of True but hopelessly wedging in its broken door frame. The monster screamed again and gnashed its jaws. Its teeth clacked and its tusks slashed mere inches from the scrambling students. "Run!" James cried, pushing Zane ahead of him. "No!" Scorpius countered, pointing back toward the iron barricade. "Reparo the door!" James glanced back over his shoulder. As he did, the Gauro strained forward, wrenching the barricade further out of True. Metal screeched as the bars slowly bent. "Ralph!" James called. "He's right. Repair the door. Quick!" Dazed, Ralph glanced from James to the broken door where it lay, bent almost double on the stone floor. His face cleared and hardened. "Everybody stand back!" he shouted, raising his wand again. Its lime-green tip seemed to glow in the darkness. James pressed back against the stone wall of the tunnel, joining Rose and Scorpius. Nastasia and Zane huddled across from them, their faces pale and worried. A loud, wrenching screech echoed through the tunnel. The Gauro had forced its head and left shoulder through the deteriorating gate. It screamed, filling the tunnel with its cold breath and chilling, ululating shriek. "Reparo!" Ralph shouted, raising his voice, somehow, over the noise of the Gauro. With a sudden metallic screech, the door straightened, flipped into the air, and spun back toward the iron barricade. It slammed back into its frame, punching the Gauro backwards, head over slithering tail, so that it crashed against the floor and slid, arms flailing and slashing at the stone walls. When it came to a stop, it fell back limply, its tail forming a question mark on the gritty floor. Rose quavered. "Is it dead?" Zane shook his head. "No chance. Just knocked out." "You sure that repair job of yours will hold, Ralph?" James asked. Faintly, Ralph nodded with grim confidence. "Good as new, I'd wager." He turned to Scorpius and frowned. "That thing you did, grabbing my wand hand, I didn't think that was possible." "Neither did I," Scorpius shrugged shakily. "But I remembered something my grandfather taught me." James joined him in the center of the tunnel, unable to take his eyes from the repaired barricade and the horrible prone creature behind it. "And what was that?" Scorpius gestured at Ralph's wand. "Subtlety is a dead man's last mistake." Nastasia nodded. "Well, that sure wasn't subtle. I guess we all owe you one, don't we? Let's not start clapping each other on the back just yet," Scorpius replied, firming his voice. "We still have to find this crone Lousa and get the truth out of her about the Morrigan Web. Assuming she's a real person," James added wearily. And has any secrets to share, Rose agreed. And doesn't just feed us to that thing, Ralph concluded, hitching a thumb back at the Gowro. What a bunch of sourpusses you bunch are, Zane chided. Come on. The worst has to be behind us now, right? Much more slowly and tentatively, the group resumed their journey, inching their way further into the darkening depths of Alma Alaron's ancient catacombs, wands held high against the shadows. James didn't want to admit it aloud, but he had a foreboding feeling that Zane's assumption couldn't be more wrong. Chapter 18. The Morrigan Web. Soon enough, the tunnel began to angle up again, turning into a stone stairway, punctuated by landings, cross corridors, and great, empty halls. Goblin fire sconces and torches lit the way, despite the obvious disuse of the tunnels themselves. Dust and cobwebs clung to every surface, wafting as the troop passed. Finally, they reached a monstrous wooden door, fortunately unlocked. It creaked open as Zane pushed it, revealing a more brightly lit corridor lined with arches and tapestries, muted with age and a thick layer of dust. Cool, Zane muttered, his voice unconsciously hushed. These show the construction of Alma Alaron. He pointed. There's Roberts and Pepperpock at the groundbreaking, and there are the dwarves digging the foundation of Admin Hall. Wait, Rose said suddenly, stopping in her tracks. Whose footprints are those? James glanced down. Leading away from his own feet, clearly defined on the dusty floor, was a set of fresh footprints, somewhat smaller than his own. Somebody else is down here, Ralph said. Maybe it's her, Rose suggested. Crone Lousa. James didn't think so, but resisted the urge to voice this suspicion. Zane clapped Ralph on the back. What say we follow them? It's the only lead we've got, right? No one spoke up either to concur or dissent. Thus, silently and carefully, the group crept forward, following the footprints. They led straight down the corridor and around a corner, where they met a second set of footprints. Together, these progressed along a narrow hall and toward a small, dark archway, blocked with a mostly closed wooden door. Firelight flickered teasingly beyond the cracked opening. Voices, Rose whispered. Is that her? As quietly as possible, the students inched toward the door, huddling against the wall, careful not to scuff their feet on the dusty floor. Sure enough, faint and echoing, a voice seemed to be in mid-conversation. I don't get many official visitors, you must understand. It was an old woman's voice, cracked and oozing with false sweetness. I must say, I very nearly cursed you for an interloper. It is my only job, you know. Imagine, a witch of my capabilities reduced to a mere custodian. Even so, my duties do offer the occasional indulgence. In fact, I was slightly disappointed not to practice my arts on you. I get so few opportunities these days. Still, she cackled teasingly. The day is not yet done yet, is it? Ralph met James' eyes in the dark hall. It's her, he whispered. Crone Lousa. But who's she talking to? James shook his head, confused and worried. Beyond the cracked door came the tinkle of silver and the faint clatter of plates. Another voice murmured, just out of the range of hearing. My apologies, Crone Lousa simpered. I am not accustomed to serving more than myself. I do hope that my humble abode does not offend. The second voice responded. James strained to listen, but couldn't make out the words. All he could be sure of was that Crone Lousa's visitor was a woman. I see, Lousa answered, responding to some unheard question. This is not to be a pleasant visit, then. You come to dig into the past. And yet I cannot help but wonder, for good or for ill. A response. James leaned close to the door but still could not hear it. The visitor was deeper in Crone Lousa's quarters, it seemed, around some hidden corner or behind some obstruction. He tried to peer through the crack of the door but could only see the faint flicker of fire, a simmering cauldron, the back of a blanket-draped rocking chair, and a mass of blurry shadows. "Information, then," Lousa said, a suspicious smile in her voice. "It is quite popular today not to take sides, is it? I would almost prefer that your interrogation be for evil intent than for mere information. I confess that I like to know where people stand. It makes things much simpler. But so be it. Ask away. I am obliged to respond." The visitor spoke immediately. James pressed his ear to the door's opening. There was something familiar about the voice. It was a woman, and he was almost certain she was not American. His eyes widened as a thought struck him. Could it possibly be the Lady of the Lake? If so, perhaps it would finally provide the proof Rose and Scorpius needed to believe that she was real. Avier may be the face of the Morrigan Web attack, but James was positive Judith was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. "Ah," Lousa breathed. There was a faint wooden creak, a rocking chair, perhaps? "Straight to the crux of my family's sordid past. I see. To be honest, I was prepared to guard these secrets with great vigor and terrible magic. For many years I was primed to kill for them. I laid webs of misdirection, wove great protective spells, prepared vicious traps and counter-jinxes. And yet, amazingly, no one came. No one sought out the secrets I protected. Perhaps, I told myself, just perhaps the world has grown beyond the lust for such things. Perhaps my wardens were right when they assured me that there was no one left in the world mad enough to resort to such horrors." Lousa sighed deeply, mournfully. "Indeed, after these many decades, no one came. But now here you are, the very first. And even you do not come to threaten, to bargain, to murder. You come merely to seek information. How dreadfully, horribly dull. Pray, what has become of the world above?" The visitor's voice answered lightly. When Lousa spoke again, she seemed irritated. "Rumors and safeguards, pa. No one seeks such secrets without intent to use them. But so be it, my pretty young friend. Perhaps you are fool enough to believe what you say. I wonder if you will live to realize your mistake. But no matter. The decades have left me restless. I will give you what you seek." Lousa paused. Her chair creaked, rocking thoughtfully for almost a minute. Then, "It was my mother who created it. She did not mean to. It was what some ironically refer to as a happy accident. She was seeking a way to prime a wand, to augment its powers for those weak in the magical arts. She had a talentless sister, you see, my Aunt Tempestra. Despite her name, she was nearly impotent, barely one notch above a squib. My mother wished to help her. Thus, she used a magical power source. In her case, an enchanted ring which had once belonged to her grandfather, a warlock of great talent, highly revered and feared in his day, but alas, long dead. My mother distilled the power of her grandfather's ring, steeped it, and channeled it into her sister's wand." Another pause while Lousa seemed to ruminate on this. Her visitor spoke again, briefly. "Of course it did," Lousa answered. "It was too much, too undirected. But that wasn't the worst of it. My mother had overlooked one important detail. The steeped magic had absorbed more than the strength of the old, dead warlock. It had absorbed his intent. It was very nearly alive. Fortunately, so long as it was imprisoned in the ring, amplified as it was by my mother's arts, it was harmless. It wasn't until my mother released it, gave it an outlet in my sister's wand, that its true power became known. But I get ahead of myself. The true story starts before that, as you surely know." More murmured words from Lousa's visitor. More creaking from Lousa's rocking chair. "You truly do not know, then?" Lousa said wonderingly. "And yet, why should you? All records of the disaster have been destroyed. Only 2 others kept the secrets. And what has become of them? Dead. And not of curses and attacks, as one might expect. They were not killed by those hungry for the sort of power that can only be won via the artful use of terror, but by simple old age. Consequently, their secrets have been absorbed into the dust of history, forgotten by most, discounted by the rest. She chuckled drily to herself. Well, by most of the rest. Some still believe. Some seek the secrets. Some wish to wield the power of the Morrigan Web and reap its deadly reward. Next to James, Rose gasped at the mention of the Morrigan Web. He glanced at her wide-eyed as she clamped a hand over her mouth. Sounds like somebody beat us to the punch, Zane whispered, frowning. But who? Scorpius rasped, eyes narrowed. Shoo! James hushed them, raising one hand. Beyond the door, the voices were speaking again. So be it. Lousa seemed to agree, a grin in her voice. You shall hear the tale and do with it what you will. My mother was the first to bear my duty here in the cellars, cursed to dwell these depths, forbidden from ever again appearing in daylight. It was a kindness, they told her. After all, she hadn't meant to commit any crime. She could not be executed for what was, quite simply, a terrible, disastrous mistake. Her genius had merely opened a door, unleashed a power that simply could not be contained. Thus, the only option was to banish her. And with her, her only daughter, the only other witness to the terror she had wrought. Lousa's chair rocked more quickly now as she warmed to the topic. But all of that happened afterward. Before the terrors of that night, my mother, Principia Lousa, was a highly regarded professor at the institution above us. Her treatises on the interconnected magical constants of the natural world were groundbreaking, earning her world renown and a position of great honor. Thus, when she announced that she had perfected a theory regarding the transfer of magical energies, the wizarding world listened with great interest. After all, such a discovery could, in theory, grant normal lives to the magically weak, and even to squibs. Some went so far as to conjecture that muggles could be empowered, allowing them to utilize magic that was utterly absent from their own nature. Satisfied with her theories, my mother finally prepared a human trial. This would be conducted on her own sister, Tempestra, using the energy long steeped from my aforementioned great-grandfather's warlock ring. Representatives from magical institutions the world over gathered to witness the event. Nearly 100 of the wizarding world's smartest and most accomplished technomancers, arithmeticians, and healers convened in the medical theater, breathless with anticipation. Tempestra was fearful, but excited. She had always been ashamed of her weakness, her inability to fly, to so much as transfigure a teaspoon out of a thimble. Now, finally, her life was about to change. If only she had known. Lousa paused again. Her voice was growing hoarse with so much unaccustomed speaking. There was a faint clatter as she seemed to take a drink, firming her voice. Her visitor spoke again, briefly. None of them, Lousa confirmed. None of those attending had examined either the theory or the mechanism. Indeed, none had even considered the possibility of error. My own mother was too blinded by her good intentions to contemplate the potential for disaster. Thus, it was with great fanfare and lofty expectations that my great-grandfather's ring was unveiled, having been steeped in a charmed trunk right there in the theater. The process was deceptively simple in its execution. It was a timed release. At a particular moment, the very stroke of noon, the transfer would trigger. My mother watched, standing there beside her sister, one hand on her shoulder. The others waited silently, wide-eyed, knowing that, one way or another, they were about to witness history in the making. The rocking chair creaked again. The visitor's voice murmured, James pressed his ear to the door. "Of course she did," Lousa replied quietly. "It was instantaneous and horrible. I was watching from the wings backstage, barely 5 years old at the time. My Aunt Tempestra was holding her wand out in preparation, of course, pointing at the ring, ready to accept whatever it meant to give. She was tense, trembling, but there was hope on her face. That's what I remember the most, in spite of everything." At the first chime of noon, the transfer triggered flawlessly, just as my mother had predicted. It crackled like lightning, connecting my great-grandfather's ring and Aunt Tempestra's wand. Her fist tightened on the wand. It looked like she couldn't let go even if she had wanted to. But the lightning didn't stop. It built, became blinding, murmuring. Lousa's visitor was clarifying something. "She was," Lousa confirmed dully. "My poor aunt was dead the instant the bolt struck her wand. And yet she sat bolt upright, her arm extended, caught in the strength of the transfer, even as it built, glowing like the sun. It barely took a second from the launch of the transfer. The power overwhelmed her wand. It was inevitable, of course. And that's when it happened." Rose was leaning over James now, straining to listen. Lousa's voice had weakened as she spoke, reducing her words to faint mutters. There was a long, ringing pause, and then, finally, she continued. "The transfer leapt away from my aunt's wand," she said hollowly, living the memory as if it was happening in front of her all over again. "Not in one direction, but in every direction. A dozen bolts struck out, connecting to the wizards and witches closest to it. Instantly, they jerked where they sat or stood, petrified by the jolt of power. And also instantly, branching from them, more bolts lanced out, connecting to those behind them. In a fraction of a second, every witch and wizard in the theater was caught, frozen and petrified, in the web of the transfer. It was their wands, you see. The power of the ring, amplified to murderous proportions and imbued with the vicious malice of my great-grandfather, connected every wand in the room, forming an inescapable web of death. In less than a second, 100 witches and wizards fell dead to the floor of the theater. All I remember is the silence that followed. The terrible, awful silence. I survived, of course. I was too young to bear a wand, thus I was spared. My mother, standing right next to her dead sister, had accidentally broken her own wand that morning, stupidly, in a pointless, meaningless carriage mishap. She was cursed to live, to spend her final years remembering that moment, knowing that she was responsible for the worst mass killing in the history of the country. And that, my pretty young friend, Lousa concluded, her voice barely a dry rasp, is the tale of the Morrigan Web. Despite the rumors, my mother never intended to create a weapon of terror. The only time it was ever used, it was an accident, a tragedy, sparing its unwitting creator and dooming her to a life in the sunless depths. Here, with me, she lived the remainder of her years, haunted by guilt, bearing the secret of the most powerful magical weapon ever devised. There was a long silence. James' knees ached from hunkering so long in the darkness, but he barely noticed. His mind raced with images of the upcoming Quidditch summit, hundreds of Hogwarts students, Quidditch players and teachers, along with the attending wizarding world leaders and their entourages, all bearing wands, all suddenly connected in a crackling web of cursed magic. The wandless Muggle leaders would survive, blinking in the terrible aftermath, confused and clueless. They would be defenseless before Avier and his minions, who simply needed to stow their wands in a safe place until the web spent its deadly force. The result would be massacre upon massacre as the Muggle survivors were cut down, one by one, like targets at a carnival. Lousa's visitor was asking a question. "You misunderstand," the crone wheezed. My great-grandfather's ring was not the key to the Morrigan Web. The ring served only as fuel. The deadly nature of the web is that any sufficiently magical object can power it. Any tool or sigil that has absorbed the strength and purpose of a very powerful witch or wizard, now dead and gone, leaving only their essence behind. My great-grandfather was a warlock, a purveyor of warfare and death, and yet he was no horror. He was simply an immoral man willing to sell his dark talents for a rich income. Even so, look what his reflected essence wreaked when untethered and amplified. If only my mother had used someone else, a witch or wizard of noble heart and gentleness, she may well have succeeded in her plan. Or, at worst, created a web of mere pixie dust and flowers. But that, unfortunately, did not happen. This is the world we live in, my young pretty, a world brimming with evil determination, a world full of wicked witches and wizards whose power and intent lingers after their mortal death, just waiting to be amplified and unleashed with the proper spells and preparation. The horror of the Morrigan Web is that anyone can do it, if only they know how, and can locate a sufficient source of magical fuel and dark intent. The visitor spoke again. James thought he could make out the question this time. How does one stop it? Lousa wheezed with laughter. One does not. Once the source of fuel is locked in place, it can only be replaced with another source of fuel, equally as powerful and related to the same donor. Removing the enchanted object outright will only trigger the transference prematurely. James pressed his ear directly into the crack of the door, struggling to hear as the visitor asked another question. Then how does one recognize the Morrigan Web before it is triggered? Ah, Lousa smiled. You see that is the crux of the matter. Early warning and avoiding false alarms. It may be that a dead wizard's favorite pipe is a magical time bomb. It may also be merely a quaint memento. As a famed muggle once said, sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. So how, you ask, does one tell the difference? The visitor murmured in an encouraging tone. Lousa heaved a deep, resigned breath. There are 3 markers, she admitted, lowering her voice so that James, once again, could barely hear. The others crowded round him, piling outside the door and holding their breath to listen. The first marker is the object itself. It will be a tool or instrument of someone of great power, heartlessness, and purpose. The subject must be deceased, leaving their essence to pool in the object, making it a focal point. The second marker is proximity, the ancient crone went on. The object will be in the center of a crowd, the focal point, the headpiece. It will not be subtle. It cannot be, or the magic of its preparation will not work. And finally, perhaps most important of all, the third key is... Lousa's voice cracked. She wheezed drily, coughed, and then hesitated, apparently taking a drink. Her visitor spoke to her soothingly, her own voice hushed. After an infuriatingly tense minute, Lousa spoke again. James couldn't press his ear any closer to the door. Rose, Zane and Scorpius hovered over him as well, leaning and straining. But Lousa's voice had fallen to a harsh rattle, indistinguishable beneath the distant crackle of the fireplace. And then, in horrifyingly slow motion, James began to lose his balance. Rose and Scorpius were leaning on him, adding their weight to his precarious position. He tilted toward the door, tried desperately to right himself, and only succeeded in knocking Scorpius' hand loose of his shoulder. The blond boy fell atop him, tumbling him forward into the door. Rose fell as well, rolling over him, followed by Zane, who tripped over James' legs and knocked the door completely open before sprawling full length onto a rough woven rug. The door banged against the inside wall, rattling in its old hinges. "Interlopers!" Crone Lousa rasped, her voice reduced to a rough, strained wheeze. She leapt from her rocking chair by the fire, wand in hand, pointing down the full extension of her arm. Trespassers! Eavesdroppers! Furiously, she stalked forward, eyes blazing on her long, wrinkled face, white hair streaming wildly behind her. James scrambled to back away from her but was hopelessly entangled with Rose and Scorpius. Clumsy with terror, the students flailed, shrinking back from the crone's white fist and black, twisted wand. Blattum! Immutare! A purple bolt leapt from Louse's wand. James squeezed his eyes shut, certain he was about to be blasted into cockroachhood. Instead, the bolt struck the door, splitting it and peppering him with splinters. He risked slitting one eye and peering up. Louse's wrist was being gripped from behind by a pale white hand, raised just enough to offset her aim. A face, smiling and framed by satiny black locks of hair, peeked over the crone's shoulder calmly. "Actually, madame," Tabitha Corsica said with a smug sigh, "I'm afraid that most of these are with me." "I suppose the truth would make a better story," Corsica said as the gathering left Crone Louse's quarters. Crone Louse herself fuming curses and shaking with fury behind them. "If it wasn't so sadly obvious. When I saw you in the greenhouse during this afternoon's lesson, Mr. Potter, I knew immediately that you were up to no good. You are as easy to read as a Beadle the Bard picture book. I simply followed you and your little clique of troublemakers." She laughed lightly. "It can't be that easy," James seethed as he stalked ahead, following the spark of his own wand back to the dwarven tunnel. "No one simply walks into the cellars of Alma Alaron." Inexplicably, Zane snickered behind him. "Ah," Corsica said, turning to Zane and Nastasia, as if remembering they were there. "This is where we leave you. You will both accompany Madame Louse to the surface. Good day to both of you." Zane's grin transformed immediately into an alarmed frown. "You're sending us with Crone Lauer?" He caught himself and glanced behind him, spying the old woman's pale face and blazing eyes as she hobbled up to them. Madame Louse, I mean, and a more handsome and capable escort have I never met. Why, a delight, a pleasure to be in the company of—" He coughed, running out of steam in the face of Louse's withering stare. "Save it for the Chancellor," she growled, her voice like sandpaper. "I've already sent word that I will be delivering you to the surface. In your present forms, unfortunately." "Oh, thank God," Zane declared, wiping his brow theatrically. "Lead on then, Madame Crone." Louse ignored him. As she passed Tabitha Corsica, however, she pinned her with a steady, piercing gaze. "You seem a far sight young to be a professor, my pretty," she muttered, leaning close and narrowing her eyes. "There's something about you that speaks of treachery." She sniffed, as if scenting the air around Corsica, tasting her aura. Her thin lips curled into a tight smile. "I understand treachery." She nodded. Then, with a swirl of her ancient, moldy robes, she swept on, leading Nastasia and Zane into the shadows. "We'll talk," Zane called, turning to trot backwards. "Have your people call my people." He waggled his eyebrows and pantomimed talking on a muggle telephone. James knew that he was talking about the shard and nodded wearily. "Shall we?" Corsica announced cheerfully. "Mr. Potter, you'll take the lead, if you please. I have an excellent sense of direction, but it seems a waste not to utilize your compass spell. Surprisingly intrepid of you, I dare say." "Stop calling me Mr. Potter," James said, his voice echoing as he ducked into the cramped dwarven tunnel. "You're barely older than me, and you aren't a full professor. You're just a substitute." Corsica clucked her tongue behind him. "Sticks and stones, Mr. Potter." Further back, Rose spoke up. "James is right. It is dead suspicious that we found you here, Professor. Seems awfully convenient just to say you followed us. Alas, Corsica answered, I should thank you and your friends for making it so terribly convenient for me. Following James and Mr. Dolohov from the greenhouse was no challenge. Spying the rest of you skulking outside the Great Hall was even easier. And slipping into the Great Hall to spy on you was a mere matter of timing and misdirection. It was you, James sighed. You were the person we heard slipping through the doors right before Zane and Nastasia showed up. She didn't sneak in after us. You get... Scorpius' voice came out of the darkness. She cast a diversion, the noise of the main doors opening, to get us to look backwards while she ducked in through the teacher's entrance up by the head table. I see there is some Slytherin in you after all, Mr. Malfoy, Corsica said indulgently. Like your father and his father before him. Proud lineage, everyone. Until you, of course. Oh dear me, Scorpius commented loudly. Tabitha Corsica thinks I'm a disappointment. However will I bear the shame? It's Professor Corsica, the tall girl corrected, her voice going hard. Don't forget that all of you are in terrible trouble. Mr. Filch will have to invent entirely new spells to discipline the four of you. Unless he leaves it up to me, of course. He has been quite busy of late. So how did you know to ask about the Morrigan Web? Surprisingly, it was Ralph who asked this. His voice strained as he navigated the cramped tunnel, bringing up the rear. Ah, Mr. Dolohov, Corsica sighed. You and your friends talk quite a lot and rather loudly. You made your purpose here very clear, to seek out someone known as Kronlausa and interview her about something called the Morrigan Web. Once I followed you through the cabinet, I simply circumnavigated you, passing ahead as you lot argued about how to proceed. Finding Madame Lausa was a no challenge. Her purpose here, as you've seen, is to confront trespassers. Once I identified myself as a professor and ambassador of Hogwarts, she welcomed me into her quarters. As apparently you witnessed. The real question, she changed her tone, making it low and suspicious, is why a group of students is seeking information about a magical weapon of terror. We're students, Scorpius said blandly. We're hungry to learn. The headmaster may find such hunger very suspect, Corsica replied immediately. If you haven't noticed, he tends to be on the suspicious side. Torchlight flickered ahead. James followed it down a series of worn stone steps, finally coming out into the larger, older corridor of the Gowrow. He stopped, spying the iron barricade ahead. How'd you get around that? He asked with a frown. She operat past it, Rose sighed, coming alongside and stretching her spine. What about the monster? He asked, turning to glare back at Corsica. Even if you snuck past it once, we almost became dinner. If anything, it's even hungrier now. I don't see it, Rose said, approaching the iron door carefully and peeking through the bars. Corsica was unfazed. If you were nearly devoured, it was because you were clumsy and noisy. I slipped past because I am stealthy. If we remain quiet, a challenging feat for the lot of you, I admit, we shall have no problems with the Gowrow. Although, she added speculatively, I did rather wish to see it. Was it red? It was green, Scorpius answered. Green with orange eyes. Ah, those are the especially vicious ones. Corsica nodded, impressed. But such is life. Shall we? We can't unlock the door, Ralph said, almost challengingly. We had to destroy it and repair it afterward. Of course one cannot magically unlock dwarven doors, Corsica chided. Dwarves are far too clever. And frankly I am surprised you were able to open it by force. But no matter. My method will suffice. I cannot apparate to the cavern below. We simply do not know it well enough to avoid splinching. But this... She vanished with a crack, reappearing several feet down the corridor, on the other side of the iron barricade. is simplicity in itself, she finished with a cold smile. I shall return for you, one by one, using side-along apparition to protego maxima. There was a sudden flash of light. A pulse of magic appeared before James, separating him from the barricade. Next to him, Rose recoiled in surprise from the sudden wall of shimmering blue light. Glancing aside in alarm, James was shocked to see Ralph standing straight, his wand outstretched and his face grim. Shield charm, he said firmly, his dark eyes glaring at Corsica. The strongest one of all. You taught it to me yourself, Tabitha, my first year when I was in your Fong and Talons Club. Do you remember? I do, Corsica answered, cocking her head. I have to admit, Dalahav, I didn't think you had it in you to use it. Especially not like this. What are you up to? Ralph ignored her question. Tell us what the third key is, he demanded. The third thing that identifies the Morrigan Web. Tell us and I'll drop the shield charm. Ralph? James asked, shocked at the sudden ferocity on his friend's face. What about the, you know? Don't worry, James, Corsica smiled. Mr. Dalahav doesn't have the courage to follow through on his threat. The shield will drop before the Gauro returns. She turned back to Ralph. Don't be ridiculous. You and I both know you aren't Slytherin enough to do this. It is folly. Tell us the third secret of the Morrigan Web, Ralph demanded again, brandishing his wand more firmly. Tentatively, Corsica reached through the bars of the barricade. She winced as her fist passed into the shimmering blue light. Not bad, Mr. Dalahav, she admitted, gritting her teeth with effort. But I can still force my hand through. I taught you better than this. Try forcing your whole body through, Ralph suggested. We'll be taking you home in a paper sack. You can perform a protega maxima? Scorpius asked Ralph, impressed. So we can pass through from this side, but she can't get back from hers? He frowned. Why didn't we use that against the Gauro? It takes great power to block anything larger than a person, Corsica answered. And despite the size of Mr. Dalahav's wand, he is not a wizard of great power. Drop the shield, boy, and let us leave this place. I won't ask again. Neither will I, Ralph stated coldly. Raising the fingers of his left hand to his mouth, he whistled piercingly. The noise of it rang along the corridor. In response, a dull roar, faint with distance, echoed out of the dark. Ralph? Rose squeaked suddenly, her eyes going wide. What are you doing? Corsica smiled. I won't answer your question, Mr. Dalahav. You will look a fool when you falter. And you will falter. Lower the charm now, and perhaps we may salvage a shred of what passes for your dignity. Ralph merely glared at the witch on the other side of the barricade, his face stony, shining in the light of the shimmering shield charm. He won't let her get eaten, Rose quavered, tugging James' sleeve. Will he? No one knows she's here, Scorpius replied thoughtfully. If she were never to return, no one would have the slightest idea we had anything to do with it. Frankly, I could imagine letting the beast eat her whether she answers the question or not. Shut up, Scorpius, Ralph said, renewing his grip on his wand. Time is running out, Tabitha. Sure enough, the stone floor seemed to vibrate with the rumble of the Gauro's approach. It roared again, much closer this time, ending in the terrible, inhuman shrieking that made James' hair stand up. You are making a fool of yourself, Corsica answered coldly. She stepped closer to the iron barricade, peering through it with stubborn determination. You never had strength of conviction. That's why you failed in the all-school debate. That's why you persist in clinging to those of weak judgment and simplistic ethic. You are a large boy with a tiny mind. Desist now before I am forced to break you. Ralph did not flinch. It's coming, Tabitha. Ralph, James muttered nervously. We can figure out what we need to know elsewhere. You don't have to do this. Rose nodded fervently. James is right. She lowered her voice to a mortified hush. Ralph, you're attacking a teacher. She's no teacher, Ralph replied, disgust oozing from his voice. She's a mad, twisted little girl with delusions of greatness. Her best weapon is the arrogance that no one will challenge her. Faced with real opposition, she crumbles. I'd answer his question if I was you, Scorpius commented idly, stepping close to the barricade. I think he's going to do it. He's crazy mad at you. You can see that, right? Dust sifted from the ceiling as the floor shuddered. The Gauro was very close. Scorpius, Rose warned. Get back from the shield. Remember, she can. It happened so quickly that James barely saw it. Rose reached to pull Scorpius back from the edge of the shimmering blue shield. Tabitha Corsica, however, had anticipated this. She shot her arm between the iron bars of the barricade, rammed it through Ralph's shield charm, and grasped Rose's wrist in an iron grip. A flat crack struck the air and Rose vanished along with Tabitha Corsica. An instant later, both of them reappeared 10 feet further along the corridor, standing amidst the dwarf skulls and broken bits of armor. Rose gasped in shock, realizing that she'd been sidelong apparat through the shield to the other side of the barricade. Corsica pushed Rose away and straightened, her icy eyes still glaring at Ralph. I warned you, Mr. Dolohov, she said. Now lower the shield. Ralph, Rose cried, running back toward the barricade and wrapping her fists around its bars. Tell us the third key to the Morrigan Web, Ralph demanded, his face suddenly strained. His temples glistened with sweat. I won't, Corsica answered firmly. You've lost. Lower the shield. The Gauro roared again. Its shadow appeared at the end of the corridor, slithering and flailing just around the bend. Rose's eyes were wide and terrified. She spun around, throwing her back against the bars of the barricade and staring back toward the approaching shadow. It's over, Ralph, James shouted, grabbing his friend's shoulder and shaking him. Let them back through. Scorpius nodded. He's right. Drop it, Dolohov. But Ralph did not. His arm was like a statue, gripping his wand and maintaining the shimmering blue wall. It'll eat you first, he said, his eyes narrowing at Corsica. Corsica shrugged impatiently. And then who will take poor Miss Weasley to the other side of the barricade? You? Do you want to watch her die because you were stupid enough to challenge me? The Gauro appeared. It struck the wall as it flung itself around the bend, furiously brandishing its tusks and teeth. Tabitha Corsica did not look back at it. Ralph! Rose screamed over her shoulder. Ralph lowered his wand. The shimmering blue curtain fell away. Tabitha Corsica strode forward, gripped Rose's upper arm, and vanished with a crack. The Gauro slammed onto their footprints, gnashing its teeth in dumb rage. Frustrated and starved, it thrashed forward and hurled itself against the barricade. The iron screeched at the impact, rattling in its old moorings but holding firm. Rose grabbed James from behind, panting with terror and clinging to his arm. Stupefy, Tabitha Corsica's voice called. A flash of red struck Ralph in the back, knocking him to his knees. He dropped his wand and crumpled to the stone floor unconscious. Poor Dolohov, Corsica muttered, stepping out of the shadows and nudging Ralph with her foot. He never should have tried. He really shouldn't have. James almost struck out at Corsica with his own wand. He glared at her, then at the unconscious shape of Ralph on the floor. Don't, Scorpius muttered, sensing James' thoughts. It's over. Malfoy shows sense, Tabitha agreed with sigh. For once. Rose shuddered as the Gauro threw itself against the barricade again, clanging against the iron with its curved tusks, its claws clattering viciously against the stone walls. Scorpius shook his head. It really was a good gambit, he admitted, ignoring the tall witch and her pointing, threatening wand. He shook his head. Pity it just didn't work. Chapter 19. Hagrid's Detention. The next several days were filled with the worst sort of anxiety. The return trip out of the Alma Aleron cellars had been almost disappointingly uneventful. With the Gauro trapped on the other side of the iron barricade, Tabitha Corsica had simply entranced it with a child's lullaby charm until it fell into a deep, snoring sleep. Sneaking past it had been silently hair-raising, but relatively easy. Ralph, the last to be sidelong apparat past the barricade, had resumed consciousness by then, although his wand had been confiscated by Corsica until the return to Hogwarts. No one had spoken during the entire return trip, knowing the worst was yet to come. Since then, Tabitha Corsica had surely told Headmaster Grudge everything that had happened. James didn't know which detail boded the worst for them. That they'd been searching for information about a magical superweapon, or that they had attacked a professor in the process, threatening to feed her to a monster if she didn't reveal what she knew. This would not be merely a matter of punishment, James knew. This would surely result in expulsion or worse. Ralph here will get the brunt of it, Scorpius whispered as they huddled at a table in the library late one night, ostensibly studying. He's the one that pulled a wand on Corsica, not us. Besides, it seems she's had a bat in her bonnet about him for years. Even so, we can't just let him take the blame, James said, keeping his head lowered over his history of magic essay. Scorpius shrugged. I'm pretty fine with it, actually. I don't care what happens to me, Ralph muttered morosely. Maybe it'd be best if I did get expelled. I could go back to my dad. Together we could tell the Order what we know. Nobody's getting expelled if we can help it, James said, with rather more determination than he felt. That's all well and good, Scorpius said with a low, humorless chuckle. But Grudge doesn't seem to have any trouble getting rid of the people he wants gone. He's already eliminated Revalvier, Longbottom, and McGonagall. And let's not forget, Ralph added darkly, Professor McGonagall ended up in St. Mungo's after being attacked by a bunch of WULF lunatics. Ugh, it's the suspense that I can't stand, Rose rasped, gripping her astronomy textbook so hard that it vibrated. I just wish they'd get it over with. James understood his cousin's fears, and yet there seemed to be nothing for it but to wait. For her own part, Tabitha Corsica seemed to enjoy their prolonged anxiety. At the following herbology lesson, she favored James and Ralph with a long glare and a subtly threatening smile. Finally, on Monday morning, Filch gathered James, Ralph, Rose, and Scorpius after breakfast, herding them brusquely toward the headmaster's office, muttering under his breath while Mrs. Norris hissed at their heels. Dread settled slowly in James' stomach as they ascended the spiral stairs and approached the closed office door. Filch rapped on it with his knuckles, putting an obsequious lilt into his voice that sounded as authentic as a tin galleon. He called, "The students you requested, Headmaster." Grudge's voice rumbled through the door, which creaked open of its own accord. "Do send them in, Mr. Caretaker." Filch glared at the 4 students, pressing his lips into a mean, harried grimace. "In with you, then. Don't keep the headmaster waiting." He shoved James on the shoulder, hurrying him along. As the 4 shuffled reluctantly into Grudge's office, the door swung shut with a resounding slam, leaving Filch in the antechamber. Grudge sat at his enormous desk, writing with a huge white quill, ignoring the students as they stood nervously as far back as possible. The office was as drab and cold as before, with no fire lit in the hearth and the window covered with a heavy velvet curtain, allowing only the faintest gray light to filter into the gloom. Glancing around, James was curious to see that the portrait of Merlinus Ambrosius had been hung despite its all too noticeable lifelessness. Perhaps even more curious, the nearby portrait of Albus Dumbledore was completely empty, showing only a dark chair, lost in shadow. Something about it implied that this was not unusual. The chair almost looked dusty, as if it had been undisturbed for quite some time. Grudge stirred, bringing James back to the moment. A single candle guttered on the headmaster's desk, making an orb of light that left the rest of the office dense with shadows. "Professor Corsica tells me a rather astonishing tale," he said without looking up. His quill scratched busily. "She tells me that the four of you managed to sneak into the cellars beneath the American Wizarding School of Alma Alaron, assisted by your cohort, Mr. Walker." James shuffled his feet. He opened his mouth to offer some defense, but realized that the headmaster had not actually asked for any. Miss Corsica showed professorial foresight in sensing that a plot was afoot. Grudge went on, his gravelly voice calm and cold. "Of course, I myself was not in the least surprised when she informed me of what transpired." "Headmaster," Rose said suddenly, stepping forward. Grudge silenced her with a raised left hand, its palm as white as a fish's belly in the candlelight. His eyes flicked up from his parchment, pinning her from beneath gray eyebrows. "I am not interested in your explanation, Ms. Weasley. Do hold your tongue, for your own sake, unless I ask you to speak." He waited, assuring that she meant to obey. Rose took half a step backward and lowered her head. Grudge observed this stoically. Finally, he lowered his quill and gave the students his full attention. "The four of you have been seen on several occasions banding about, engaging in hushed conversations and secret congress. This is against the rules, as you well know, but I have allowed it. Why, you may well ask. Because I was curious to know what you were up to. Now, however, you have passed beyond even my patient indulgence. Miss Corsica has confirmed this. As a result, I can no longer allow you to thwart the rules of this establishment." He paused, shifting his glare from student to student, marking all. "For of them," Scorpius cleared his throat softly. "Are we," he asked, cocking his head inquisitively, "expelled?" "Sir." Grudge flicked his eyes back to Scorpius. "Expelled, Mr. Malfoy?" he repeated. "Do you believe you are deserving of expulsion?" James glanced at Scorpius, but the blond boy did not return his look. "No, sir. Not this time. Just trying to be clear, sir." "You may indeed deserve expulsion," Grudge said, raising his chin speculatively. "And perhaps I should make it so, despite the lack of a concrete reason. Your secret councils here at Hogwarts have been suspect enough. But to take your meetings to Alma Alaron, to its most clandestine locations, completely outside the realm of our supervision, that I simply cannot allow." The old man sighed deeply, still ticking his gaze from face to face. "As you now know, Miss Corsica was intrepid enough to follow you. She briefed me on everything she witnessed. Your clandestine meeting in the caverns, adjourning your cabal of malcontents. She tells me that she listened intently, hidden in the shadows. And she tells me, rather unfortunately, that despite her best efforts, she was unable to overhear your secrets." James stared at the headmaster, his mind spinning. Tabitha had not told the headmaster everything. He could scarcely bring himself to believe it. Was this perhaps a trick? Was he teasing them? Dimly, he realized that Grudge was glaring at him, silently measuring his response. "Oh," James said suddenly, groping to sound angry, offended, anything. That sneak. Why? I can't believe she listened in on us, Grudge pressed his lips into a thin, skeptical line. "Is there anything," he growled slowly, "that you would like to tell me, Mr. Potter?" "Anything to tell you," James repeated, his face burning red. "I think I know what this secret council of yours was about." Young man," Grudge interrupted impatiently, picking up his quill again. "There is no need to lie. It will only make matters worse for you. Admit it and I may let you off easily. Relatively speaking." James said again, glancing desperately from Ralph to Scorpius. Scorpius sighed. "Night Quidditch, sir," he said resignedly. He hung his head. James held his breath, his eyes wide. Grudge's eyes were like chips of ice as he watched Scorpius, suspicion rolling off him in waves. The moment seemed to last hours. Finally, the headmaster sat back and nodded, eyes narrowed. "Thank you, Mr. Malfoy. I am pleased that one of you at least shows enough sense to speak up. Such truly inane foolishness, this night Quidditch. After the dismissal of Mr. Longbottom, I assumed it would naturally come to an end. Apparently my expectations for good sense are too lofty for some of you." With an imperious flourish, he signed his name to the parchment on his desk. "This, students, is the terms of your probation. According to it, none of you shall be seen interacting with the other at any time. No two of you will study together, sit next to each other in lessons, or engage in conversation during lessons or private hours. If you do so, believe me, I shall know, and there will be no further warnings. Breaking the terms of this probation will result in immediate expulsion from this school. Have I made myself exceedingly clear?" Next to James, Ralph and Scorpius nodded. Rose muttered assent. James took a small step forward. "Just curious, headmaster," he said, steeling his nerve. "How will you know if we break the probation?" Grudge regarded him before answering. "Surely you don't expect me to answer that question, Mr. Potter." James' cheeks burned. "I thought I might ask, sir. If we knew that there really was no place to sneak off to, I just thought it might help us to, avoid temptation. We're sort of incorrigible that way." "I have my ways, young man," Grudge said dismissively, returning his attention to the parchment before him. "I do not need to explain my methods to assure you that there is no part of this school beyond my benevolent eye. You should thank me for this. By my vigilance, I may yet save you from your worst enemy, yourself." "Yes, sir," James answered, stepping back and pretending to be mollified. Thank you, sir." He lowered his eyes, but his mind was suddenly racing. Grudge tapped the probation notice with his wand, creating a small stack of exact duplicates. "I shall distribute these to your teachers, heads of houses, and prefects within the hour. For now, you may return to your lessons. And please, let there be no talking along the way. I will know if you disobey." "Yes, sir," James said again, more emphatically this time. His eyes were narrow with growing suspicion as he stared at the floor. Behind them, the headmaster's door creaked open again, announcing their dismissal. Silently, Scorpius led the other three from the room, quickening his pace as he reached the antechamber. For sets of footsteps rang on the spiral stairs as they descended. James knew that what he should be feeling most was relief. For some reason, Tabitha Corsica had not told Headmaster Grudge the most damning parts of their trip to the cellars of Alma Alaron. Neither the bit about the Morrigan Web nor the part where Ralph had threatened her with toothy monster death. Normally, Corsica would like nothing more than to see James, Ralph and his friends kicked out of the school, humiliated and defamed. Why she had avoided such a golden opportunity was a mystery of truly epic proportions. As he stalked along the corridor making for the stairs, he sensed Rose's eyes on him, expressing her own surprise and shock at this inexplicable development. And yet what James was feeling most was a sudden, vindictive certainty. As he reached the top of the stairs, he glanced back, assuring that Grudge had not followed them. The halls were completely empty, punctuated only by the dull, echoing warble of classes in progress behind closed doors. Satisfied, James turned to a very large painting that overlooked the staircase. The painting depicted a group of witches reclined around a boiling cauldron, most sipping enormous tankards or dozing in the morning sunlight. "It's you, isn't it?" he whispered harshly, leaning close and addressing a tall but otherwise nondescript witch in the background. "You're the one spying for Grudge. Admit it." The witch regarded James sternly, defiantly, offering no response. "James," Rose hissed, pulling on his sleeve. "Come on. What are you doing? You look rotten as a witch, you know." James went on, ignoring his cousin. "You can't fool me now that I know what to look for. The whole school is lousy with paintings of you. You're the gardening monk in the greenhouse painting in Professor Longbottom's sitting room. You're the knight in Professor McGonagall's portrait of King Creagle. It's you who's spying for Grudge, telling everyone's secrets. Admit it." Rose boggled at James, and then leaned to look closer at the painting. Scorpius joined her, putting on his glasses and squinting through them. Ralph nodded over James' shoulder. "You're right," he said, realization dawning on him. "Blimey, he does look awful as a witch." "Oh, do step back, the four of you," the witch said in a strangely low, drawling voice, "and consider investing in a good anti-pimple potion." "Headmaster Snape?" Rose breathed in an odd voice. She suppressed a giggle. "Is that really you?" The painted figure sighed irritably. "I see you are as good at keeping secrets, Potter, as you are potion-making. Make your way to your classes, the lot of you, before you get yourselves into even worse trouble." "How can you be helping him?" James demanded furiously. "I thought you were our friend." The costumed visage of Snape sneered at James. "I have never been your friend, Potter. I am, however, one of your guardians, and for that you should thank me. Headmaster Grudge is quite right. You need someone to save you from your own disregard for the rules and pathological delusions of grandeur. I am all too willing to assist in that endeavor." Rose looked both shocked and crestfallen. "It's you, sir," she clarified, glancing from the painting to James and back. "You've got portraits scattered all over the school, and you're using them to spy on everyone for Headmaster Grudge." "Spying is a subversive term," Snape sniffed. "I am obliged to offer the entirety of my services to the new headmaster. As a result, I have been charged with observing. Those with nothing to hide have nothing to fear." James shook his head. "Because of you, we've lost Revalvier, McGonagall, and Longbottom. I had nothing to do with any of their predicaments." Snape glanced away dismissively. "Each of those professors earned their own removal. If you disagree, take it up with the headmaster. It is none of my affair." Rose's disappointment was quickly boiling into anger. "Everyone's living in fear because of you," she declared, struggling to keep her voice low. "Good people, people who were your friends and comrades, are afraid to speak up against what's going on, all because you're broadcasting their every word to Grudge. That's Headmaster Grudge, and it behooves you to remember it," Miss Weasley Snape declared, rising to his full height in the painting. "Like it or not, he is in charge now, and things will be done according to his design. Those who chafe under that requirement are, by definition, unfit to serve under his leadership, regardless of their history, either with me or this school." "But," Ralph frowned sadly, "Professor McGonagall got attacked. She's still in St. Mungo's. All because somebody wanted to keep her quiet. Maybe even Headmaster Grudge. Is that who you want to work for?" "Conjecture and hearsay," Snape retorted under his breath. But James could see that this had struck a nerve with the painted former headmaster. He moved closer to the painting and lowered his voice. "You don't have any choice in the matter," he whispered. "Do you? You have to do what Grudge wants. Because, being dead, you don't really have free will any longer." Snape refused to meet James' eyes. "As usual, Potter, you speak as if you know what you are talking about. And also, as usual, you do not. Just like the portrait of Headmaster Phineas Nigellus Black." Rose nodded slowly. "My mum says he had to do what Headmaster Dumbledore asked, whether he liked it or not. All the old headmaster portraits are honor-bound to serve the living headmaster. Phineas Nigellus seemed to think it was a curse more than a duty." Snape glared at Rose from the painting. "None of you have the slightest idea what you are talking about. Move along. Go to your classes." "It must drive you mad," Scorpius mused. "Having to do what that crazy dictator wants. After everything you did when you were alive to shut down people like him." "I was people like him," Snape countered. "Men like Headmaster Grudge are the tip of the spear, the ugly truth that few are willing to acknowledge. Without men like him, without men like me, neither the wizarding nor muggle worlds could survive." "But you weren't like him," Rose persisted softly. "You knew that power was nothing without wisdom and, well, love. That's why Dumbledore trusted you. That's why Uncle Harry named his second son after you." Snape shook his head, breaking his gaze. "Off to your classes with you. Do not speak as you go. Your probations are in effect, and Headmaster Grudge is right. He will know if you disobey." James hitched a long, disconsolate sigh. Disgusted, he turned away and began to tromp down the stairs. After a moment, Rose turned to follow, as did Scorpius and Ralph. "It is a terrible shame," Snape's voice commented faintly, apparently to itself, "that I never did manage to get a portrait into that damned room of requirement." James stopped in mid-step, glancing back over his shoulder. The others crowded behind him, coming to a messy halt. Scorpius' eyes sharpened, registering what the painting seemed to imply. "Did you just say, sir," he asked, "that you have no portrait in the room of requirement?" Snape's voice was low and cunning. "I said that you should all get to your lessons before I have to report you." "I see, sir," Scorpius answered. "Certainly, sir." "Thank you, sir." Turning and sharing a collection of secretive grins, the students continued their tromp down the staircase. As they reached the bottom, they split up, Rose and Scorpius turning right for Transfiguration with the new Professor Tofty, Ralph and James heading out into the morning sun in search of Hagrid's care of magical creatures, already in progress. The portrait of Severus Snape sighed in his painting, relaxing once again into the background. "Damn," he muttered to himself darkly. Phineas Nigellus was right. At breakfast the following Monday morning, with less than 2 weeks left of term, Headmaster Grudge finally announced the upcoming Quidditch Summit. "In 10 days, he rumbled in his standard monotone. "This school will be host to an event of historic importance. For the first time in nearly 1,000 years, Muggle and magical leaders will meet officially, here in these very halls." Most of the students had heard about this event by now, despite the restricted post and news blackout. Still, with the official announcement, the room descended into a buzz of animated whispers. Grudge allowed this for a moment before going on. "We are all quite aware of the reasons behind this meeting. After many centuries of peaceful concealment, the wall of secrecy that has protected our worlds has been breached. Even now, despite our best efforts, it continues to crumble. Magical enforcement of the vow of secrecy is increasingly erratic. Unfortunately, some less scrupulous witches and wizards have begun to take advantage of this. Conversely, intrepid or unfortunate muggles have begun to infiltrate worlds that have been, for a millennium, beyond their reach. Some of you, I am quite sure, have heard the tale of the ill-fated Muggle family that inadvertently stumbled into Nocturne Alley by way of an unguarded portal. A smatter of mean laughter peppered the hall, mostly emanating from the Slytherin table. James had indeed heard the tale, as had everyone else. A trio of hags had discovered the family of four hiding behind a pile of trash bins, hopelessly lost and trembling with terror at the sight of the milling witches, goblins, and various nefarious creatures that frequented Nocturne Alley's shadowy corners. It had taken a week of memory modifications at St. Mungo's to undo the damage, and even then the father had continued to suffer from an irrational terror of warts. It has become necessary, therefore, Grudge went on, to involve our Muggle brothers and sisters in the management of affairs from this point onward, along with representatives of the Ministry of Magic and other magical administrations. A careful selection of ambassadors and leaders from Muggle governments worldwide will descend upon this school for the advent of the final Quidditch match between Slytherin and Hufflepuff. At the mention of their names, both the Slytherin and Hufflepuff tables erupted into raucous applause. Grudge's face paled and his eyes narrowed. "This is not an occasion for petty house loyalties," he declared with surprising volume, quelling the applause. The hoots and hand-clapping fell away, reducing the hall to awkward silence as Grudge frowned at the tables, the weight of his gaze like a cold wind. In a low, severe voice he continued, "These are very serious times, pupils. The gravity of this summit is heavy upon us. We have been chosen to represent the entirety of the magical world. Our task is to show that witches and wizards are not threats to be feared, but friends and helpers, partners in a new world of peaceful coexistence. As such, many of you will be chosen as amateur diplomats. You will both serve and entertain our Muggle guests at events in their honor, held at various locations throughout the school. Most importantly, however, will be the display of magical competition and camaraderie that is the Quidditch tournament. This will be the keynote of the summit and will involve each and every one of you. You will attend, and you will be on your best behavior. Whomever wins, we shall all display the greatest respect, deference, and school spirit. And in the end, our Muggle guests will know that we are a culture they need not fear. Indeed, they will be welcomed and disarmed by our combined sportsmanship and magical heritage." Grudge paused, his cold eyes still roaming over the hall, measuring each face. Finally, he relaxed slightly. On a happier note, however, this term's Quidditch tournament will also be witness to the unveiling of an all-new tournament trophy, the soon-to-be coveted Crystal Chalice, presented via the generous donation of Mr. and Mrs. Draven Vassar, parents of our own Lance Vassar of Gryffindor. The chalice, an ancient and immensely rare magical relic discovered by the Vassars in the course of their historical explorations, will serve as an enduring symbol of excellence for centuries to come. How fortunate will be the first winner to bear such a legacy. With that, Grudge favored the hall with one of his rare, ghastly smiles. "Ugh," Rose muttered, cupping a hand to the side of her face to block the sight. "It looks like magical fish hooks are tugging at the corners of his mouth." Graham Wharton's face was pale with anger as a smattering of applause rippled through the hall. "Isn't it just like Lance Vassar to lose us the Quidditch Cup and then produce some even better cup to award the winner?" James was distracted, however, by the chilling certainty of Grudge's announcement. Until now, the Quidditch Summit had seemed like a disturbing but nebulous premonition, something that simply might not happen if he only refused to believe it. Now, it was not only a concrete reality, it was less than 2 weeks away. And worst of all, despite what they had learned during their misadventure in the cellars of Alma Alaron, they didn't seem any closer to unraveling the mystery of the Morrigan Web. With the announcement, the final days of term seemed to trickle by with eerie, capricious speed. This was due in large part to the typical end-of-term rush of examinations, accompanied by the mountains of homework that continued to be piled on. James tried heroically to attend to his studies and keep on top of homework, not so much for the sake of his grades but simply to stay out of Filch's way. Even now, the old caretaker was assigning crushing detentions to students who failed to turn in their assignments, which only succeeded in taking more time from their homework and studies, leading to even more detentions. The unfairness of it was all too infuriating, offset only slightly by the fact that Filch himself seemed the most harried of all, driven as he was by the increasingly demanding expectations of Headmaster Grudge. As the days slipped by, James arranged fleeting brief meetings with Rose, Ralph, Scorpius, and sometimes even Albus, Zane, and Nastasia in the Room of Requirement, which he had learned how to access back in his first year, thanks to his father. During the meetings, the Room of Requirement presented itself as a small command center, complete with sneakoscopes and a foglass, a library of books on magical spying and espionage, and a large plotting table bearing a map of Hogwarts and the surrounding grounds. Despite these tools, the gathering was consistently frustrated in their attempts to work out how the attack on the Quidditch Summit might happen, much less how to prevent it. Even if we knew Avier's plan, Scorpius declared finally, the pitch will be absolutely crawling with guards. Albus nodded grimly. Titus Hardcastle will be in charge of security. Nothing gets past him. He'll have all the Aurors on high alert, especially after the disaster over the holidays when the American vice president was killed. Will Uncle Harry not be there at all? Rose asked. James shook his head. The Minister of Magic will probably have Dad scheduled to count cauldrons in some warehouse in Siberia or something. They're going out of their way to keep him away from the action these days. I never thought I'd say this, Zane sighed, pushing the map away and leaning back in his chair. But this is out of our hands. It was one thing when we faced off against Loopy Madame Delacroix and even the Gatekeeper. Those were plots involving just a few powerful people working under the radar. This time it's the whole Ministry of Magic and powerful people working right out in the open. It's still only a few people, James persisted, pounding the table with a frustrated fist. It's Avier working alongside Judith, the Lady of the Lake. I don't know how they met, but obviously they have the same goals in mind. He wants power over Muggles. She wants chaos and destruction. Either way, it's still just the two of them. It may only be the two of them with the wicked little plans, Nastasia agreed breezily. But they've got the whole brute force of your Ministry of Magic behind them, paving the way without even knowing it. Ralph's face was stony with resolve. We can't just give up either way. We just need some help. Help from where? Scorpius asked, meeting Ralph's eyes. Anyone who knows enough to join us is either already gone or too squashed under Grudge's thumb to do anything about it. Albus frowned. Where's he at most of the time, anyway? How's he keep everyone so terrified when it seems like he's gaddying about who knows where every other day? Ralph shrugged. Probably meeting up with the Minister of Magic to give him his orders. Rose's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. James regarded her curiously. What are you thinking, Rose? She shook her head. Nothing. Just something strange. The whole thing's strange, Zane sighed. What about all those yucks of Baslatma vines and leaves and stuff that got caught up in your robes when the Jiskra was chasing us? James prodded, still watching Rose. Maybe they'll tell us what we need to do if you just use them? Rose has some dream inducers? Ralph asked, sitting up hopefully. I already told you, Rose snapped. Not a chance. They're all jumbled together and mismatched. There's no way to know even which pots they came from. Nobody's using them, and especially not me. It's way too dangerous. Rose, James insisted intently. If the Morrigan Web goes off at the Quidditch final, it'll kill every witch and wizard there. Players, students, ministry people, guards, even Titus Hardcastle and his Aurors. We're seriously running out of options here. But Rose was firm in her resolve. Those Yuxa Baslatma fragments won't help us, James. They're too mixed up and torn apart. If I was smart, I would just bury them somewhere and forget about them. But I do have an idea for how we can save at least a few people, and maybe even more than a few if the Morrigan Web does go off. We just need to get started immediately. What, Rosie? Zane asked eagerly, leaning forward again. Rose looked from face to face. It's too simple, really, she said. The web connects every wand in the vicinity with some sort of ultra-killing curse, right? We just go to the Quidditch final without our wands. Us and as many other people as we can convince. There was a moment of awed silence as everyone considered this. James nodded, remembering. In Crone Louse's story, her mother survived by not having her wand with her. She'd broken it that morning in some sort of accident. She was right in the midst of the web, but since she didn't have a wand, it didn't hurt her. Ralph, however, was skeptical. Hard to imagine that the best way to go into magical battle is to leave your wand at home. Nastasia tittered. It is if you want to live to see the actual battle, Rose countered, giving Nastasia a steely glance. And I'm not suggesting we leave them back in the dormitories. I say we find a place to hide them nearby, perhaps beneath the grandstands or even the equipment shed. Safely stowed but available to us afterwards. That's pretty grim, Rose Albus said. You're suggesting we watch everyone else get murdered, then pick over their bodies to grab our wands and fight Avier and whatever bad guy squad he's assembled? You have a better idea? Rose asked, clearly unhappy with the prospect herself. We'll need to protect the Muggle survivors. It's not a perfect plan, but it's all we've got at the moment. This is worse than last year. Ralph shook his head with slow emphasis. It was bad enough when Lucy was killed and New Amsterdam was laid out there for all the Muggles to see. But this is just worse. This is like the end of our world, James sighed morosely. The end of Hogwarts. The end of the Ministry of Magic. It'll be a massacre. I can't believe you lot are even considering this, Albus suddenly declared. Ralph already said it. We can't just give up. We have to stop the Morrigan Web, not just figure out how to survive it like. He waved his hands helplessly. Like cockroaches. This was followed by a long moment of awkward silence. James was sure that everyone was thinking the same thing, even if they could not bring themselves to say it. Uncomfortable glances were passed furtively around the room. Stopping the Morrigan Web may well be impossible, those glances said, but surviving is better than dying. Thankfully, Scorpius spoke up, breaking the pause. No one is giving up, he said with a decisive nod. But until we figure out something better, we do what we can to convince as many as people as possible to hide their wands away. We'll stow them in a trunk beneath the Gryffindor grandstand, and we'll do it hours before the tournament, before Hardcastle and his Aurors arrive as guards. We'll have to conceal the trunk somehow, James agreed. Hardcastle's crew will sweep the pitch for anything suspicious. We could hide it under the invisibility cloak, Ralph suggested, brightening. We could, James agreed pointedly. If Albus here hadn't left it lying on the floor of Avier's office. I didn't just leave it lying, Albus protested. I was being chased by a mad two-headed, fire-breathing bird monster, if you recall. Zane gave a low whistle. You left your dad's prize invisibility cloak in the bad guy's office? Does he know? Albus deflated. No, and neither does Filch, fortunately. We nicked it from his desk, but he's been too swamped to notice. Scorpius dismissed these concerns with a wave of his hand. Either way, Ralph can put a Visum Ineptio charm on the trunk to make it look like a rock or something. He's good at that kind of magic. With all the wands hidden away, the web can't hurt us. Rose sighed deeply. Then, if we fail to prevent it, she swallowed hard. We can protect the survivors. The Muggle government leaders that Avier and his people will try to assassinate once everyone else is dead. Bloody hell, Ralph murmured. Merlin was right. This changes everything. There was a rumble of grave agreement as the meeting broke up. The next few days were some of the tensest days of James' life. One at a time, he, Ralph, Rose, Albus, and Scorpius met with as many students as they dared trust, attempting to warn them of the impending attack. They refrained from referring to the Morrigan Web, since that would only incite skepticism or confusion, and either way demand lengthy explanations. Instead, they exploited the general sense of angry suspicion the entire school harbored toward Headmaster Grudge and his draconian policies. "I knew he was hiding something," Graham hissed angrily as he and James threaded their way to the astronomy tower. "You say he's covering for some big conspiracy?" James nodded. "Something like that. The point is it's absolutely essential that we all hide our wands before the Quidditch tournament. Seriously. Life and death." Graham glanced at him, not with skepticism, as James had expected, but grim awe. "What's the old powermonger up to?" His mouth dropped open in shocked revelation. "He's going to confiscate everyone's wands next, isn't he? First he clamps down on the post, then Hogsmeade weekends, and now he's taking away our wands so we can only use them when he wants to let us. Of course. Why? That total dictator." James did not dissuade Graham from this suspicion. Frankly, it did seem like the sort of thing Grudge would do. "We'll be collecting wands the night before the tournament and hiding them away. No one will find them." Graham nodded. "And then, when Grudge tries to confiscate them, boom, no wands to confiscate. And later, we can all collect them again." "Brilliant. That'll teach the old tyrant." James nodded and shrugged at the same time. He didn't like lying to Graham, but not disabusing him of his own notions seemed acceptable under the circumstances. Unfortunately, most of the other students James spoke to were not as easily persuaded as Graham. "I'm not going anywhere without my wand, James," May Isis insisted stubbornly. "Not the way things have been going lately, especially if, like you say, something terrible is going to happen at the tournament." Haight Thomas and Deirdre Finnegan felt the same way, seemingly caught between refusing to believe James' warning and feeling that even if it was true, their wands were their own best recourse. "But your wand will be the weapon," James insisted frantically. "Of course my wand's the weapon," Deirdre rasped impatiently. "That's the whole point. Have you even been to a defense against the dark arts lesson?" By the time he cornered Gabriel Jackson, captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, outside the Ancient Runes classroom, she had already heard rumors of James' whispered warnings. "None of the Hufflepuff players carry wands while in the air," she assured him dismissively. "My own rule, ever since that incident my third year when my sister Julian got blindsided by one of Beetlebrick's bludgers, and decided to fry him with a friendly stunner in midair. Lost the match on a technicality that time. No way I'm going to let that happen again. No wands while the match is on." James accepted this with a relieved sigh. "Still," Gabriel mused thoughtfully, "Beetlebrick did deserve it. And he's never blindsided Julian again, I'll tell you that. Overall, it was probably a net gain for the team. Maybe we should revise the no wands rule next year." "You do that," James nodded. Next year. Rose, Ralph, Scorpius, and Albus had had similar luck with their own contacts. "Joseph Torrance and Cameron Creevy were easy," Rose muttered as she followed James into the great hall for dinner. "Joseph trusts you, and Cameron is your biggest fan. Lily and her friends will go along as well. No luck with Aloysius, Shivani, or Penelope, though. Even worse with the Hufflepuffs who aren't playing in the tournament. They want to be able to celebrate with firework charms. The clueless morons." James nodded gravely. Secretly, he couldn't blame the Hufflepuffs. or anyone else, for doubting their story. Without details, it sounded paranoid and stupid even to his own ears. Scorpius, who could be surprisingly persuasive, and who had taught defense club during his first year, had somewhat better luck, convincing almost half of the Ravenclaws to stow their wands the night before the tournament. Albus and Ralph, however, had made almost no headway with the Slytherins who, like the Hufflepuffs, were keen on magically celebrating their predicted win. Still, with only 4 days left until the Quidditch Summit, they had convinced over a third of their fellow students to attend the tournament wandless. It wasn't much. It was, in fact, horrifyingly unsatisfying, but it was indeed better than nothing. James and Ralph prepared an old Quidditch trunk to house the stowed wands, hiding it in the shadows beneath the Gryffindor grandstands and disguising it with one of Ralph's Visum Ineptio charms. Walking away from it, James couldn't help feeling that, despite their best efforts, they were resigning themselves to watching most of their classmates killed before their eyes. It was a dreadful, harrowing thought, and yet, even now, he felt no closer to unraveling Avier's plan. Despite what they had learned in the cellars beneath Alma Alaron, they simply could not guess how the Morrigan Web might be powered, or what form it might take. As the days crept by and preparations for the summit loomed, a sense of deep, palpable dread settled in James' stomach. This was worsened by the frustrations with not being able to meet in the open. Even the brief, secret conversations he, Rose, Ralph, and Scorpius had engaged in, while waiting in line for lessons or while navigating the halls between classes, became too dangerous, as Filch seemed to have been charged with watching them specifically. He could regularly be seen hovering outside their classrooms, steely-eyed and silently seething, gripping his black cane like a lifeline. And then, strangest of all, at the last care of magical creatures. Class of the term, Hagrid himself gave James, Ralph, and Scorpius a detention. "You lot!" he called across the barnyard, his voice uncharacteristically gruff. "Talking during lesson, are ya? Why, that's the last straw. Detention for ya." James straightened, his mouth dropping open in shock as long purple salamanders ran pell-mell about the yard, chased futilely by the other students. "What? Of course we're talking. We're trying to round up these crazy lizards you set us on." "Talking back, too." Hagrid frowned, his beard bristling. "Double detention, then. Report back here tonight at dusk, and not another word from any o' ya." James could scarcely believe his own ears. He turned to Ralph and Scorpius incredulously. Ralph shrugged while Scorpius merely rolled his eyes. James didn't know if he was more surprised or hurt by Hagrid's sudden antagonism. All he knew was that it contributed to what was already a thoroughly miserable day. This carried into the dinner hour as Lily displayed an official-looking parchment emblazoned with the Hogwarts crest. "I've been chosen as a student ambassador," she trilled happily, waving the parchment. "I get to attend the big dinner after the tournament. We'll be singing the Hogwarts salute from the head table and answering questions about the school. I'll get to meet presidents and queens and all sorts of important people." "Quit showing off," Graham muttered. "And don't remind us of the stupid Quidditch tournament. No collection of Muggle-stuffed shirts is going to distract us from the fact that we aren't even competing this year. Stupid Lance Vassar. The gall of his parents, donating some stupid chalice on a year there's no chance Gryffindor can win it. And it's all his bloody fault. You can't lay all the blame at Lance's feet," Deirdre commented, frowning at Lance and his cronies further down the table. "James deserves a lot of the credit. If he'd shown up for tryouts." "We all know the story by now," James interrupted tersely. "Give it a rest already." James spent the rest of the evening in the Gryffindor common room, trying unsuccessfully to focus on his homework and studies. It was utterly useless. At a nearby table, Rose sat with Shivani Yadav and Willow Wisteria, shooting him worried glances but unwilling to risk joining him for a chat. As the sun set outside the tall windows, James finally gave up and shut his books. He glared out the window, lost in feverish thoughts and mounting worry. Finally, thankfully, Scorpius interrupted him. "Detention," he said briskly. "With Hagrid, remember?" James nodded, glad of the distraction, despite the worrisome mystery of Hagrid's behavior. Ralph met them on the landing, standing in the light of the Heracles window as the lowering sun shone through it, brilliantly illuminating the colorful stained glass. Silently, shoulders slumped, the three stepped out into the evening heat and deepening shadows. Crickets chirred from the depths of the forbidden forest as they made their way, as slowly as possible, toward Hagrid's hut. "What do you suppose he has planned for us?" Ralph asked. Scorpius muttered. "Probably scooping up dragon poo in the barn." "Or worse," James agreed. "What do you think's gotten into him? He's never given us detention before. Maybe he decided he's still cross at you for dropping through his roof," Scorpius suggested idly. James didn't think that was it, but had no better ideas. A thin stream of white smoke issued from the hut as they entered its shadow. Scorpius knocked while Ralph and James waited in the garden. When the door opened, Hagrid leaned out into evening air, regarding the three students sternly. "Here ye are then," he proclaimed, far louder than necessary. "And 'bout time, too. Here." James frowned as Hagrid collected 3 large metal pails, pushing one each into his, Ralph's, and Scorpius' hands. "What's this for, then?" Scorpius asked, his voice echoing in the huge bucket. "Mushroom-collecting fair professor heretofore," Hagrid boomed, straightening. "Bursting mushrooms, that is. Sense motion they do and get agitated if threatened. Fail to cut their stems quick enough and they'll explode with enough force to take off your fingers." Ralph blinked at the half-giant. "Seriously? Never been more serious in life," Hagrid agreed. He produced 3 stubby knives from a pouch on his belt and clattered one each into the buckets. "Bursting mushrooms are red with white spots. You'll recognize them when they start a-swellin'. Use those blades to cut 'em right at the stem, and like I said, be right quick about it." Scorpius peered worriedly into his pail. Or else your detentions will end in the hospital wing," Hagrid answered, his voice ringing over the garden. "Trife! Here, boy!" At the call of his name, Hagrid's bullmastiff dog bounded noisily out of the forest. "Atta boy," Hagrid said, covering the dog's head with his meaty hand and offering him a rough pat. "Been sniffing out some mushrooms? Ava ya? But keepin' a safe distance. I see. It's my smart boy. Let on, then." With that, Trife spun and bolted back toward the forest again, turning impatiently as the others began to follow. "No dawdlin' now," Hagrid announced, louder than ever, glancing back over his shoulder. "Sooner begun, sooner done." Accompanied by the clink and clank of the knives in their buckets, James, Ralph, and Scorpius followed Hagrid into the descending gloom. Elephantine tree trunks spread out ahead of them, interspersed with waving ferns, lush vines, and the occasional fallen log and hillock. Trife bounded ahead, tracing a meandering trail deeper and deeper into the depths of the forest. "When do you think we might start seeing these mushrooms, then?" Scorpius asked, peering around the shadows. "Oh, soon enough, I expect," Hagrid called back, his voice much lower than before. James followed along nervously. He had been this deep into the forbidden forest on a few other occasions, but that did not diminish the general creepiness of it. The forest was still home to the centaurs, after all, as well as the scattered descendants of Aragog the Acromantula. Darkness lowered gradually, blotting out the leafy canopy overhead until shadows seemed to surround them, thick and worrisome. Hagrid, James realized, did not carry a lantern. "How are we supposed to see these mushrooms, then, Hagrid?" he asked, trying to keep the shudder out of his voice. "Hush now," Hagrid replied, his own voice low. "We're almost there." James was about to ask what in the world Hagrid meant when a flicker of firelight illuminated a circle of tree trunks ahead. Trife angled toward this, leaping happily through the underbrush. Hagrid followed the big dog, approaching a line of tall bushes that surrounded a small clearing. Beyond the bushes, firelight crackled faintly, casting its yellow light up onto the leaves above. Hagrid paused. Raising a hand to the side of his mouth, he produced an extremely unexpected, but very convincing twitter of birdsong. James frowned up at the big man. Then, even more surprisingly, a familiar voice spoke from the other side of the brush. "If this monstrous dog of yours wasn't clue enough of your identity, Hagrid, the clanking of those buckets certainly was. All of you, come inside and join us." Hagrid harumphed happily and turned back to James, Ralph, and Scorpius. "Guess I could had you leave those buckets a mile or so back. Didn't occur to me. I was so wrapped up in convincin' anybody who might have been listenin' that I was givin' yet attentions. Sorry about that, by the way." James dropped his bucket with a clank and followed Hagrid around the edge of the nearest bush. Seated before a small, tidy fire were Professors Flitwick, DeBellows, and Revalvier. Completing the circle, smiling gravely at the newcomers, was Professor McGonagall, her face pale in the firelight and a long scratch still healing on her cheek. Alongside James, Uncle Ron, Aunt Hermione, and completing the scene, his glasses glinting in the firelight, his own father. Harry Potter stood, welcoming Hagrid, Scorpius, and Ralph. James ran to him, gratefully accepting the arm his father threw around his shoulders, giving him a hard, comforting squeeze. "Welcome, gentlemen," he announced in a low, clear voice, "to the new Order of the Phoenix." Dear listener, we close the pages on another tale, a journey through words, imagination, and emotion. Here at the Falls Audiobook, where stories flow like a river's current, carrying you to distant worlds and uncharted depths. We thank you for joining us. As always, we invite you to linger a little longer. Subscribe to our channel to discover more stories waiting to be heard, each a cascade of voices, ideas, and artistry. And remember, every great story begins with a single word. Perhaps the next one will begin with you. Until our voices meet again, may your days be filled with quiet moments, rich pages, and the soothing sound of a story well told. This is the Falls Audiobook, signing off.